Chapter 51 Uncle Ichiraku's son-in-law? Kakashi's residence in Konoha is still easy to find. After all, as a very well-known elite ninja in Konoha village, his residence has long been known to everyone. Kakashi's residence looks very ordinary, just like an ordinary house. Soon, Yang Ming brought Uncle Ichiraku to his door. When he first arrived, Yang Ming couldn't believe that this was Kakashi's residence. After ringing the doorbell for a while, the door opened and a tall figure walked out. Kakashi held the intimate paradise in one hand, glanced at Yang Ming and Uncle Ichiraku, and said casually, "Oh, it's so late, what does Boss Yang Ming want to see me about?" "It's like this." Uncle Ichiraku told the whole story. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, shrugged, and said apologetically, "Sorry, according to the village's rules, you should issue the task in the Hokage building before I can help you. Can't you make an exception?" Yang Ming frowned. Kakashi was silent for a long time. To be honest, Kakashi really didn't want to work so late, he still had to watch Intimate Paradise all night. However, rules are dead, people are alive. What's more, Kakashi smelled an unusual smell from Uncle Ichiraku's incident this time. Perhaps, he could find some clues by following the clues. Besides, the meat buns made by Yang Ming were so delicious, Kakashi dared not offend him, otherwise if Yang Ming put him on the blacklist and never let him enter the store again, he would cry to death. So, under the expectant eyes of Yang Ming and Uncle Ichiraku, Kakashi gave in. "Boss Yang Ming, it's okay for me to help, and I don't want your reward, just give me 100 meat buns." "100 meat buns? Kakashi, why don't you go and rob them?" Yang Ming roared in his heart. "No, at most 20 buns." Yang Ming said firmly. "Then it's settled." Kakashi was so happy. You know, before he used the sword of Konoha White Fang, he couldn't even exchange for 10 buns. Now, he only needs to help rescue one person to get 20 meat buns in exchange. It is really worth it no matter how you calculate it. Kakashi looked like he had succeeded in his evil plan. If it were not for the mask covering him, Yang Ming could see that he was grinning from ear to ear. Damn, he fell into the trap. Yang Ming looked at Kakashi speechlessly. He really didn't expect that Kakashi would play tricks on him just to cheat him of his buns. At this moment, Yang Ming had an idea, why not just change some gutter oil and make some inferior products for Kakashi? If Kakashi knew that Yang Ming had such an impulse, he probably wouldn't dare to eat it. At this time, Kakashi waved his hands, quickly formed a seal, and then slapped the ground with one palm. With a bang, accompanied by a puff of green smoke, a ninja dog the size of 2 fists appeared in front of everyone. What's surprising is that it can actually speak. "Hey, Kakashi, long time no see." Kakashi didn't seem to see Parker as a dog, and said sincerely, "Long time no see, Parker." Although Uncle Ichiraku knew that the ninja business was amazing, he never thought that he would see a talking dog in his life. "I've never seen such a thing before." For a moment, Uncle Ichiraku was stunned. On the other hand, Yang Ming looked calm and composed, as if he was not afraid of a disaster. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious, which made Kakashi even more curious about Yang Ming's life experience. However, business was more important. Kakashi turned to Uncle Ichiraku, "Do you have anything that Ayam usually carries?" After Kakashi said this, Uncle Ichiraku suddenly woke up from his daze, and hurriedly took out an exquisite wallet from his arms, saying, "Here, this wallet is what Ayam usually carries." Kakashi took the wallet from Uncle Ichiraku and handed it to the ninja dog Parker. Parker sniffed forward. "Damn, a large amount of man's sweat odor hit my nose." Fortunately, Parker is worthy of being a time-tested warrior. Even in the face of huge challenges, he still bites the bullet and continues to work. When the sweat odor leaves, a faint fragrance from a woman slowly drifts away. With years of work experience, Parker sniffed the air and quickly found a direction. Parker turned his head and looked at Uncle Yul with a bitter and resentful look. "Uncle, please spray some perfume on your body next time, your sweat odor is really unforgettable." "Ah, this." Uncle Yul touched the back of his head awkwardly, and his expression was as wonderful as it could be. Since his wife left, he has lived alone with his daughter, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, he was complained by a dog today. This made Uncle Yul feel like he was living in the body of a dog. Well, the dog is already very tired, so let's not always criticize it. Then, Parker glanced at everyone and said, "Follow closely, I have found the location of Icarus." After that, Parker turned around proudly and ran straight in one direction. At this moment, Uncle Yul had a lot to say, but in the end his lips trembled, and he looked at Yang Ming with grateful eyes. All this was thanks to Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming's reminder, he would have committed suicide by now. If it weren't for Yang Ming's help, he probably wouldn't have gotten Kakashi's help and would have been at a loss. Moreover, Yang Ming is so outstanding. At such a young age, his cooking skills have reached an unfathomable level. All of this shows that Yang Ming is an excellent son-in-law. Such a son-in-law should be snatched away. Perhaps, the only shortcoming is Yang Ming's age. Uncle Yul touched his chin and thought secretly in his heart. After all, Yang Ming is only 12 years old and his body has not yet developed. Moreover, his daughter Icarus is much older than Yang Ming. However, I believe that with Icarus being so beautiful, Yang Ming will definitely like her. Unconsciously, Uncle Yul has made up his mind secretly. At this time, Yang Ming interrupted his thoughts and said, "Uncle Ichiraku, you may be in danger later. You should stay at Kakashi's house and wait for us to come back." Unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't know that Uncle Ichiraku had already regarded him as his future son-in-law. When he said this, Uncle Ichiraku immediately felt that this young man was really kind-hearted and it would be a good thing for his daughter to marry him. Uncle Ichiraku instantly put himself in the position of a future father-in-law and said kindly, "I know. The key is you. If you encounter danger, you must not be stubborn and save your life first." Yang Ming didn't notice why Uncle Ichiraku suddenly seemed to be much more enthusiastic. He nodded and followed Kakashi in the direction of the ninja dog Parker. Chapter 52 Brother doesn't need to give himself to save a beautiful woman. No matter where you are, the dark under the lamp is always the first choice of smart criminals. Look, in a building near the Hokage building, Uncle Ichiraku's daughter Ayam was kidnapped here. This is a 3-story supermarket near the commercial center. People usually come and go. I'm afraid no one would have dreamed that someone would use this place as a hotbed for crime. And under this supermarket, there is a secret basement. At this time, Icarus was locked in the private room in this basement, tied up, with a rag stuffed in her mouth. Her pretty face was much more haggard, and clear tear marks could be seen on her cheeks. 2 tall and strong men were guarding the door. They held the intimate paradise in their hands and looked at the tied Icarus obscenely, with a perverted expression on their faces. It must be said that Icarus in this state can really attract men. Especially that pitiful expression, which inexplicably hit the pain point of men, making the 2 strong men, who were already aroused, have the urge to turn into beasts. "Brother." A strong man swallowed his saliva and couldn't help saying, "Anyway, no one cares about us now, why don't we?" As he said that, he pointed at Icarus, with an expression of you-know on his face. "This." Another strong man rubbed his hands, feeling uncomfortable in his vitals, and said fiercely, "Okay. Let's go all out, brothers, have a good night." "Hehe, this is great, I just learned a new move from the novel, I have to try it later." With a thief's smile, the 2 strong men walked towards Icarus with ill intentions. Women's 6th sense is always so sharp. When Icarus realized something, she was like a panicked deer, anxiously kicking her legs and shrinking her body towards the corner, as if this would give her a sense of security. "He, don't be afraid, little girl. I will make you happy later." Malice rushed towards Icarus like a tide. She was like a lone boat, helpless in the turbulent waves. At this moment, Icarus felt desperate. Tears welled up in Icarus' eyes, and her heart was full of regret. If she hadn't met a familiar aunt when she went out to buy vegetables this morning, saying that the supermarket was having a big sale and she wanted to go shopping with Icarus, how could she have fallen to this end? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Looking at Icarus' tearful appearance, the eyes of the 2 strong men burst out with a gleam of brilliance, and their expressions became more excited. As if they had a telepathic connection, the 2 strong men quickened their pace at the same time. 1 step, 2 steps, it was the pace of the devil. Every step the 2 strong men took forward touched Icarus' heartstrings, making her frightened. Icarus closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. "Six-path sage, is there anyone who can save me?" As if Icarus's prayers were heard, just as the strong man's evil fingers were about to touch Icarus. Boom! The door burst open. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the door burst open, 3 sharp kunai formed a triangle, like lightning that cut through the darkness, and struck the 2 before the strong man could react. He suddenly stabbed. "Asshole, I want you dead. The strong man whose arm was stabbed by the kunao roared, and was about to bully the civilians as usual. But at this moment, the ground under the two men suddenly broke, and two hands appeared like eagle claws, tightly grasping the ankles of the two men. Then, pulled down suddenly. Earth escape. The beheading technique in the mind. The two strong men only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and their vision completely changed. It seemed that the world became taller all of a sudden. No, they became shorter. The two strong men were shocked to find that except for their heads, their entire bodies were sunken into the ground. It happened in a flash, and everything happened in a moment. When Icarus heard the movement and opened her eyes, she saw that the two people who were originally going to bully her had only their heads left on the ground. A different kind of joy flowed in her heart. Then, Icarus saw a dog and two people walking in from the gate. Tisk tisk, I never thought there would be such a place near the Hokage building. As soon as he entered the door, Kakashi looked around and couldn't help complaining. This place is really too weird. It is built like a prison, with all the necessary equipment. In a place so close to the Hokage building, what does its owner want to do with such a basement? Kakashi knew with his toes that the owner of this supermarket was going to be in trouble. The ninja dog Parker sniffed and complained, I hate the air here, it's full of blood and sweat. Yang Ming walked past the two people and walked to Icarus to help her untie and take out the rag in her mouth. Hey! Icarus breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Yang Ming with complicated eyes, and said, anyway, thank you for saving me. Yang Ming touched the back of his head awkwardly when she looked at him like this. After all, he opened his shop opposite the Ichiraku restaurant, and Icarus was the one who had the most opinions about him, often discussing him loudly with people on the street. However, since ancient times, only heroes can save beautiful women. Yang Ming didn't want to lose his prestige, so he waved his hand and said lightly, it's nothing, you don't have to take it to heart. In an instant, Icarus felt much better about Yang Ming. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming would take the opportunity to blackmail her for something, such as something like a promise of marriage. If she knew that Yang Ming was just to complete the task issued by the system, she didn't know what she would think. It can only be said that she thought too much. At this time, Kakashi walked in front of the two strong men and looked down at them. Just now, he used two shadow clones to attack from underground, wasn't it for the purpose of capturing them alive? Leniency for honesty, severity for resistance, you should tell everything. The two strong men looked at each other and seemed a little tempted. After all, they were just taking money to help others get rid of disasters, there was no need to fight to the end. What's more, the opponent was obviously a powerful ninja. The two strong men had also heard some rumors circulating among the people, such as that ninjas could use ninjutsu to obtain information after death. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, this is a symbol of suffering even after death. So, the two of them were also very straightforward, and just as they were about to speak, unexpectedly, something strange happened. A sharp pain came, and the two men stared with anger. In full view of the public, their heads suddenly sank. Then, countless insects crawled out of their ears, mouths, and noses. Anyone who saw this scene would feel a tingling scalp. Two living people were eaten by a group of bugs in just a short moment. At this time, Kakashi suddenly turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Chapter 53. Please call me Red Scarf, do good things without leaving a name. 3 more. Konoha Village. The wind tonight is a bit noisy. In the dark night, two agile figures quickly leaped across the roof. They were like elves in the dark, with light postures, dancing dangerously in the dark night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the moonlight of the night, the kunao looked particularly deep, like a dancing venomous snake, attacking like a violent storm. Kakashi spat secretly, scolding the other party for being a prodigal son in his heart, and had to change direction suddenly to avoid the other party's endless attacks. In the basement of the supermarket, when Kakashi found that the two strong men guarding Ayam died inexplicably, with his years of vigilance, he suddenly discovered that someone was hiding in the dark. So Kakashi chased him, and this scene happened. This mysterious man is simply looking for death. Kakashi thought to himself while chasing him. Could it be that the other party didn't know that the village was really crowded at night, curfew? The Anbu people are always on standby. Sure enough, in less than a moment, 4 figures wearing black robes and masks came from all directions. This is still a relatively close distance. If it takes longer, more Anbu will come. Kakashi said inwardly, the other party is dead. Under the 4 Enbu's various ninjutsu bombardment, the turbulent water escape, the sharp wind escape, the powerful force, broke through the sky, and attacked the mysterious man together. Even if the mysterious man seemed to have used all his strength, the sky was full of Kyo covering the sky and the ground, he could not stop the torrent of ninjutsu. The mysterious man had no power to resist at all, and was quickly suppressed, which was extremely miserable. At this time, Kakashi came to the mysterious man and saw a completely unfamiliar face, spitting blood and pale. Kakashi was about to take the mysterious man away, but unexpectedly, a hand blocked it. Kakashi glared at the other party, "What are you doing? This is our trophy." A hoarse voice sounded from under the mask, and then without giving Kakashi any face, he carried the person away directly. The cold wind blew, bringing a refreshing feeling. Suddenly, Kakashi's mind became clear. It seems that the Enbu mask just now is a little different. What's different? The patterns on their masks are more complex and colorful. It's the root. Although they belong to the Enbu, they are a separate system and are loyal to Denzo's root. At this moment, for some reason, Kakashi's heart was shrouded in a cloud. Why would the people who came be members of the root? Why did they stop me and take the mysterious man away? One question after another came one after another, giving the always lazy Kakashi a headache. Forget it, let's leave this problem to the Hokage. Kakashi laughed at himself and simply threw the blame to the Sandaime without any psychological burden. On the other side, Yang Ming escorted Icarus all the way to Kakashi's home. Uncle Ichiraku had been looking forward to it for a long time. When he saw that his daughter was safe and sound, he immediately ran out and hugged Icarus. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Uncle Ichiraku was very happy, and several sentences could not be revolved around this sentence. But Icarus had already felt the father's love as high as a mountain, her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears flowed down again. This time, she was no longer crying because of fear, but just because she was happy to reunite with her family. Seeing them like this, Yang Ming was also sincerely happy for them. Unfortunately, the system always jumped out at this warm occasion. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, rescue Uncle Yul's daughter Changpu. Mission description: after knowing the truth, can you still watch a beautiful girl die? Mission reward: Lao Ganma recipe. I regret to tell the host that due to special reasons, the reward has been confiscated. I hope the host will continue to work hard. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. This is a mockery from the system. It must be like this, otherwise why are the rewards for 2 consecutive hidden missions the Lao Ganma recipe? And he can't claim it. In his heart, Yang Ming raised his middle finger high to the system, expressing his lofty respect for the system, which is like a surging river and endless. After Uncle Yul and his daughter had a long love, Uncle Yul walked up to Yang Ming, patted his shoulder heavily, and said with a heroic smile, "Good boy, thanks to you this time." In front of his tall and majestic figure, Yang Ming was like a young seedling. He was shivering in pain after being patted by him. However, the realm of pretending is that you can't let people see your true self. Although Yang Ming cried out in pain, he grinned and said, "When you see injustice, you should help. I just did my little bit. What a good one to help when you see injustice." Uncle Yul laughed heartily. The more he looked at Yang Ming, the more he thought this young man was really pleasing to the eye. Whether it is Yang Ming's own ability or his character, they are all top choices. Why didn't he realize it before? But it seems not too late now. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Uncle Yul's mind, and his attitude towards Yang Ming naturally became more easygoing. That look, wishing to treat Yang Ming as his son. As Uncle Yul's daughter, Changpu has been living with him, so she can see what her father is thinking. Suddenly, a blush quietly jumped onto her face, which was so beautiful. Changpu lowered her head, occasionally pretending to be indifferent, watching Yang Ming chatting and bragging with his father. Although he looked a little ordinary and was not her type, for some reason, she felt a throbbing heartbeat. She cupped her cheeks with both hands. I felt my hands getting hot, and thought to myself, is this the feeling of liking someone? As the daughter of the famous Uncle Ichiraku in the village, Ayam is not only beautiful, but also eloquent, smart and capable. I don't know how many people's dream lover. Every Valentine's Day, there are always a lot of singles who come to give him gifts. Among them, there are some chunin. You can imagine how popular Ayam is. Her status in Konoha is equivalent to the campus belle in the university, and every move attracts countless people's attention. If the villagers knew that Ayam actually liked Yang Ming, I don't know how many people's hearts would be broken. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming also felt tired and wanted to refuse to leave. But Uncle Ichiraku seemed very excited and refused to let him go. At this time, the door opened and Kakashi, the owner of the house, came back. As if he had found a savior, Yang Ming said, "Uncle Ichiraku, I still have to make buns for Kakashi tomorrow, so I'll go back today. You can have a good chat with Kakashi." After that, Yang Ming ran away without paying attention to Uncle Ichiraku's sad expression. Chapter 54 Famous throughout the country. As the pillar of the fire country, Konoha village's every move has attracted the attention of the entire fire country. Although the match between Uncle Ichiraku and Yang Ming was very hasty, Uncle Ichiraku's fame was unstoppable. Apart from anything else, Uncle Ichiraku's name alone has long been spread throughout the country. And the chef who was able to defeat Uncle Ichiraku was a 12-year-old boy, which gave him more topics to talk about. For a while, the entire fire country was discussing this match. Just like the start of the Olympics, the whole country was filled with a flourishing atmosphere. In the streets and in the market, there are even more people talking about Yang Ming. Whether at the wine table or at work, the center of people's communication is all around this rising star. As time goes by, more people know Yang Ming and realize that he comes from a poor background. In an instant, Yang Ming has become the spokesperson for the dreams of young people and the prince of dreams of young girls. The residence of the daimyo of the fire country. This place is worthy of being the core of the strongest country in the world. At a glance, the pavilions, 9 curved corridors, golden splendor, and endless luxury and prosperity make people dazzled. The solemn guards, the graceful and beautiful maids, and thousands of servants, interspersed in this daimyo's residence covering an area of 10,000 acres, make this place particularly lively. Passing through the layers of strict arrangements, a high-rise building that is different from other buildings rises from the ground, looking exquisite and elegant, revealing a scent of books. A young girl in her 20s, served by several beautifully dressed maids, half leaned gracefully on a stool. She enjoyed the massage on her shoulders while looking at the documents in her hand, with a bright smile on her lips. That boy named Yang Ming actually defeated Ichiraku. It looks like the food he cooked is delicious. I really want to go to Konoha to try it. Like an oriole singing in the green willows, a pleasant voice came from her mouth. But surprisingly, the nearby maids were shocked after hearing it, and said anxiously, "Princess, are you trying to sneak out again? Don't do that. Why are you all like this? It really makes me angry." The girl frowned, but she didn't look like an ordinary person. She was still very cute, just like a person in a painting. Seeing their master angry, several maids immediately knelt down in panic and said, "Princess, we don't want to stop you, it's all because the daimyo cares about you." "I don't care." The girl was at the age of playing, and she was always trapped at home by the daimyo. She had long wanted to see the outside world. So, the girl smiled brightly, hooked her fingers at the maids, and gave a few instructions. After a while, the girl put on the maid's clothes and sneaked out of the building. In the daimyo's office, a middle-aged man was working hard. His face was thin and his figure was tall. Although he tried to look majestic, his vulgar temperament occasionally leaked out. Sometimes he would inadvertently pick up a fan to fan himself, and his gestures revealed a touch of sissy temperament. The daimyo looked at the exclusive information in his hand, which recorded in detail the match between Uncle Yul and Yang Ming, and even Yang Ming's detailed information was in it. "Oh my, Konoha is really lively now, how about I add fuel to the fire?" As the top leaders of the strongest country in the world, none of them are fools. Although the fire country has always relied on Konoha village to use it as a force to deter many disobedient countries, this does not mean that the daimyo is willing to see Konoha village out of his control. The best example is the establishment of the 12 guardian ninjas who are dedicated to protecting the daimyo. This is a powerful team composed of 12 elite ninjas. Together, the 12 of them can even threaten cage-level strongmen, but they don't belong to Konoha village, but a special army that belongs to the daimyo. Unfortunately, the daimyo failed in the end, and the Sandame stuffed his son Asuma into it, and finally created a weird split. The reason was whether to protect the Hokage? My brother is awesome. The purpose of your team is clearly to protect the daimyo, but you even got the purpose wrong. There is no doubt that this is naturally Asuma's masterpiece. The daimyo held his chin and thought. From the information in his hand, it can be seen that in Konoha village, a potential force is ready to move. Although he will not help this force, he does not intend to help the Sandame. After a while, a good idea came to the daimyo's mind. Come on! The daimyo shouted to the outside of the door. Soon, several servants came in hurriedly. Bring me paper, ink, pen, and inkstone. The daimyo gave orders. Yes, sir. When the paper, ink, brush, and inkstone came up, the daimyo picked up the brush, and a heroic spirit suddenly arose. Suddenly, dragons and snakes danced, the brush and ink soared, and a line of poetry was formed. The daimyo looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, looked around proudly, and said, Come and see how it is written. How dare the servants not obey? They walked forward tremblingly, glanced at it casually, and complimented, Daimyo's literary achievements are unparalleled, and will be passed down through the ages for thousands of years. For a moment, the daimyo was praised and waved his hand, not caring about a few drops of ink spilled on the paper, and pointed to a person casually, saying, You, quickly send this calligraphy to Yang Ming who defeated Yul, to express my appreciation for him. Yes, sir. The servant was speechless in his heart, complaining about the daimyo's casual writing, and felt sad for Yang Ming, whom he had never met. It's hard to bear such a weird name. Some are happy, some are sad. A secret base in Konoha village. This is a secret office of the root of the Anbu. At this moment, there are two men who are in charge of the dark forces in Konoha village. The leader of the Anbu, Danzo. Danzo took a sip of tea leisurely and said, I have done what you asked me to do for you. According to the agreement, you should give me the Sharingan in your hand. Although the leader of the Anbu wore a mask, people could not see his expression, but his tone had betrayed him. Danzo, you are also embarrassed to mention this, the few people you lent me are simply trash. Oh. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said in a gloomy way, Are you trying to deceive me? Although Danzo did not specifically target the leader of the Anbu, a chill like 1,000-year-old ice suddenly swept over, like a raging tornado, suffocating. The leader of the Anbu knew that this was Danzo demonstrating to him. But thinking of Yang Ming who had ruined his plans many times, the leader of the Anbu was unwilling and said, As long as your people help me kill Yang Ming, I will keep my promise. Not in the village. Then lead him outside the village. The leader of the Anbu made up his mind. Deal. Chapter 55 A small shop that reminds people of happiness. Konoha village, Yang Ming's shop. Early in the morning, before Yang Ming opened the door, many customers spontaneously lined up in a long queue. There were many people familiar with Yang Ming, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Old Man Tongjian. But none of them got the first place, because there were already people there. To Yang Ming's surprise, the first person was still the silent woman. For several days, this pregnant woman came to line up early in the morning, and every time she ordered ice cream, so Yang Ming remembered her very deeply. After opening the store door, the woman silently found a seat and sat down. How about a cup of ice cream? Yang Ming said. The woman nodded, and then did not speak, but lowered her head and stroked her bulging belly lovingly. Fortunately, because the store is now popular, Yang Ming's kitchen has been prepared. Soon, the ice cream was served. The woman smiled at Yang Ming, stretched out her white onion-like fingers, picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of ice cream, and enjoyed it silently. The woman ate while closing her eyes slightly, her thoughts drifting away. That year, she was 13 and he was 15, and they met on a stormy evening. The two fell in love at first sight and sparks quickly collided. Although both of them became drowned rats, soaked by the rain. But he still smiled and said, Fortunately, I happened to meet you. In the hazy drizzle, his smile was like a warm day in the cold winter, warming the woman's heart. Once, he took the woman to the distant snow country, where they skied and enjoyed the vast white snow world. It was also there that the woman tasted ice cream, an excellent delicacy sought after by the dignitaries of the snow country. The woman had thought about what her future significant other would look like. Is he handsome? Rich? Or wise and powerful? When she ate the ice cream, the woman had the answer. Because she happened to meet you. Whether she lived an ordinary life or a prosperous life, the woman felt that as long as he was there, the world would be there. Because she happened to meet you, the footprints left behind were beautiful. Regardless of wind and rain, that year, that night, that cup of ice cream had already melted in the woman's heart. The woman stroked her bulging belly with a kind face, and her eyes were filled with deep worry. The child's father had been gone for nearly a month, and there was no news until now. I don't know what happened to him over there. The sweetness of the ice cream melted in her mouth, and a trace of coldness drifted out, but the woman's heart was hot. Because she saw the figure that appeared at the door of the store. Back. The woman unexpectedly broke her silent image in the past and pretended to be calm. I'm back. Although the man answered calmly, his pace quickened a lot, and he hugged the woman in his arms. I'm glad you're back. The woman said concisely. The corners of her mouth had already curled up, and tears of excitement flowed down. Do you remember what I told you? The man quietly felt the warmth of the other party. Although the world is big, it can't separate us. The woman nodded heavily, tears had already flowed, and her face was like a cat. Because she didn't want to feel the pain of separation again, the woman came to Yang Ming's shop every day. By tasting ice cream, she could feel the happy life they had together. Their life was very ordinary. The man always changed his sweaty clothes one by one, and the woman always helped him clean them one by one. The woman always liked to go shopping, and the man always took the initiative to help her carry large and small bags of goods. Because I just met you, all this was destined. After a long separation, I understand the meaning of hugging. When the woman hugged the man, she felt that she had embraced the world. At this moment, they are the only protagonists in the world. It seemed like a century had passed, and it seemed like only a moment had passed. The woman broke free from the man's arms and raised her tearful face. Dear, do you remember when you took me to the snow country? Of course. The man smiled and said, that is the best memory of my life. Then let's recall it together today. As if the man had returned, the woman felt much better and took his hand to her seat. Because Yang Ming's shop was very small and there were many people, she could only sit on the man's lap. There is ice cream here. The man asked in surprise. You will know if you try it. Okay. The woman picked up the spoon she had just used, gently scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, and fed it to the man's mouth. Ah! The man cooperated and opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. The two of them did not take their eyes off each other. The woman also took a bite of ice cream. At this moment, the soft touch of the ice cream instantly touched the two of them. That year, that night, that cup of ice cream, just like today. The world is so big, there are so many excellent people, but they only chose each other. Although the two have never said the three most important words, it is no longer important. Sweetness has been integrated into the soul. Because I happened to meet you, the footprints I left behind are so beautiful. If there is really a destiny in the world, women are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately they met the right you. The sweetness on the tip of the tongue is less than 1/10,000th of the sweetness in the heart. But the two still ate one bite at a time, ignoring everyone present, as if they were the only ones in the world. Seeing the happy expressions on their faces, even Kakashi, a single dog for thousands of years, couldn't help but order a cup of ice cream. Because Kakashi once heard Lin say that in the distant snow country, there is a most delicious dessert called ice cream. Lin, this is my wish for you. Kakashi said secretly. Eat it in one bite. The cold stimulation reaches the brain directly, making people unprepared. Kakashi shuddered suddenly. But what followed was the sweetness entangled on the tip of the tongue, which was tangled and tangled, lingering to the end of the world. This is... what a magical feeling! What a superb taste! At this moment, Kakashi seemed to have returned to the time when Obito, Rin, and the fourth Hokage were all there. Only after losing something can you understand what you once had forever. Bonds, friendship, teacher-student relationship. Because I happened to meet you, I realized the deep meaning of bond and the true meaning of living as a ninja. Thank you, teacher, Obito, Rin. If there is another life, I will be your classmate again. Thank you, I happened to meet you. Separation is a song of farewell, it makes people sad and cry, but also makes people grow up. Without separation, you can't feel the meaning of being together. Kakashi seemed to have realized something at this moment, and his respect for Boss Yang Ming in his heart was like a torrent of water, continuous. Chapter 56. The big name came to reward me. There will always be many painful things in life, such as encountering others showing affection, fancy showing affection, sweet showing affection. How do single dogs feel about this? Looking at the sweet appearance of other couples, at this moment, Kakashi felt like doubting his life. The most speechless thing in the world is that when you feel sad, there is still a bad friend around you. Might Guy patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said earnestly, Kakashi, youth only needs companions, not love. Kakashi turned his head and saw Might Guy showing his signature move, giving him a thumbs up and showing his white and shining teeth. Even if you don't have a girlfriend, I'm here. At this moment, Might Guy felt that he was sublimated, like a sun, emitting dazzling light. Kakashi. Kakashi wanted to say that he really didn't need gay love, really. In order to take a small revenge on Might Guy, Kakashi took the meat bun in front of him while he was not paying attention and stole it. Then, with Might Guy's face full of grief and anger, he swallowed it in one gulp. Might Guy, Kakashi, I'm going to challenge you for the 3211th time. I refuse. Are you still a man? Sorry, I'm a boy. Kakashi, where is your moral integrity? What happened here is just a corner of the shop. Here, people put down the burden of work, while enjoying the food, and re-understanding themselves. Diners are not only tasting food, but also tasting life. There are 1,000 diners for 1,000 buns. The world is all-encompassing, showing all kinds of things and all kinds of worldly things. The food cooked by Yang Ming seems to have a kind of magic that makes people addicted to it. It can make you cry and make you laugh. It makes you eat with tears, and it can also make you crazy with joy. It's incredible. In the past, Kakashi always held the intimate paradise and always liked to flip through it when he had nothing to do. Now it's different. Kakashi feels uncomfortable if he doesn't eat the food of Boss Yang Ming for a day. Sometimes, Kakashi even thought that he was under a magic spell, which caused such a thing to happen. This is simply too unbelievable. Just when the guests were eating happily, there was a commotion at the door of the store, and a noisy sound came. Seeing this, Kakashi walked away to get rid of Might Guy's entanglement. When he walked out of the store, Kakashi saw a bunch of new guests. They wanted to raise their heads to the sky, with a high-spirited virtue. Moreover, these people actually skipped the guests who had worked hard to line up and planned to go directly into the store. How could those guests tolerate this? So, the two sides quarreled and couldn't agree. A leader walked out of the newcomers, his eyes curled up, like the eyes of a city person looking at a countryman, and said with disdain, "We are special envoys who came here on the orders of the daimyo, and you common people don't get out of the way quickly. This person is really unreasonable. Moreover, many customers have been waiting in line for a long time. How could they be sent away by him with just one sentence? Moreover, this is Konoha village. The world is big, the Hokage is the most important, and the daimyo is nothing. Naturally, both sides dislike each other. Oh, this is troublesome." Kakashi was speechless. He didn't expect that he was the daimyo's envoy. What's even more strange is that they actually came to this small shop, seemingly to find Boss Yang Ming. Kakashi thought to himself, could it be that the daimyo wants to hire Boss Yang Ming as his personal chef? Kakashi shuddered suddenly. This is really terrible. Kakashi couldn't imagine how bleak his life would be if he could no longer eat Boss Yang Ming's meat buns. Just as Kakashi was thinking about it, Yang Ming also noticed the chaos at the door and walked out of the kitchen. After understanding the development of the incident, Yang Ming had no good feelings towards these so-called special envoys. In his opinion, these people were extremely self-abased. Poor fellow, came here thinking he could show off his power by using the name of the daimyo. What's more, these people affected his business. So, Yang Ming walked up to them and said calmly, "You are not welcome here. How far your thoughts are, just get out of here. These people are the daimyo's subordinates." Yang Ming's move is undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Can you imagine that a chef slaps the subordinates of a country's head in the face in front of everyone? How arrogant! Seeing this, other diners started to make a noise. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The voices were like waves, one wave after another, which surprised the people around, and they looked at these so-called envoys with strange eyes. "You!" The envoy leader's face was ashen, and he felt that a breath of anger was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't help but vent it. These bold and unruly people! It's so infuriating. But thinking of the mission of the daimyo, he endured it. The envoy leader took a deep breath and said, "You are Boss Yang Ming, right?" Although it was a question, the tone was very sure. As a servant beside the daimyo, he already knew that the only one who could be so arrogant in Konoha village was Yang Ming. Then, he took out a roll of paper wrapped in fine brocade and pulled it out to show it. "Boss Yang Ming, this is a gift given to you by the daimyo to commend your achievements in cooking. This is the supreme grace from the daimyo, Boss Yang Ming, you just kneel down and accept it sincerely." The first sentence came from the original words of the daimyo, as for the second sentence. Haha, that was purely made up by him. The envoy leader secretly hated Yang Ming's insult to him just now, and deliberately used the daimyo's reputation to make Yang Ming kneel down in front of everyone. As for whether anyone would doubt it, the envoy leader said that these people present would have the opportunity to ask the daimyo in person. Therefore, he pulled up the tiger skin without any burden, to make Yang Ming look bad. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, if I accept the reward from the daimyo, I need to kneel down, then. I refuse. Yang Ming's firm words echoed around. The envoy leader's mouth turned cold. Boss Yang Ming, you have to think clearly, this is the good intention of the daimyo. If you don't accept it, you will look down on the daimyo. Yang Ming shrugged and said nonchalantly, since the daimyo doesn't respect me, why should I respect him? A word shocked 1,000 layers of waves. This sentence is simply crazy. When will the daimyo respect civilians? For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Even the envoy leader who deliberately set a trap was shocked and speechless. Everyone couldn't help but think, am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Chapter 57 Climbing from Under My Crotch. How dare you? The envoy leader shouted. As the saying goes, if the king insults his subjects, they will die. He absolutely cannot tolerate a commoner daring to challenge the authority of the daimyo. Even if the other party is right, it won't work. This is not a dialectic of black and white, but the butt determines the head. The envoy leader's face was frosty, gloomy as the frost in the 12th lunar month, and he said gloomily, I have heard that Boss Yang Ming is arrogant and domineering. Today, it is better to see him in person than to hear about him. This envoy would like to see if you are really as capable as the legend says. As he spoke, he pointed to his colleagues behind him, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boss Yang Ming, do you think the food in your restaurant can meet the tastes of all of them? If one of them says no, I think you don't need to open this store. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. In order to take revenge on Yang Ming, the chief envoy resorted to such a mean means. On the surface, this seems very fair, after all, Yang Ming's dishes are really great. But don't forget the old saying, calling a deer a horse. Even if these people like him in their hearts, they are all the same kind of people. If they go against their conscience and say that Yang Ming's dishes are not delicious, it will be equivalent to giving the chief envoy an excuse. At that time, he will have a good reputation and will not give people the impression of bullying. On the contrary, he can also get a good reputation, and others will only think that he has brought down a chef with a false reputation. Even if he returns to the daimyo, he will have an explanation. Not only will he not be punished, but there is even the possibility of reward. When he thought that he turned the passive into the active with just a few words, the chief envoy felt proud. Can Yang Ming refuse? No. Once he refuses, it will be in line with the intention of the chief envoy, and he can discredit Yang Ming, saying that he is guilty and that his reputation is not worthy of him. Regardless of the choice, the envoy leader it seems that Yang Ming will be infamous and will never be able to turn over. This is his revenge. It is really vicious. Kakashi naturally understood the mystery and came to Yang Ming with a worried look. Boss Yang Ming, I will come forward later. You'd better be submissive and admit your mistakes to the special envoy. Then the special envoy will look at my little face and maybe we can make peace. This is a fair way. Although it is cowardly, it is a solution. For Kakashi, this is also the maximum strength he can provide. If it is more, he can only ask the third generation to come forward. You want me to apologize? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Okay. Just when Kakashi was happy and thought that Yang Ming had changed his character, he suddenly changed his tone. Let him apologize to me first. Suddenly, Kakashi was petrified and stunned. As expected of Boss Yang Ming, he could say this so confidently. The other party is the daimyo's special envoy. He is not just some random person. If the other party says to close your shop, then he dares to really close it. Kakashi saw that he could not persuade him, so he quickly found Might Guy who was still eating ramen and told him everything. Aren't you Yang Ming's younger brother? Go and persuade him. Unexpectedly, Might Guy wiped his mouth calmly and said, Kakashi, you don't have to think about this. I know my eldest brother's character best. He will never compromise. Ah. Kakashi sighed. To be honest, Kakashi really didn't want Yang Ming to get involved in this mess. No matter what, this was a losing situation. By then, he might not be able to eat meat buns every day anymore. Since eating meat buns, Kakashi has found other delicacies like chewing wax, without any fun. Especially the youthful way of eating recommended by Might Guy, applying Lao Gan Ma hot sauce on the buns, the delicious taste is simply unforgettable. Unfortunately, there is only one bottle of this magical hot sauce, and it was eaten up by him and Might Guy in a few days. He was not the only one who was as anxious as Kakashi. The diners who had eaten in the store in the past few days surrounded Yang Ming and started to talk to him, hoping that he would think twice before doing anything and not do something that would make him regret. These diners were really scared, afraid that they would never be able to eat the food made by Yang Ming again in the future, so they tried their best. Especially Senju Tongjian, this old man was even more amazing. Obviously he was the oldest one present, but he had the most violent temper. He pointed at Yang Ming and pointed at a wall, saying, "Boss Yang Ming, just listen to Kakashi's advice, otherwise, I will hit my head and die in front of you." As he said, he really did it. Old Tongjian took old steps and ran straight towards a wall. Could Yang Ming just watch him die without helping? No. What's more, the other party was doing it for his own good. Yang Ming grabbed old Tongjian and said helplessly, "Old man, please act more like a real person next time, don't run like a turtle." Hee. Old Tongjian was not ashamed, but said happily, "Have you figured it out?" Yang Ming looked around and saw pairs of expectant eyes, and sighed secretly. "I figured it out." "It's good if you figured it out." So, accompanied by Kakashi, Yang Ming walked to the leader of the special envoys. The envoy leader smiled coldly, "Have you thought about it?" "I'm very busy." Kakashi showed him his elite Jonin certificate. "Sir, I think there must be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" The envoy leader looked indifferent, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. "You said insulting the daimyo is also a misunderstanding? This is really a joke." Kakashi had expected this and looked calm. "Sir, I think Boss Yang Ming has realized his mistake. Please give me a face, and let's sit down and talk." "Give you a face?" The envoy leader glanced at Yang Ming. "Okay." Just as Kakashi was happy, the envoy leader stretched out one leg, hooked it, and pointed down, not hiding his complacency at all. "Yang Ming, as long as you crawl under my crotch, I will spare you." As soon as these words came out, Kakashi's face turned green instantly. He just boasted that he could save Yang Ming's face. But in the blink of an eye, he was trampled under the feet of the special envoy leader. No matter who it was, his face would not be very good. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a special envoy of the daimyo, Kakashi might have really wanted to kill him. Kakashi's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Really, there is no negotiation?" The special envoy leader raised his head proudly. "Negotiation? Didn't I say it? As long as Yang Ming is willing to crawl under my crotch, I will spare him." Hearing the other party's words before Kakashi could say anything, Might Guy jumped out and shouted, "What kind of bullshit negotiation is this?" He waved his fist, and the veins on the back of his fist bulged. "Do you want to try it? What is rebellious youth?" Chapter 58 Everyone is equal in front of food, please collect and recommend. "Akai, stop talking." Yang Ming looked at the leader of the special envoys with a calm face. "Don't you want to taste my cooking skills? Then come in." The leader of the special envoys laughed strangely. "Then I'd rather obey you than be respectful." As he said that, he raised his head, like a victorious rooster, and led a group of special envoys into the store. Might Guy was shocked. "Brother, I can help you beat them up, I don't think they dare to say anything to me." Might Guy did have the confidence, after all, he was an elite jonin, and even the daimyo would give him some face. Kakashi also nodded and agreed, "He is a small envoy, but he is so arrogant. Even if we beat him up, the daimyo has no right to blame us. At most, he will complain to the Hokage and say that he is incompetent." Yang Ming shook his head. "I have a different idea." He pointed to the simple shop and said emotionally, "Since I opened this restaurant, as long as they are guests, I must respect them and cook delicious food for them to feel happy. Whether they are heads of state or prisoners with serious crimes, as long as they are hungry and want to eat my food, I will cook it. Because in my opinion, everyone is equal in front of food." At this moment, Yang Ming's figure in front of everyone, like a saint in the world, emitting a dazzling light. And the couplet next to the door of the shop seemed to confirm all this. "This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant." This is the style that a chef should have. At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind, and they looked at Yang Ming with sincere admiration. In fact, it was just that the system temporarily issued a task, which made Yang Ming change his mind, otherwise he would have asked Might Guy to beat up these idiots. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, conquer the stomachs of the envoys. Task description: the process of becoming a chef is not a smooth journey. You will always meet all kinds of people. As a chef, you must be determined to conquer everyone's stomach. Task reward: the puppet with the combat power of the middle ninja is promoted to the puppet with the combat power of the special ninja. Afterwards, Yang Ming also entered the shop, and the onlookers entered one after another. However, the shop was too small, and they stood at the door one by one, tiptoed and stretched their necks to look inside. When the envoy leader saw the menu, his face turned green. A bowl of beef ramen costs 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream costs 250 yuan. A meat bun costs 666 yuan. A serving of egg fried rice costs 998 yuan. Oh my god, the envoy leader didn't know that the food in the shop was so expensive, and he pretended to promise the other envoys that he would treat them to this meal, so everyone could eat as much as they wanted. Once the words are spoken, they can never be taken back, otherwise where is his prestige? The other envoys didn't know, and thought that the leader was using this to bribe them, so they ordered everything on the menu one by one. There are a total of 9 envoys and the leader, so even if the envoy leader doesn't order, let's see how much he has to pay. 16,336 yuan. So expensive. It's better to rob. But knowing that he was cheated, the envoy leader still had to show an expression that everything was under control, but his heart was as painful as a knife. God has pity on him. He is usually just an attendant of the daimyo, equivalent to the secretary of the chairman. He is just a small role. How high can his salary be? This meal directly ate up his 3 months' salary. Originally, the envoy leader thought that he could use the daimyo's tiger skin to bully others and enjoy the respect of others. How could he have thought of this? Suddenly, his hatred for Yang Ming was so great that it was hard to exhaust it. The eyes he looked at Yang Ming became more vicious and cold. An ignorant envoy saw that the leader did not order any food, and kindly reminded him, "Chief, why don't you order any food? Aren't you hungry? No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." The envoy leader was angry, but he couldn't get angry. That was called aggrieved. Moreover, he had to pretend that he forgot to order. Then I'll order all of them. After saying this, the envoy leader felt even more pain in his heart. My salary. This damn Yang Ming. In this world, there are always some people who do something wrong, but vent their anger on others. Undoubtedly, the special envoy leader is such a person. Humph, after we finish eating, I will say that it is not delicious at all. You are asking such a high price, which is obviously blackmail. Then I will use this to make trouble, and maybe I can avoid it. Pay the bill. The envoy leader thought gloomily. Yang Ming didn't know what they were thinking, and even if he knew, it wouldn't affect his concentration on cooking. Yang Ming was like a master chef with decades of experience, cooking food skillfully in the kitchen, without any dragging of the process, as smooth as flowing water. Yang Ming gave people an illusion, as if he was not cooking, but dancing a swan dance, elegant, beautiful, and without worldly fireworks. Soon, the food was ready. When beef ramen, meat buns, egg fried rice and ice cream were placed on the table one by one, the mixed and gathered aromas flourished, like a volcanic eruption, erupting suddenly. Boom! A torrent of aroma suddenly erupted, sweeping everyone present, like a stormy wave hitting a small boat, and submerged it in an instant. It was said that it was too late, and it was too fast. Whether it was the envoys or Kakashi, they were all caught in the vortex of aroma. This is... how wonderful! This fragrance should only exist in heaven. How many times can we smell it in the world? It's worth it to be able to smell this fragrance in this lifetime. People exclaimed in various ways, and even some of the envoys were conquered. The betraying envoys put their noses to the table and sniffed hard, and their faces suddenly showed an extremely intoxicated expression. That feeling was like ascending to heaven. It's amazing, there is such a delicacy in the world. I have worked with the daimyo for so long, and I have never seen such a delicious food. Hearing his colleagues vying to praise Yang Ming's dishes, the envoy leader's face suddenly turned ugly. You are on the same team with me. Praising Yang Ming like this, aren't you secretly cursing him? What a slap in the face! In order to prevent the situation from falling into an irreversible point, the envoy leader coughed and drew their attention. I know everyone likes this fragrance, but because of this, we have to taste it carefully and make fair and just comments, don't you agree? The envoy leader emphasized the words of fairness and justice. The other envoys were shocked and restrained their expressions. They all looked solemn. Chapter 59 The daimyo's envoys kneeled down to sing conquer. Under the anxious eyes of Kakashi and his group, the envoys began to taste the food in Yang Ming's shop. The envoy leader picked up the chopsticks and pretended to be very tasteful and said, "Tisk tisk, look, these chopsticks are dull and old, and they give me a very bad first impression. I even have no appetite to eat." Bullshit. The old man Tongjian had the most irritable temper. He was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He relied on the fact that he was the eldest of the Senju clan and walked over and poked the envoy leader's nose with his finger. "You little bastard, you don't even know what these chopsticks are made of. You are the envoy of the daimyo. You." The envoy leader's face turned pale. "Where did you come from, you unruly person? How dare you talk to me like that? Old man." The old man Tongjian pointed at himself and raised his head proudly. "Haha, when I was drinking tea and playing chess with the previous generation of famous people, you, a little bastard, didn't know where you were." The envoy leader didn't believe it. "You are bragging." "Humph." The old man Tongjian looked at him contemptuously. "I will not change my surname or my name. I am Jian Shao Tongjian." "What?" The envoy leader's face changed drastically, and his hand loosened, and the chopsticks fell to the ground with a snap, making a crisp sound. But what happened next surprised the envoy leader even more. Old man Tongjian ignored him, and even at his age, he actually bent down to pick up the chopsticks. Look at his treasure, as if it were his life. But the envoy leader did not dare to neglect it. Because this man is Senju Tongjian. Although he is not a ninja, he is a close friend of the previous daimyo. How dare the envoy leader offend old man Tongjian, and quickly took out a tissue from his pocket and wanted to wipe the chopsticks. "Who knows, old man Tongjian did not give him face at all. Take your dirty hands away." After that, he took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the chopsticks carefully, as if he wanted to remove every last speck of dust. Then, he returned the chopsticks to the envoy leader and said coldly, "Eat quickly, and get out of here after you finish eating." If someone else said this, the envoy leader would definitely ignore him. But in front of old man Tongjian, he could only pretend to be a grandson and nod and say yes. After this farce, the envoy leader was secretly shocked. "Oh my god, this little shop is too scary." Not only the Jonin came, but even the old immortal like Senju Tongjian came. But what if it's like this? He is going to kill Yang Ming today. After all, old man Tongjian is a good friend of the previous generation of daimyo, but he has nothing to do with the current generation of daimyo, the envoy leader sneered in his heart. "No matter how amazing the dishes you Yang Ming cooks are, I will sentence you to death." So, he took a bite of noodles. This is. The elastic noodles are bouncing and flying. It's like countless ping-pong balls bouncing up and down in the tongue. The envoy leader took a bite of noodles and felt as if he had released a terrifying dragon. The whole tongue was ravaged by a delicious taste. Every taste bud and every inch of territory was eroded by the dragon. In the end, there were only 2 words left in the envoy leader's mind. Delicious. It was so delicious that he forgot everything, as if all the troubles in the world were thrown away. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to those green years. He was still a young man who didn't know the dangers of the world. At that time, he was just like this moment. He had no burden in his heart, only a vision of the future. If you don't do second-year studies, you will be a waste of your youth. In those years, the special envoy leader saw the endless wars in the world, and he also wanted to travel the world with a sword and become a great hero praised by everyone like the first generation of Hokage. Unfortunately, time is a butcher knife, which changes people to the point that they don't even recognize their original selves. The special envoy leader's dream of becoming a great hero was shattered by the ruthlessness of time, and even the fragments were ground by time without powder. Society is a big divat. No matter how reluctant the special envoy leader was, in order to survive and live with dignity, he began to change himself. When did it start? The special envoy leader laughed at himself and closed his eyes to prevent others from seeing his eyes full of tears. Even the special envoy leader forgot that at some point, he learned to live with a mask, flattering the powerful and bullying the common people. His life was also covered with mottled colors from a blank sheet of paper, a mess, and he could never find the purity of the past. For fame and fortune, the envoy leader has done everything he can, and his heart is already filled with exhaustion. He missed those days when he foolishly lay on the grass, looking up at the stars, without any burden, and living only for himself. He missed those days when he could spend a day just listening to the radio, free and unfettered, like a god. Time flies, and the world changes. The young man who was full of hope for the future has now become an envoy who does whatever it takes to get to the top. He was still handsome back then, but he has been affected by his state of mind over the years, and his eyes have become more ruthless and less innocent. The envoy leader cried silently and smiled. A bowl of beef ramen walked into the softest place in his heart. A mouthful of noodles, a handful of tears, the envoy leader ate all the noodles, and tears had already flowed down his face. He looked around, but saw that other envoys were crying like him. Everyone smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. When the special envoy leader finished eating the other dishes, he licked his lips with satisfaction, feeling that his whole soul was cleansed and glowed with a different kind of brilliance. At this time, the special envoy leader no longer had the idea of revenge on Yang Ming. How can he die in such a place when he can make such touching food? The special envoy leader thought of his rough past, and at this moment he didn't want Yang Ming to repeat his tragedy. So, he resolutely made a decision. The special envoy leader walked in front of Yang Ming, and with a bang, he knelt on both knees. Boss Yang Ming's cooking skills are unparalleled and rare in the world. I am short-sighted and actually want to harm such a beautiful jade. I really deserve to die. A trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the special envoy leader. Please allow me to cut off one hand to thank the world. As he said, the special envoy leader pulled out a dagger and chopped straight at his left hand. It happened in a flash, and everything happened in a flash. No one present had expected that the development of the matter would actually take such a dramatic turn. The special envoy leader who originally wanted to kill Yang Ming would actually cut off one of his hands for the reputation of Yang Ming's shop. Who would believe this before? But now the fact is happening in front of everyone, so what can they do even if they don't believe it? Seeing that the dagger of the special envoy leader was about to touch the skin, blood would splatter on the spot. Suddenly, a hand like an eagle's claw tightly grabbed his right hand holding the dagger. Chapter 60 Teach the special envoy to be a new man, please collect and recommend. It's Kakashi. Grab the hand of the special envoy leader at the last moment and eliminate a blood disaster in the bud. Ding dang. The special envoy leader felt pain, his hand loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. No one could see Kakashi's expression under the mask. He looked at the envoy leader and said, if you want to apologize sincerely, you don't need to cut off your hand. That's right. At this time, Yang Ming also came back to his senses. He was really scared just now. He didn't expect the other party to do this. Fortunately, Yang Ming's acting skills are good enough to enter Hollywood now, and his face is calm, as if he would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed. Although I don't know why you suddenly changed so much, but... Yang Ming looked at the envoy leader sincerely. Reality is not just about the present, but also about poetry and the distance. If you want to thank me, then live well for me. After saying that, Yang Ming turned and left, leaving everyone with a mysterious back. The envoy leader was shocked and his heart was greatly shaken. He looked at Yang Ming's back with amazement, as if he was looking up at a towering mountain. After eating Yang Ming's food, he remembered his past. In those years, he dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. In those years, he was unrestrained and thought that his dream was within reach. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. In the face of reality, in order to live a miserable life, he changed too much, and even didn't recognize himself in the past. Reality is not just about the present, but also about poetry and the distance. The leader of the envoys murmured, and his eyes glowed brightly again. That was the light of faith that had been found again. The leader of the envoys kowtowed 3 times respectfully to Yang Ming's back, and then made a great decision in his heart, put the money on the table, and left with the others. The onlookers consciously left a path on both sides. Although they saw the envoys and their group of people with tears on their faces, no one laughed at them. Because many of them were also one of them, and were influenced by Yang Ming's food. In this world, if I want to say who I admire the most, it's only boss Yang Ming. A diner said with emotion. That's right. Another diner nodded in agreement. I had a quarrel with my wife and almost broke up. If I hadn't brought her here for a cup of ice cream, I'm afraid we would have broken up now. A diner concluded, Boss Yang Ming is a blessing to Konoha village. In the crowd, a young girl looked at the group of envoys angrily. Humph. It's all your fault. I queued for so long and couldn't eat Yang Ming's food. When I get back, I will report you to my dad. After a while, the store's business hours ended, and the customers who were still queuing had to leave with regret. When the people left the store, Yang Ming locked the door and looked at the system. Hidden mission: conquer the stomachs of the special envoys. Mission description: becoming a kitchen god is not a smooth journey. You will always meet all kinds of people. As a kitchen god, you must be determined to conquer everyone's stomach. Mission reward: the Chunin strength puppet is promoted to a special Jonin strength puppet. Mission completed, reward issued. Yang Ming's mind moved, and the puppet stored in the system suddenly appeared in the room. Now, the appearance of the once chubby puppet has not changed much, it is still the same, but it looks more hideous and terrifying. There is an extra layer of thorns on the surface of his body, each of which is as long as a finger. You can imagine how painful it would be if it pierced into a human body. And that's not all. The puppet's strength lies in its poison. These densely packed thorns emit an oily green light, and you can tell at a glance that it is full of poison. When Yang Ming noticed the puppet, the relevant information popped up. Name: Fatty. Level: Special Jonin. Ability: Poison Cone Hell, hundreds of accurate shots. Ability description: the puppet first releases smoke bombs, then uses steel needles to shoot the enemy. Senluo Hell, 10,000 thorns fired simultaneously. Ability description: the puppet releases all the thorns outside the body in an instant, causing huge destructive effects. Hungry Ghost Hell, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Ability description: the puppet opens its abdomen, traps the enemy inside, and then all the thorns on the surface of the body are pierced inward to achieve the purpose of strangling the enemy. Compared with only one ability before, there is no doubt that the current puppet has more powerful abilities. Senluo Hell has a great advantage over Poison Cone Hell, that is, the release speed is faster, and it is 360 degrees in all directions, making it hard to defend. As for the ability of Hungry Ghost Hell, it reminds Yang Ming of Qin Zhulang's puppet. I wonder which one is stronger between the two? To be honest, Yang Ming has a big advantage. That is, the puppet does not need to be controlled by chakra lines. It only needs to be controlled by the mind, and the puppet will move by itself, with strong freedom. It can be said that the shortcomings are also relatively lacking. Even if Yang Ming becomes a puppet master, he cannot transform the puppet, and he can only use one puppet at present. If he faces an experienced puppet master, he will have to fight against several people alone, which is simply a tragedy. Now, Yang Ming is most concerned about only one thing. Why has the first task issued by the system not been completed yet? Now, Yang Ming has also figured out the rules of the system tasks. Currently, the tasks are divided into 4 types: main tasks, hidden tasks, chain tasks, and achievement tasks. Hidden tasks are only triggered when encountering special events, and the rewards are diverse. Achievement tasks are different, tending to reward ninjutsu. Chain tasks cannot be seen now, because only one has been triggered so far, but the first task has already rewarded the opening of a Megatama Sharingan, so Yang Ming guessed that it tends to reward bloodline limits. As for the main task, it has not been completed yet, that is, defeating Ichiraku Restaurant. Task: defeat Ichiraku Restaurant and become a famous restaurant in Konoha village. Task prompt: as the future supreme god of food in the Naruto world, how could there be no small monsters to upgrade you? Task reward depends on the host's final results. But Yang Ming has already defeated Uncle Ichiraku? Why hasn't it been prompted to be completed yet? Moreover, since the rewards for other tasks are so rich, what will the rewards for the main task be like? Yang Ming is full of expectations for this. Yang Ming couldn't help asking, System, when will my main task be completed? Host, when the reputation of the store exceeds that of your restaurant, the number of customers every day must far exceed that of the other party. When the store continues in this state for a week, the system will determine that it has defeated your restaurant. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming suddenly realized that defeating Uncle Yul was just to improve the reputation of the store. And now, it seems that there is only one day left to meet the conditions for receiving the reward. Chapter 61. Where did the beautiful loli come from? Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sun set and it was dinner time again. In the past, people always went to Yule restaurant in groups of 3 or 2 to have a good meal. And now, the villagers have a second choice. Yang Ming's store. It is as bright as a comet. In a short period of time, it has suddenly become a famous store comparable to Yule restaurant from an unknown store, as if overnight. As the owner of the shop, Yang Ming has become a popular chef in Konoha village. Early in the morning, a long queue formed in front of Yang Ming's shop, forming a beautiful landscape with Yule restaurant. The 2 famous shops in the 2 villages had the same long queue in front of them, which was jokingly called double dragons playing with pearls by the villagers. Among them, it was more of a self-mockery of the diners. After all, it is not easy to queue up, and it may take an hour or so before it is your turn. As for queuing, Yang Ming's shop is probably the worst. Because the shop has an unwritten rule that it only operates for 2 hours at noon and in the evening, and no one will be served after the time limit. But even so, the villagers still come in an endless stream, all wanting to taste the legendary food that can make people happy. At worst, there is still Yule restaurant. This also led to a surge in the business of Yule restaurant in the past few days, making Uncle Yule very happy and more convinced of the idea of marrying his daughter Icarus to it. When Yang Ming opened the door, the villagers rushed into the shop like they were robbing money. "Boss, give me some fried rice and ice cream." A crisp voice rang out in the surging crowd, like the cold spring water in the forest, making people feel comfortable. Yang Ming couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of the voice, and his eyes lit up. What a beautiful loli! She was graceful and tall, wearing a purple brocade, looking rich and powerful. Her slightly delicate face was already a beauty, and there was a beauty mole on the left corner of her mouth, which made her more charming beyond her age. At this time, she sat on the stool, looking at Yang Ming with impatience, her mouth slightly pouted, making her look even more lovely. Anyone who sees a beautiful woman will be in a good mood, and Yang Ming is no exception. However, he had already practiced the skill of calmness to his bones, and just said lightly, "Okay, please wait." After that, he turned and went into the kitchen. This made the little Lolita look confused. She originally thought that even if she didn't rely on her identity, she could get preferential treatment here just by relying on her beautiful face. But she never thought that Yang Ming actually treated her as an ordinary guest. "Didn't he see that I am so beautiful, so he was willing to let me wait with a group of men?" the little Lolita said in distress. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she kept a distance from the diners around her, with a flash of disgust in the corner of her eyes. If it weren't for tasting Yang Ming's cooking, she would never want to sit at the same table with these common people. It was really disgusting. It was like a kind of cleanliness. She felt that just sitting here, her whole body was as uncomfortable as if she hadn't taken a bath for several years. When the diners around saw such a cute loli, they all came forward and tried to find a topic to talk about. Naturally, Loli was too lazy to pay attention to them, which made them feel so boring. I felt like I had hit an iceberg and could only watch from a distance. Soon, the dishes that Loli wanted came up. She took a critical look at the egg fried rice, which was like a mountain of sand, and each grain of rice was plump and round. The fried rice was like gold, and the golden egg liquid completely wrapped each grain of rice. It seemed to glow under the light, emitting attractive colors. The little Loli wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Why is there no fragrance at all? Bad review. Her eyes revealed a heart-wrenching disappointment. However, she thought about it again, maybe it was just people following the crowd, and they all demonized the food in this small shop. After all, the royal chef of the daimyo is the best chef in the country, and the egg fried rice they cook is much more fragrant than this. With a head full of complaints, she picked up a spoon, opened her cherry mouth, and ate it in one bite. Oh my god! Suddenly, she was so surprised that she let go of the spoon and it fell on the table. The rice still stuck on it, scattered and even fell on the ground. When she came to her senses, she was immediately anxious. She didn't care about her ladylike demeanor and quickly picked up every grain of rice, even those that fell on the ground. Then, she didn't mind the dirt at all, even if there was some dust on it, and ate all the rice that fell. Delicious, so delicious. Lolita was completely immersed in the deliciousness of the egg fried rice, like soaking in a hot spring, unable to extricate herself. Even the best chef in the daimyo's residence couldn't make such a delicious dish. The egg fried rice was not without fragrance, but it was all concentrated in every grain of rice, hidden deep. When Lolita's ivory white teeth stirred it and chewed the rice grains like grinding beans, the mellow fragrance in it exploded instantly, like a ball of fire, splashing out a terrifying aroma. The taste of fried rice is also excellent, reaching a state where 1 point more is too hard, and 1 point less is too soft. It is just like the golden ratio, which is an existence that cannot be replicated. But Yang Ming has achieved the most incredible level, making every grain of rice reach the best taste. Those who can make a grain of rice to this level are mediocre, and those who can make half a bowl of rice are geniuses. And those who can make a plate of rice to this level can no longer be described as geniuses or ghosts. Because, this is like a work of nature, which can only be done by the power of nature. Like divine help. At this moment, Loli had already put away the dissatisfaction in her eyes, without any ladylike temperament, and took the spoon to swallow the fried rice in big mouthfuls, as if she was afraid that it would be snatched away by others. Even at home, facing the food cooked by the daimyo chef, she has never lost her composure like today. If you have to say, the rice cooked by boss Yang Ming is so delicious that she wants to marry Yang Ming in the future and eat such delicious food every day. After eating a plate of egg fried rice, the little girl burped with satisfaction. She never thought that one day she would be able to eat so happily. At home, daimyo always taught her to be a lady, such as chewing slowly and not swallowing in big mouthfuls, and only eating a part of each dish and maintaining an elegant demeanor. After the whole process, a meal is simply a torture. This is no longer a meal, but just a social etiquette to show the outside world that one is the only one. And like now, being free from worldly constraints and discipline, just simply eating big pieces and enjoying the deliciousness of the food itself, is simply supreme happiness, which is her dream pursuit. Chapter 62 The Kitchen Utensils Used by the Legendary Six-Path Sage. In the small shop, the two diners who often come these days look at each other and feel that the time is almost right, so they start chatting loudly. Have you heard that the legendary kitchenware appeared in the Land of Waves? Oh, what kitchenware is so surprising? You don't know this? That's the kitchenware that the Six-Path Sage used in the legend. It is said to have incredible power. The two raised their voices, and the topic was very novel, which really attracted everyone's attention. The daughter of the daimyo came up curiously, with a look of disbelief. Are you telling a story? How come I have never heard of it? The diner who caused the topic curled his lips in disdain and said, believe it or not, I believe it anyway. You. The little Loli stomped her feet in displeasure after receiving such an answer, and went back to eat ice cream. At this time, Yang Ming also received a strange task from the system. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils. Mission description: the Naruto world is vast and rich in resources, with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It is rumored that the powerful Six-Path Sage once left 4 kinds of kitchen utensils in the world. As the future god of cooking, you have the obligation to find their whereabouts. Mission reward: Dongpo pork cooking method. Thinking of the reward for this mission, although Yang Ming always felt that it was a bit unbelievable, he still walked to the two diners. He said to them, tell me about this in detail. The two diners looked at each other obscurely, and were secretly happy. They didn't expect that the things they thought were worthless could actually attract Yang Ming. So, the two of them told the story. It turned out that when a caravan from the Thunder Country passed through the Wave Country, there happened to be a turmoil in the Wave Country. Not only were all the things transported by the caravan robbed, but even the people were robbed and killed. Originally, this matter was just like that. After all, this happens every day all over the world. But no one expected that this caravan was one of the top 3 old caravans in the Thunder Country, and the leader of this caravan was the only son of the owner of this caravan. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. The caravan boss immediately offered a huge reward to those people in the black market, and made it clear that in addition to the reward, the stolen goods would also be given away, and a list was made for this purpose, with a detailed introduction to the goods. In this batch of goods, there were not only a large number of military ration pills and ninja tools, but also a weapon comparable to the 7 ninja swordsmen. And the legendary kitchen utensils were also among them, but in comparison, they were not so obvious. Although Yang Ming still felt incredible, since the system had issued a mission, this should be almost certain. After all, Kishimoto never said that the Six-Path Sage could not cook. And the kitchen utensils he used, maybe there was something special about them? At this time, Kakashi walked in with a group of people. Brother, I'm here again. Naruto came to Yang Ming excitedly, brother, I'm telling you, I can finally go on a mission tomorrow. Oh. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows, then I congratulate you. Hee hee. Naruto was so proud that his tail was about to lift up to the sky. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been abroad since I was a child, and I don't know what the land of waves is like. Yang Ming was surprised this time. You are going to the land of waves? Yes. Naruto pointed his finger, and Yang Ming noticed that an old man was standing next to them. So Uncle Dazna will treat us to this meal, otherwise I wouldn't be so extravagant to have a meal. Dazna? Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a gleam, and then he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, what do you want to eat? I want one of each. Naruto was the first to shout. I'm still the same, give me a meat bun. This is Kakashi. I want ice cream and fried rice. Sakura said greedily. Tisk. Sasuke was still very unhappy with Yang Ming, and said coldly, give me one of each. Every time they ordered dishes, Dazna's heart was bleeding. A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream is 250 yuan. A meat bun is 666 yuan. A serving of fried rice is 998 yuan. Am I seeing it right? What kind of black shop is this? Hiss. 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 Uncle Dazna is gasping for air. He kept telling himself that he must be calm, calm, and calm again. The future of the Wave Country depends on Team 7. God has pity on them. They saved money to hire ninjas. This money is not for luxury. Now Dazna regrets it very much. Why did he say he would treat everyone to a meal? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. At this time, Yang Ming stabbed him again and said, Uncle, what do you want to order? Dazna wanted to roar, I don't want to eat, I just want to eat dry food. But people have already come, if he doesn't order something, Uncle Dazna feels embarrassed. How embarrassing. It's okay for him to lose face alone, but he is most afraid that others will associate him with the people of Wave Country and think that the people of Wave Country are all poor. It's like people from a certain province stealing manhole covers in other places, and the whole country knows about it. When they see people from that province, they will say thieves. How embarrassing. So, Dazna stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointed to the menu, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said with difficulty, give me a bowl of beef ramen. As soon as the words came out, Uncle Dazna felt that his whole body was drained of energy and spirit, and he sat down on the stool tiredly. I don't know how many people's hard-earned money was spent on this light sentence. You know, the salary levels of the Fire Country and the Wave Country are not on the same level. For the same job, the salary of the Fire Country is 4 times that of the Wave Country. This is the sadness of a small country. It's okay, as long as we drive away Cardo, everything will be fine. Uncle Dazna said secretly. Although there is no saying in the Naruto world that if you want to be rich, you must build roads first, but the wisdom of the working people is infinite, and Dazna knows this very well. So no matter what he says, he must complete the bridge construction task and make the Wave Country rich and strong. This is a simple wish. It also proves the saying that every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of a country. When a bowl of beef ramen was served, Dazna was still thinking about it. He thought of his dead son, his struggling daughter-in-law and grandson. Because he had too many worries in his heart, although the beef ramen made by Yang Ming was still as good as before, it was like chewing wax for him, and he had no mood to taste the taste of the food itself. Dazna swallowed the ramen in a hurry, just like chewing dry food, without chewing it, and swallowed it into his stomach, without even tasting what it tasted like. In his heart, there was only one thought left, drive away Kato. It must be said that it was a pity for Dazna not to savor Yang Ming's food carefully. Chapter 63 Asking for leave should be done with style. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining. The third generation smoked a small pipe leisurely and ran happily. Today he finally finished his work, and it was rare for him to sneak out, so he had to hurry to Yang Ming's shop and have a good meal. Along the way, the Sandame did not forget to look at the vibrant village. It was really refreshing to see the peaceful and prosperous world he created. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to use ninjutsu to hurry on the road, because he could not enjoy the scenery along the way. Which dish should I order this time? Fried rice with egg? No, it's too expensive. Beef ramen, it's good, very suitable for my age. Maybe I can have another cup of ice cream to try. With a happy mood, the Sandame ran all the way to the door of Yang Ming's shop. But at this time, the Sandame was completely confused. Where are the people? At this time, there was still half an hour before Yang Ming's shop opened. According to usual times, there should be a long queue at this time. Why is there no one now? At this moment, the long queue in front of Ichiraku restaurant was extremely eye-catching. The Sandame found a customer of Ichiraku restaurant, pointed to Yang Ming's shop, and asked, "Why is there no one coming to Yang Ming's shop today?" The customer immediately bowed respectfully when he saw the Sandame, and then a look of gnashing teeth appeared on his face. The Sandame's heart skipped a beat, thinking that something big might have happened. Although he had been ruthless and cleaned up a group of termites because of the incident on the basement floor of the supermarket, could it be that they could not avenge themselves, but instead harmed Yang Ming? Although he had all kinds of thoughts in his mind, the Sandame showed a kind look on his face and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" The diner pointed to Yang Ming's shop, not knowing what to say, and said, "You can go and see the note on it." The Sandame thought to himself, "Is it really something wrong?" So, the Sandame thanked him kindly and came to the door of the shop with a heavy heart. When he saw the note on the door, the Sandame's skin was startled, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. At this moment, the Sandame could not express his thoughts in words. Because, there were 3 big words "leave note" written on it. And below, the reason why Yang Ming asked for leave was explained. "I have to go out to collect materials recently, so I have to be away for a while. As for when I will be back, to be honest, I don't know," spreading hands. "I know that this will make everyone very unhappy with me. Okay, you can go to the old restaurant across the street to dine to express your dissatisfaction, really." When the third generation read the whole note, he felt that the power of the wild in his body was about to explode. As the great god Wivyu from Kidian said, if you want readers to want to send razor blades to the author, it is actually very simple, just stop updating. And now, the third generation is like a reader who is addicted to a new pit. He just tasted Yang Ming's food not long ago, and when he wanted to come again, he found that the other party stopped updating. Stopped updating? How can this be tolerated? For the first time, the third generation was furious. The feeling of wanting to eat but not being able to eat is like the grass hanging in front of the cow, and you can only worry in your heart. Seeing the Sandame's dull look, the diner shook his head silently. He was also annoyed by Yang Ming's leave request today. But now, why does he feel so happy when he sees others as unlucky as himself? Although the diner kept reminding himself that this kind of thought is not good, looking at the back of the Sandame, he felt his appetite open. "Well, it's decided, I'll have another bowl of Ichiraku ramen later." At this moment, Might Guy walked along the street upside down as usual, walking towards Yang Ming's shop. "Ah, it's almost lunchtime again, I can already feel the passion of youth boiling." Might Guy was speaking words that were difficult for outsiders to understand, but his speed was no less than that of walking on 2 legs. In his eyes, the street was rapidly retreating. After a while, Might Guy saw the Sandame standing alone at the door, with an indescribable desolation from behind. "Hey, is the Hokage here too?" Facing the Sandame, Might Guy did not dare to be negligent at all. He straightened his body and walked over with a serious face. "It's Akai." The Sandame smoked his pipe boringly and said, "Are you coming to eat too?" "Yes." Might Guy had not figured out the situation, and said with a face full of blood boiling, "I feel that the meat buns are calling me." The Sandame. Fortunately, the Sandame knew Might Guy's character a long time ago, and said helplessly, "Take a look at the note posted on the door of the store first." Sure enough, when Might Guy finished reading it, he felt bad all over. Suddenly, Might Guy let out a ghostly howl, "My youth! I don't know who said that when you are unlucky, if you see others being unlucky, you will feel very happy." At this moment, the Sandame was in this mood. However, as a village shadow, the Sandame could only force himself to hold back his smile and calmly patted Might Guy's shoulder. "Akai, I think we should hold a collective meeting to discuss after we go back and set a rule for the shops in the village in the future. In the future, we will notify them in advance before we need to rest." "You are so right," Might Guy said with tears in his eyes, "we must never let others learn from our big brother, who will rest when he says so, and not let people be mentally prepared." On the other side, Yang Ming went to the Land of Waves with Team 7. On the way, he suddenly sneezed a few times. Yang Ming sniffed and laughed at himself, "Alas, it's all because I'm too handsome. I don't know which girl is thinking about me." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi turned his head away and pretended to look at the scenery. Suzuki and Sakura twitched at the corners of their mouths. Only Naruto, the protagonist who is increasingly inclined to become Yang Ming's brainless fan, nodded in agreement and said, "That must be because the big brother is too charming." Yang Ming gave a thumbs up, "You are still the most discerning." At this moment, a group of people were sitting in the car, bumping all the way to the land of waves. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to have discovered something, pretending to accidentally glance at the puddles on the road ahead, and a sneer appeared under his mask. However, Kakashi changed his mind and thought that the students of Class 7 were still too young and had not experienced any battles. They should be given a vivid lesson. So Kakashi gave up the idea of taking action and waited and saw what would happen. At this time, Yang Ming's first main task was completed. Mission: defeat Ichiraku Restaurant and become a famous restaurant in Konoha Village. Mission tips: as the future supreme god of food in the Naruto world, how could there be no monsters to upgrade you? Mission reward: invincible defense card, 2 halves. Chapter 64: The Death of Kakashi. Seeing the reward for the main mission, Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Invincible defense card? What the hell is this? At this time, a gold card suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's hand. Just like the VIP card used to go shopping in the supermarket, the gold card is full of local tyrant gold, which can blind people's eyes. When Yang Ming focused his attention on the card, the relevant abilities were immediately revealed. Invincible defense card, 2 halves. Within 1 minute, it can be immune to any attack, and there are currently 2 opportunities to use it. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. There is no doubt that this is a good life-saving trump card. Since it says that it can be immune to any attack, that is to say, even the pupil technique of the Mangeki Sharingan can be immune. This is incredible. Yang Ming quickly kept the gold card close to his body, treating it like a treasure. At this time, when the car carrying a group of people passed the puddle on the roadside, something strange happened. 2 ninjas dressed in strange clothes and wearing forehead protectors suddenly jumped out of the puddle as if they were performing magic tricks. The puddle was very shallow, only the size of a wash basin. Theoretically, no one could hide there. But the world of Naruto is so unscientific. The 2 ninjas obviously used ninjutsu and had been lurking in the puddle, just to surprise them at this moment. It was obvious that the members of Team 7 had not experienced the training of fire and blood, and they were all confused at this time. The enemy's iron chains attacked, like 2 poisonous snakes, coming from both sides, at an incredibly fast speed, making a slight sound in the air. And Kakashi didn't know what was going on. He was defenseless and was easily approached by the weapons of the Ghost Brothers. Then, the chains in the hands of the 2 Ghost Brothers suddenly wrapped around Kakashi and tied him up. Then, under the horrified looks on everyone's faces, they suddenly exerted force. Chilla! In an instant, Kakashi was torn into pieces. His death was extremely tragic. Teacher! Kakashi! As if the sky had fallen and the ground had sunk, Naruto and Sakura cried out in grief. They had never thought that the incredibly powerful teacher would die just like that. But they were sad, but the enemy didn't give them the time. The first one! The Ghost Brothers said with an evil smile, as if they had just casually killed a creature on the roadside. The Ghost Brothers didn't need any communication at all, as if this kind of cooperative killing had already penetrated into their bones. Turning around, the 2 of them didn't even look at Kakashi, and ran straight to the others, with undisguised contempt in their eyes, as if they were not going to kill people, but lambs to be slaughtered. Their next target was Naruto. 2 murderous eyes stared at Naruto, like a sharp dagger fiercely inserted into Naruto's chest. The terrifying murderous intent rushed straight at him like a mountain pressing down on his head, and he was actually cold all over, and forgot to resist for a moment. Naruto just stood there at a loss, with a look of horror on his face. What should I do? Is this a ninja? Such a strong murderous aura. Am I going to die here today? No, I don't want to die. I want to become a ninja who surpasses all previous Hokage. But even if Naruto roared in his heart, he could not do anything about his numb body. He could only watch the snake-like iron chain fly forward quickly. Seeing that he was about to be torn into pieces like Kakashi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Sasuke. It turned out to be this genius who had always been unhappy with Naruto. With his extraordinary physical skills and calm thinking, Sasuke quickly glanced around, exerted force with his legs, and swept towards the 2 iron chains. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp sounds were heard, and the 2 snake-like iron chains suddenly changed direction and fell into the big trees on both sides. Not only that. It is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Obviously, Shizuke understood the reason. He reached into his tactical bag with both hands, took out sharp kunai and shot them, following the chain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ding! Ding! Each kunai was just right, as if hitting the snake's vital point, passing through the gap in the chain and nailing it to the tree, unbreakable. The ghost brother didn't believe it, so he pulled the chain, but it didn't move at all. Damn little ghost! The two roared in a low voice. They didn't expect that they would be tricked by the little ghost they looked down upon, which made them angry. Moreover, the opponent was a newly debuted genin, which made the ghost brothers' face burn. You know, they are the ghost brothers who can make people tremble with fear, and they are the famous assassination chunin in the Hidden Mist village. This time, Shizuke not only interrupted their attack, but also slapped them in the face. If this matter gets out, how can they survive in the future? How can they get the mission? The blood is boiling, and the murderous aura is spreading. The ghost brothers no longer hold back, and they exert force on their legs and suddenly accelerate. In the eyes of ordinary people, they seem to have disappeared suddenly. So fast. Shizuke was also shocked, and quickly grabbed a kunai and made a defensive posture. Unfortunately, it was too late. As if the ground could be shrunk into an inch, in a blink of an eye, the ghost brothers appeared in front of Shizuke, and their legs came out together, like a whip, making a snap sound in the air, and suddenly hit Shizuke. Bang! Like a cannonball flying out, Shizuke seemed to be defenseless, and all his defenses were instantly disintegrated. He suddenly flew backwards until he hit a big tree heavily. Puff! Shizuke covered his chest, and his 5 internal organs seemed to be churning. He could no longer bear the injury and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. As the blood was spit out, Shizuke seemed to have been drained of all his energy, and his face suddenly became pale and colorless, like a piece of white paper. At this time, Naruto was just like Shizuke, even worse than him. He was kicked out and just hung on the branch of a tree. The ghost brother felt that he had vented his anger, and walked towards the other 3 with a grim smile on his face. Uncle Dazna's face was ashen and full of despair. Sakura picked up the kunai tremblingly, but nervously took the kunai upside down. One old, one young, in the eyes of the ghost brother, they were all trash. As for the last person, Yang Ming always watched all this calmly, as if he was an outsider. But in the eyes of the ghost brother, Yang Ming had no strong momentum, and no vigilance of the strong. He was full of loopholes, enough to be killed by them hundreds of times. The ghost brother was no longer anxious at this time, and a playful smile appeared on his fierce face. Next, let us enjoy your despair. How do you choose to die? Steamed or braised? Yang Ming looked at the duo who were getting carried away with pride, raised his eyebrows, and said, "You talk too much nonsense." What did you say? The ghost brothers didn't expect that at this time, there would still be people who were stubborn. Moreover, it was Yang Ming who looked powerless and said it. But then, despair came. But this time the target was the 2 of them. Chapter 65. Don't pretend if you don't have the skills. In the past, the ghost brothers assassinated countless people. In the constant killing, the 2 developed a strange habit, and liked to torture people with strange means, so that others would welcome the darkness of despair in the begging and screaming. This time was no exception. They also wanted to appreciate the struggle of Naruto and Shizuke before their death, and taste the tender girl Sakura. Unfortunately, all this was ruined by one person. Behind the ghost brothers, a mound of earth appeared, and then, something strange happened. A hideous puppet suddenly appeared. The ghost brothers had no time to react because the other party was too fast. The front of the puppet suddenly opened, revealing a dark hole, like a black hole, suddenly sucking the ghost brothers into the body. Then, under the horrified eyes of the 2, the door closed tightly. Bang! Like a solid cage, darkness suddenly surged towards the ghost brothers. Damn it! The 2 were not people who would surrender, and each showed their own methods to escape from the inside of the puppet. However, what really made them desperate was how could this puppet be so hard? It looked like an ordinary puppet made of wood, but no matter what the 2 did, it was in vain, as if it hit aluminum alloy. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Yang Ming. At this time, a figure appeared from behind Yang Ming, and it was the dead Kakashi. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. You can obviously handle it yourself. Don't mind such a small matter. Kakashi waved his hand. He would never admit that he had been sneaking to watch the intimate paradise just now. Teacher Kakashi, are you okay? Sakura looked at Kakashi in disbelief, tears already flowing. In fact, what happened today overturned Sakura's past worldview. The killing between ninjas is like dancing on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful, you will fall into hell forever. Every minute, every second, the suffocation of death firmly grasps people's throats, making life worse than death. In comparison, the so-called sparring in the ninja school is simply playing house, and the little witch meets the big witch. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke came over in a slovenly manner. Naruto was the first to complain, "Teacher Kakashi, you are obviously not dead, why don't you come to help?" Kakashi did not blame him for being rude, but just looked around with a serious face. As a ninja, you must be prepared to die. Except for Sasuke, all of your performances just now failed. Hearing this, Naruto's lips moved, and he was obviously very dissatisfied and wanted to say something. But thinking of the scene when he faced the enemy just now, his hands and feet were cold and weak, Naruto had the urge to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. It's really embarrassing. He kept shouting that he wanted to become a Hokage. After the lecture, Kakashi looked at Dazna with a serious face, "Mr. Dazna, this mission will actually encounter ninjas. It is obviously a mission above B level, which is far beyond your mission level. I can only tell you with regret that our team cannot complete your mission. As an elite Jonin, Kakashi can complete this kind of mission alone. But he is now the teacher of Team 7 first, in order to train Naruto and the other two. Obviously, the three of them do not have enough strength to complete the mission. Just looking at their performance just now, they were too immature. When facing the enemy, except for Sasuke, they had basically no power to resist." Facing Kakashi's doubts, Dazna looked solemn and was speechless. Sakura thought of the close battle just now, and she was still frightened. She said, "Kakashi teacher is right, and Sasuke is also injured. He should be sent back for treatment in time." Sasuke turned his head away with a proud face, without denying it. If Naruto and Sakura could have his strength, he would not mind continuing the mission. But now... Haha, don't talk nonsense, Naruto alone is enough to cause the whole team to be wiped out. For a while, the scene fell into a dead silence. Naruto lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. "I have tried so hard, why did I lose to that annoying guy Sasuke? I want to become a ninja who surpasses all previous Hokages, how can I give up so easily? All the things in the past, the cold ridicule from others, and my own bitter efforts, all turned into a suffocation in my chest, and I couldn't feel relieved until I vented it." Suddenly, Naruto glared and took out a kunai from his tactical bag. Then, with everyone looking surprised, Naruto stabbed the kunai into the back of his hand. Suddenly, blood was dripping, staining the back of his hand red. Naruto looked at everyone with determination, "I swear to the pain in my left hand. I will use this kunai to protect the uncle. Let's continue the mission." At this moment, Naruto swept away the decadence of the past, full of unyielding determination, like a completely different person, so handsome. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a look of relief. This is the teacher's son, he thought. As the captain, Kakashi has the power to decide whether to continue the mission. For Naruto's sake, Kakashi resolutely decided to continue the mission. In order to understand the enemy's intelligence, Kakashi led everyone to the puppet. It was also thanks to the fat body of the puppet, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate two sturdy men. Yang Ming's mind moved, and a hole opened on the puppet's belly, just in time to face the eyes of the ghost brothers. "Why is it you? Aren't you dead?" Seeing Kakashi unharmed, the two ghost brothers were as horrified as if they had seen a ghost. Kakashi looked at them with a smile, "Whether I am alive or not is not a problem, the problem is whether you want to live." The ghost brothers felt that there was a devil hidden under Kakashi's smile, and even if the smile was sunny, a chill still hit the two of them. The two naturally understood the consequences of failing the mission, but they dared not say it, because there was a great god standing behind them. So, the two said very toughly, "Get out of the way. We won't do what you want." "Oh." Kakashi smiled and looked at them with a playful look, "That's a pity." Then, Kakashi turned to Yang Ming and said, "Boss Yang Ming, I'll trouble you later. It doesn't matter if you kill someone." Yang Ming shrugged helplessly, really impressed by Kakashi. But since Kakashi said so, Yang Ming can also let go. After all, the dead are sometimes no worse than the living. Under special ninjutsu, the dead have no secrets. So, Yang Ming looked at the two ghost brothers with pity and said, you deserve to be unlucky if you force yourself to show off without any skills. Yang Ming's mind moved, and the puppet closed the open hole, and then the poisonous sting on the skin suddenly stabbed in. In an instant, screams continued, and blood flowers bloomed on the ground. Chapter 66, Eat a good meal after the fight. Under the killer blow of the hungry ghost hell, the ghost brothers died without any surprise. Although this scene was bloody, it gave Naruto and the other two a vivid lesson. There is no mercy in the ninja world. When Yang Ming's puppet opened its abdomen and threw out the bodies of the two ghost brothers, they were covered with hideous poisonous stings, with regret and resentment on their faces, which was extremely tragic. A strong smell of blood came to the nose, stinging the nerves of everyone present. It was the first time that Sakura encountered such a scene. She ran to the side with an ugly face and couldn't help vomiting. Naruto was not much better, his face was very unnatural. The only good student in class 7 was Sasuke. When Sasuke was very young, he had seen blood under the leadership of the strong man of the family, so it had no effect on him at all. Kakashi looked at all this with indifference and said nothing. He was not the nanny of class 7 and needed to take care of them all the time. Only when the young eagle flies high alone can it enjoy the pleasure of galloping in the sky. So, after seeing Naruto and the others recover quickly, Kakashi walked towards the bodies of the ghost brothers and used special ninjutsu to steal information. Of course, this process was even more bloody. Kakashi carried the bodies alone to a remote place. During this gap, Yang Ming came to Naruto with concern and said, "Naruto, stretch out your hand for me to see." Naruto stretched out his hand, only to see that the wound that had originally pierced his palm had now healed, leaving only a shallow scar and the bloodstains that had just been shed. Although Yang Ming had no expression on his face, his heart was already in turmoil. Is this the horror of the Nine Tails chakra? It healed so quickly. To be honest, the Naruto world is so unfair. They are all human beings, but the gap is infinite. For more than a week, Yang Ming has been training with Xiao Li, and only now has he gotten rid of his weak body. But even so, if Yang Ming was like Naruto, it would take more than a month to recover from his injuries. But for Naruto, this was as easy as drinking water and eating. When Kakashi came back, he looked tired and said, "Let's rest here." The others naturally wanted this and agreed. It was getting late, so everyone worked together to set up tents, get firewood and make a fire. At this time, Naruto said greedily, "Brother, how about you make a delicious dinner for everyone tonight?" As he spoke, Naruto touched his deflated stomach and put on a pitiful look. Others also moved their ears, put down the action of getting dry food, and looked at Yang Ming expectantly. This. Yang Ming looked embarrassed. Did he say that he didn't know how to do it? Can you not force me? Alas, there are always people who want to harm me. Watching the fun is not a big deal. At this time, the system jumped out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task. Travelers must know how to cook. Task description: back then, didn't those travelers rely on their cooking skills to hook up with little dragons and girls and reach the peak of their lives? Task reward: knife skills, elementary. Seeing this reward, Yang Ming was speechless. It turned out that they rewarded chef skills. How could Yang Ming be timid? But the problem is, Yang Ming really doesn't know how to cook. Wait. Who said you have to know how to cook for a picnic? Isn't there a legendary dish that you can still enjoy even if you don't know how to cook? Beggar's chicken. Thinking of this, Yang Ming assigned tasks to others to find pheasants and spices. And he asked the puppet fat man to dig a hole in the ground and wait for everyone. Ninjas are efficient. Especially when Kakashi also became a foodie and gave full play to the efficiency of an elite jonin, it was really fast. Before the puppet fat man finished digging, Kakashi came back with 2 pheasants in one hand and a bulging package full of mushrooms in the other hand. According to Yang Ming's instructions, Kakashi took out a kunai and killed the pheasants with a swish, and removed all the feathers. Afterwards, Kakashi also emptied the pheasant's internal organs neatly, and washed the pheasant with a water escape technique. Afterwards, Kakashi used the same method to wash the mushrooms, and then cut them into pieces like a sharp knife. Yang Ming was shocked when he saw all this. I didn't expect that you ninjas are really good at playing. No wonder the system always reminds Yang Ming that he needs to have chakra and ninjutsu. The answer is here. Compared with the traditional method, it is undoubtedly more convenient and handsome to use ninjutsu. Boss Yang Ming, what should we do next? Kakashi came up with an expectant look on his face, interrupting Yang Ming's thoughts. Yang Ming pointed to the ground, you use water escape technique to soak the soil, and then rake the soil onto the pheasant to cover it completely. Although this method is unreliable, it is just something Yang Ming came up with based on his memory many years ago, but Kakashi has already had blind confidence in Yang Ming. After being touched by water, the soil became soft and exuded a green smell, which was not pleasant. Kakashi held the soil in one hand. Although he felt something was wrong, he still did what Yang Ming said. When Naruto and the others came back, they happened to see Kakashi squatting on the ground, playing with mud. Naruto, the naughty kid, was not afraid of anything and immediately laughed heartily. "Oh, I am dying of laughter. What did I see? Teacher Kakashi is so old, but he is still playing with mud." Although Sasuke and Sakura did not speak, their expressions had already betrayed them. It was almost written on their faces that Teacher Kakashi is very unreliable. Whoosh! No matter how good-tempered Kakashi was, he could not stand Naruto, the naughty kid. He swung his right hand and a dark shadow rushed straight to Naruto's face. Bang! It hurts. Naruto was laughing so proudly that he did not expect that he would be hit head-on. Feeling the cold on his face, Naruto touched his face curiously. "Hey, what is this?" At this time, seeing Naruto become like this, Sakura had already covered her stomach and laughed. Looking at the sticky mud on his hands, Naruto knew with his butt that he must look stupid at this moment. So, Naruto was furious, shouting to make Kakashi look good, and rushed forward. With Naruto's current three-legged cat kung fu, he naturally couldn't do anything to Kakashi. In just one round, Kakashi went behind Naruto, then squatted down, put his hands together, and made a strange posture. With everyone's confused expressions, Kakashi used his ultimate move without hesitation. Nirvana, 1000 years of killing. Then, Naruto was killed instantly. Without Naruto's interference, Kakashi quickly smeared mud on the pheasants, and according to Yang Ming's instructions, threw them into the treasure-digging hole, covered them with mud, and then piled the collected firewood on top, and lit a fire with a fire escape. Everyone watched quietly, thinking, "Wait another half an hour, and then we can start eating." Chapter 67 The Best Food for Home Travel. The process of waiting for food is like waiting for a girlfriend on a date. Full of the firewood was burning, making a crisp sound. As everyone sat there, staring blankly, the delicious food had already appeared in their minds. What would it be like? Naruto wiped the saliva from his mouth while imagining the taste of the food, whether it was numb or tender. In short, as long as it was cooked by Yang Ming, it would be delicious. Under all kinds of expectant eyes, time seemed to pass very long and very short. Naruto felt his head shake, and Yang Ming walked over and pushed the burning firewood away. "Let's eat." Naruto was the first to rush up, and he didn't care about the burning hot soil, and he dug it with his hands. "Ouch, it hurts." As Sakura laughed, Naruto dug for a while and finally dug out the beggar chicken wrapped in soil, and his hands had been burned red and blistered. Snap! Naruto's hand shivered from the burn, and when he let go, the wrapped beggar chicken fell vertically and hit the ground. Seeing this, Sakura was furious. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Naruto with the other hand, saying, "Naruto, if you ruin the dish made by Boss Yang Ming, I will never forgive you." Sakura scolded Naruto until he apologized repeatedly. Yang Ming squatted down and looked at his masterpiece. The layer of soil wrapped around the beggar chicken had been burned into a lump, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the surface. When Yang Ming picked up a fist-sized stone and knocked it, the soil suddenly broke into pieces and splashed around. Others also came up curiously, but seeing the black appearance of the beggar chicken, they lost their appetite immediately. Yang Ming was not shy either. After all, the conditions were simple, so it looked like this. He turned to Kakashi and said, "Next, I'll trouble you to clean it up with water escape technique." "No problem." After Kakashi agreed, he quickly formed a seal, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air, slowly flowing to the beggar chicken. Then, under Kakashi's superb control, the water washed the skin of the beggar chicken clean, but did not soak the chicken itself at all. When the cleaning work was completed, the beggar chicken was still hot, as if it had not been affected at all. Unfortunately, everyone had too high expectations for Yang Ming before, and after this, their enthusiasm suddenly dropped a lot. Naruto was really hungry. He didn't care about anything else, and directly tore off a chicken leg and bit it. Hot! Scalding hot! This was Naruto's first thought after eating it. Then, it was crispy. After being stewed and roasted, the chicken skin became very crispy, just like after being braised. Just a light bite, it broke with a crackling sound. When the white teeth broke through the defense of the chicken skin and rushed to the chicken, Naruto immediately felt a smooth touch, as smooth as silk, and the taste was superb. Then, the juice contained in the chicken exploded instantly under the chewing of the teeth, bursting out unimaginable deliciousness. Concentration is the essence. These juices contain the most essential parts of pheasants. These pheasants have not eaten any feed and are all wild and wild. The juice in them seems to contain the power of nature. When the whole chicken leg went down, Naruto's appetite instantly opened up, and he wanted to swallow the whole one. Unfortunately, he was still too young and too naive. When Kakashi saw Naruto's greasy mouth, but the comfortable expression on his face, he knew that the beggar chicken must be delicious. So, Kakashi quickly took action, grabbed a beggar chicken, and didn't care about the hotness, and started eating directly. Kakashi first bit the chicken belly, because this is the most tender and delicious part besides the butt. Since the spices are right below the belly, very close, when Kakashi took a bite, his mouth was immediately filled with fragrance. The spices made from chopped wild mushrooms are so fragrant that they seem to be directly sprayed into Kakashi in a cloud of mist. In an instant, Kakashi's tongue was immediately occupied by the flourishing fragrance, and it went straight to the nasal passage through the throat. Fragrant! So fragrant! Conquered by the fragrance, Kakashi didn't care that his hands were burned red, and immediately ate big chunks. Sasuke and Sakura reacted a step slower, so they could only watch a beggar chicken being eaten by Kakashi. The two of them were unwilling to be left behind, and quickly ran over, intending to snatch the last remaining pheasant. This is mine. Unexpectedly, Naruto got it first and showed it off to Sasuke and Sakura. Humph! Sasuke glanced at Naruto with disdain and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style! Great fireball technique! Sasuke only used a small amount of chakra to scare Naruto. This also caused the fireball to be very small, only the size of a fist, emitting a blazing heat, and rushed directly into Naruto's face. Hit him. You bastard! Naruto had no idea that Sasuke would start fighting as soon as they disagreed, so he quickly let go, threw the beggar's chicken to the other side, and hurriedly dodged. Whoosh! Sasuke swept his figure and quickly grabbed the beggar's chicken. But at this moment, the soil under his feet loosened, and an iron hand like an eagle's claw grabbed Sasuke's ankle. Earth escape! Heart beheading technique! Kakashi's shadow clone unexpectedly pulled Sasuke underground, but the original body grabbed the beggar's chicken. Seeing that Sasuke only had a head exposed on the ground, Sakura recalled the fear of being dominated in the survival exercise, and was stunned for a moment. Unlike her, Naruto still had a fighting spirit, and immediately formed a seal and used the shadow clone technique. Due to the huge chakra in his body, the original ordinary shadow clone was used by him to become multiple shadow clones. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Naruto appeared in a puff of light smoke. This is mine! Naruto shouted as he attacked in groups. Kakashi would never be frightened by such a small battle. He ate chicken legs and leisurely wandered among the Naruto. As if walking in the water, Kakashi swept his legs or chopped his palms. Suddenly, Naruto's clones were defeated one by one. Suddenly, something strange happened. The ground under Kakashi's feet cracked, and a palm suddenly stretched out. Haha, I got you! Naruto, who was staying underground, laughed heartily. It felt so good to give him a taste of his own medicine. Too naive. Kakashi was an old hand in this. How could he not know the shortcomings of the beheading technique in his mind? Although the incident was indeed very sudden, Kakashi was not panicked at all. He moved his feet and cleverly avoided Naruto's attack at the critical moment. Moreover, he kicked over and stepped on Naruto's hand. In just a short moment, the members of Team 7 were completely defeated. This scene made Uncle Dazna dumbfounded, and he felt that his worldview had been overturned. The world of ninja is so scary. Isn't it just a beggar chicken? Is it necessary to be like this? Chapter 68 Zabuza appears. Hidden task, time travelers must know how to cook. Task description, back then, didn't those time travelers rely on their cooking skills to flirt with little dragons and hook up with girls to reach the pinnacle of life? Task reward, knife skills, elementary. Task completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and seriously as usual. As usual, the system directly poured information into Yang Ming's mind. But after receiving the information, Yang Ming found that he seemed to have been cheated. The so-called knife skills, elementary, can't make carvings at all, but can only make cutting vegetables more handy. However, since the mission this time is so simple, it is natural that the reward is a bit tricky. This also made Yang Ming have some guesses about the missions issued by the system. Perhaps the quality of the reward is linked to the difficulty. A few days later, the fog was thick, and a lone boat went upstream. Through the thick fog, Yang Ming and his party could see a magnificent bridge standing on the water, with no end in sight, extremely magnificent and breathtaking. Go along this bridge and you will reach the land of waves. The boatman turned around and said apologetically, I can only take you here. If Kato finds out that I brought people here, my family and I will be finished. Uncle, is the Kato you mentioned really that powerful? Naruto was a rookie and didn't believe it. In his opinion, Kato is not as powerful as the Hokage. Dasna looked embarrassed and said, let me tell you about this. He seemed to recall something and said seriously, Kato is one of the few wealthy people in the world. He runs a shipping company on the surface, but privately he uses his huge wealth to hire thugs and ninjas to serve him, sell goods that are banned by various countries, and even invade other countries and companies. He is a villain who does all kinds of evil. I heard. Uncle Dasna looked more serious. Not long ago, Cardo ordered his subordinates to rob a caravan of a country and even destroyed the bodies, which angered the other party and offered a huge reward for Cardo's head. Oh! Yang Ming thought, could it be that the legendary kitchen utensils he was looking for were taken away by Cardo? What a coincidence! Returning to land from the water, Yang Ming looked around. A desolate scene suddenly came into view. At this time, led by Uncle Dasna, they walked towards his home. Along the dirt road, the trees are lush and green, and it seems very quiet. Naruto stole a glance at Sasuke, secretly hating him. In the past few days, due to limited resources, the beggar's chicken maid was always not enough for everyone to share, causing Team 7 to fight for it every time. Kakashi seemed to be happy with this, and they were able to develop their combat skills in the process of fighting, which was a happy ending for everyone. But Naruto was very unhappy. Every time he got the beggar's chicken, it would always be snatched away by Sasuke, which made him feel very embarrassed. I must seize the opportunity this time and perform well. Naruto was angry and tried his best. He grabbed the shuriken in one hand and swept around vigilantly. Suddenly, his instincts went off. Without thinking, Naruto suddenly threw out the shuriken, heading straight in the direction that made him alert. Puff! Naruto was really hit. Just when everyone thought someone was ambushing, they walked forward vigilantly to check, and they were petrified. It turned out to be a rabbit. At this moment, countless crows seemed to fly through everyone's hearts, shouting, "Fool!" Sakura was instantly angry, with one hand on her waist, and cursed, "Naruto, you bastard, do you know this is dangerous?" "Ha, what, it turned out to be a rabbit." Naruto touched his head awkwardly, and was confused in his heart. He clearly felt that there was someone there. Kakashi was not so optimistic. Looking at the rabbit, his heart fell into deep thought. Is this a snow rabbit? If I remember correctly, the color of the snow rabbit's fur will change depending on the time of sunlight exposure. White is the color of winter when the sun sets early, but now it is midsummer. That is to say, this is a snow rabbit raised in a room with little sunlight, specially used for substitution techniques. Thinking of this, Kakashi felt extremely difficult. From the ghost brother, he knew that the enemy also had a powerful ninja. If it was just him, it would be nothing. If he couldn't beat it, he could still run away. But now, not to mention Team 7, which has no ability to fight alone, the Uncle Dasna who has to be protected in this mission is enough to give him a headache. Although there is also an unfathomable Yang Ming in the team, Kakashi dare not put his hope on others. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, something strange happened. Whoosh! A long sword suddenly fell from the sky, like a fairy from the sky, spinning at an incredible angle, like a death harvester, and a whirring sound was heard in the air. Fast! It's really too fast. Almost everyone didn't expect that they would suffer such a life-threatening attack just after setting foot on the land of waves. Before the sword got close, everyone felt the threat of death, like a tide. Fortunately, there is still Kakashi. Plop! It happened so fast that everyone was about to be beheaded and killed instantly. At the critical moment, Kakashi jumped up and threw everyone to the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. After the blow, everyone was still in shock, and felt that death had passed by. That feeling cannot be described in words by people who have never experienced it. Yang Ming felt his head was empty, his hands and feet were cold, like a lamb to be slaughtered. It was like a basin of cold water poured on him, making him realize clearly that this is the world of Naruto, a world dancing on the edge of a knife. Here, without strength, you will eventually become cannon fodder. Snap! A crisp sound brought Yang Ming back to reality. Yang Ming looked up and saw a burly figure, like a giant tree that broke through the sky, standing upright on a giant knife, while the knife was lying on the branches, retracting its fierce power and crawling at his feet. So cool! This was exactly what Yang Ming was thinking at this moment. Half of his face was wrapped in bandages, he had a pair of wolf-like fierce eyes, he was a head taller than an ordinary person, and he had a huge weapon as tall as a person. Everything reminded Yang Ming that the man in front of him was the notorious rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village, Zabuza. I never thought that I would meet a big man like you in a small country like the Land of Waves. Zabuza looked down at everyone, without any inferiority complex of being outnumbered, and said calmly, "Am I right? A ninja with thousands of ninjutsu, copy ninja Kakashi." As soon as the voice fell, a monstrous murderous aura surged. In an instant, the whole forest shook, and countless flocks of birds flew into the sky, as if foreshadowing that a prehistoric beast had awakened. Chapter 69 I'm just here to make a cameo appearance, really. Zabuza stood on the beheading sword, like a messenger of death, emitting a murderous aura like the abyss, bottomless, and too much. Zabuza looked down at everyone, his wolf-like eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance. What do you think, Kakashi? Give up that stinky old man, and I can spare your lives. Kakashi did not hesitate, pulled out the kunai, revealed his Sharingan, took a fighting stance, and said firmly, "No way." Zabuza's eyes a trace of disappointment flashed through his mind. If possible, he really didn't want to fight Kakashi. After all, the opponent was an elite jonin, not just any random cat or dog. Hehe, don't blame me then. Zabuza sneered, and without seeing how he moved, in the blink of an eye, he jumped up, and the beheading sword was also taken back by him, standing on the water. Then, he was seen pointing to the sky with one hand and making a seal with the other. Ninjutsu, mist hidden technique. As soon as the voice fell, the mist appeared out of thin air and spread, completely covering Zabuza's figure. In a short moment, everyone's vision was greatly affected, and they could only vaguely see the figures beside them. Kakashi didn't need to order. In the past few days, Team 7 had already benefited from Fedor's words and deeds. They immediately separated and formed a triangle, protecting Dazna and Yang Ming in the center. Hehehe. 8 locations. Zabuza's eerie and terrifying words seemed to ring in his ears, coming from all directions, making it impossible to hear and identify the location. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. How do you want to die? In the pitch-black fog, the invisible enemy, like a whispered declaration in the ear, is like a demon returning to the world, which makes people terrified. In the past, when Yang Ming was watching anime, he didn't think the mist-hidden art was very powerful. Until now, he was in the scene, feeling his skin wet by the fog, waves of yin qi coming one after another, and Zabuza's cold whisper. Yang Ming felt that his soul was about to freeze. What? Yang Ming's throat moved, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "I'm just here to make soy sauce, really." Everyone. Even the low and lingering voices seemed to be affected and suddenly stagnated. Good opportunity. The masters competed and cared about the first line, not to mention Zabuza's obvious mistake. Kakashi seized the rare opportunity, found the place where Zabuza made the last sound, and suddenly threw several kunai over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dark kunai crossed the sky, as if it was going to break through the void, and went forward, fiercely stabbing into a place in the thick fog. Puff. A muffled hum sounded, and a blood flower burst out in the thick fog, but before Kakashi could chase, the figure that flashed and appeared was hidden in the thick fog again. At this time, everyone suddenly realized. Naruto looked at Yang Ming with admiration and said, "Brother, you are so amazing. You can force the opponent out with just one sentence." Kakashi also had a look of emotion on his face. He gave Yang Ming a thumbs up and said sincerely, "Boss, Yang Ming's trick is really great." Kakashi had to admit it. After all, facing this thick fog, even he couldn't think of a strategy to defeat the enemy for a while. But who knew that Yang Ming was really a master, and he could make Zabuza reveal a flaw with just a casual word. Although this flaw is very small, sometimes, life and death confrontation depends on this line of difference. Facing the praise of everyone, Yang Ming's face was calm, but his heart had no place to complain. To be honest, it was the first time for him to face such a scene, and he was also very scared. What he said just now was absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Why don't you believe it? Alas, these days, no one believes the truth. So, Yang Ming had to look up to the sky and ask the heavens in silence. Who can be spared by the heavens? But he looked so pretentious, as if he was disdainful of attacking, sending out some kind of signal, as if saying, "I'm counting on you guys." The place suddenly became much colder. As if penetrating time and space, a terrifying killing intent suddenly descended on Yang Ming. Suddenly, Yang Ming's scalp was numb and his whole body was stiff. A flash of knife light passed by. This knife was simply wonderful to the extreme, unexpectedly, like an antelope hanging its horns, directly chopped towards Yang Ming's head from an incredible angle. In Zabuza's eyes, it seemed that he had seen the scene of Yang Ming's blood splattering on the battlefield, and his lips under the gauze hooked a cruel smile, making a silent mockery. He was like the messenger of death. If he wanted you to die, you couldn't live. But an accident happened. A chubby figure suddenly appeared, and at the critical moment, he just blocked the beheading knife and saved Yang Ming's life. Tear. The puppet's shell was comparable to that of aluminum alloy. Under the huge force of the beheading sword, it let out a whine and was suddenly torn open, revealing the hideous hidden weapons inside. Chi! 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 Yang Ming reacted and was immediately furious. Under his mind, the puppet burst out with an unprecedented counterattack, and countless hidden weapons poured out, killing Zabuza like a tidal wave, and he must kill him here. Zabuza's pupils shrank into needles, and he stepped on his feet, bursting out with amazing jumping power, as if dancing on the tip of a knife, and dangerously brushed against the sea of hidden weapons. Shoulder passed by. Suddenly, cold sweat dripped. Suddenly, the killing intent boiled. Zabuza cast his wolf-like eyes at Yang Ming, not hiding the killing intent boiling in his heart. Just a little bit away. He would have been killed just now. And it was a person who looked extremely ordinary. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. And now, without the hidden weapon, the puppet is just a tiger without teeth, without any deterrence. Zabuza moved his body and swung a beheading sword as high as a person, like a fierce general in ancient times, one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men can't open it. This sword, carrying an overwhelming force, seemed to tear the void, as if to split the sky, revealing the momentum of who can compete with him. This sword concentrated Zabuza's spirit, killing gods if gods stand in his way, killing gods if Buddhas stand in his way, unparalleled in the world. With one sword, Yang Ming was shocked beyond words, and personally experienced the world's top power for the first time. The breath of death came, tightly grasping the neck, making it difficult to breathe. Just as Yang Ming took out the gold card and wanted to use the invincible defense card, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Kakashi. At this moment, this not-so-great figure seemed so tall under the sword of Qingtian Yuzhou. Kakashi closed his eyes, and a trace of firmness flashed in his Sharingan, saying, "If you want to kill Boss Yang Ming, you must get through me first." Kakashi quickly formed a seal and pressed his hands on the ground. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. A thick earth wall came out and broke. Yang Ming's puppet blocked in front of him, but it still broke. Zabuza's sword has been thirsty for a long time. It wants to drink blood. Who can compete with it? Chapter 70 Zabuza, come and watch the door for me. In the early days of the Naruto world, the shadow-level strongmen did not appear, and the Jonin dominated. Zabuza's sword slashed down, like the sky falling, unstoppable. Whether it was Kakashi's earth wall or Yang Ming's puppet, they were all vulnerable. Break! 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 Under the incredible gaze of the crowd, Zabuza was unstoppable, and his sword broke through the defense again and again. At this moment, Zabuza's figure was like a reincarnation, arrogant and indomitable. Even Kakashi did not dare to face the edge directly, and took advantage of the gap of blocking to pull Yang Ming away. Boom! The beheading sword fell down with a bang, and even the earth could not bear it, and a half-meter wide crack appeared. It can be imagined how powerful it would be if this sword hit the human body. This sword was so terrifying. Whoosh whoosh! After Zabuza's sword strike, he was also panting. His wolf-like eyes glanced at Yang Ming who was moving away. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He retreated and hid in the thick fog again. It was a close call just now. Kakashi wiped a cold sweat. He was good at ninjutsu, and he didn't like the hard fight just now. If he was given more time, he could use a more powerful earth escape. Unfortunately, Zabuza's sword was too fast and too strong. So Kakashi didn't have so much time to mobilize chakra, so he could only choose the weaker earth flow wall to resist. Although Yang Ming pretended to be calm on his face, his heart was also full of shock. When Yang Ming watched anime before, he didn't think Zabuza was so powerful, but after facing him, he found that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were indeed worthy of their reputation. You know, in this timeline, the more powerful elite jonin can even be the shadow of a small country. Even in a big country, they are the pillars of the country and can be called the treasure of the country. It is said that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist can even assassinate a cage-level warrior as long as they work together. Now it seems that the rumor is true. Yang Ming looked at the puppet in the distance, which had already been cut in half. The shell, which was comparable to an aluminum alloy, could not withstand Zabuza's sword. You know, when the 2 ghost brothers were trapped in the puppet, they even used ninjutsu, but they still couldn't break the puppet's defense. And now, the puppet with strong defense was split open, and the wound was extremely smooth, as if it was born. It is conceivable that the sword must have been so smooth, just like a hot knife cutting butter, without any sense of sluggishness. Hiss! Seeing this, the members of Team 7 also took a breath of cold air, with a look of horror in their eyes. Before they came, they had never thought that they would encounter such a terrible opponent. Even in their opinion, even the unfathomable Yang Ming almost died here. For a moment, Zabuza dominated their fear. He. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. How do you want to die? In the thick fog, like the whisper of a devil, the eerie and terrifying words sounded again, and the wisps of murderous intent were like a snake attached to a corpse, which made people shudder and frightened. Before this, with such a horrible record, no one dared to ignore Zabuza's words. Because, if you are not careful, someone could die. This is not a game of playing house, where you can surrender casually and jokingly. For a moment, Naruto and the other 2 became extremely nervous. Heartbeats accelerated, cold sweats broke out. But despite facing such a dangerous situation, there are still people whose blood is boiling. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He always felt that a stylish shop should have a strong guard to watch over it. Who else can take on this important task? It must be Zabuza. He not only has a scary appearance, strong strength, and a great reputation. More importantly, if Yang Ming regains Zabuza, then he can also take Bai. This is a buy one get one free deal. To be honest, Yang Ming has always been curious about Bai, who looks pure, whether the other party is a man or a woman. Anyway, no matter what the other person's gender is, Yang Ming's shop can have an extra waiter with good looks. Just think about it, Bai is wearing a waiter's uniform, holding a plate, and shuttling between diners. That scene is so beautiful. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's hand tightly grasped the gold card, perhaps relying on this invincible defense card. So, Yang Ming said loudly to the thick fog, "Zabuza, come and watch the door for me." As soon as this word came out, it was like a stone breaking the sky. Not only did Zabuza's gloomy words stop again, even the members of Team 7 were shocked and looked at Yang Ming inexplicably, and their eyes were like looking at a madman. Did I hear it wrong? Boss Yang Ming actually wanted Zabuza to watch the door for him. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Kakashi's mind was swaying, and his eyes were dazed. You know, just now, Yang Ming was just a little bit away from being killed by Zabuza. Could it be that Yang Ming is so confident that he can subdue Zabuza? Don't say Kakashi doesn't believe Yang Ming, it's really an impossible thing. Why did Zabuza become a rebel ninja in the first place? Wasn't it because he planned to assassinate the Mizu cage? Think about it, even a cage-level strongman couldn't subdue Zabuza, which shows how unruly he is. For such a person, no matter how strong you are and how good you are to him, he is like an ungrateful wolf and may bite back at any time. When Yang Ming blurted out, the system also jumped out at the right time. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, Zabuza comes to guard my store. Task description: as the future supreme chef god in the Naruto world, how could the small store not have a guard who can show off? As long as Zabuza verbally agrees to the host, it will be considered as completing the task. Task reward: let Zabuza be loyal to the host forever. Seeing the hidden task issued by the system, Yang Ming smiled imperceptibly. Sure enough, the hidden task can be triggered actively. Yang Ming had always passively accepted hidden missions, and he was curious about how the missions were triggered. Now, Yang Ming was sure that the triggering of hidden missions really required certain conditions. At the same time, the description of this mission was also very interesting. As long as Zabuza verbally agreed, the mission would be completed. It seemed that even the system felt that Zabuza's integrity should not be overestimated. After all, being able to flee and be a rebel for so many years, and still alive and well, how could Zabuza be a simple person? After hearing what Yang Ming said, Zabuza exploded in anger. This kid actually wants me to watch the door for him. Is he going to treat him as a watchdog? Zabuza held the beheading sword tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. A terrifying murderous aura burst out, like a tornado, rustling, and even the thick fog he was closest to was blown away, revealing his true body. Zabuza opened his bloodshot eyes, and like an evil ghost who was choosing people to devour, he spoke like a devil from the depths of the abyss. Stinky boy, do you want to die? Chapter 71. Give Zabuza a minute. At this moment, Zabuza's killing intent was boiling. As if it was the world's greatest, the monstrous murderous aura surged. Under such terrible murderous aura, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. All the birds and beasts staying in the woods were shocked, and they appeared one after another and fled from the woods, as if a prehistoric beast had awakened. Even Naruto and the others felt as if they were frozen, their hands and feet were cold, and they were stunned. The worst was the ordinary person Dazna. Poor old man over 60 years old, he was so scared that he sat on the ground with a look of horror on his face. At this time, Uncle Dazna was full of regret. He didn't expect that the Cardo he provoked could invite such a terrible ninja. If he had known this would happen, he would never have invited the ninjas from Konoha village. Under this terrifying murderous aura, Yang Ming stood proudly, like a reef under the waves, unmoved. This scene was seen by the members of Team 7, who admired Yang Ming even more. Naruto clenched his fists and looked at Yang Ming's back with shining eyes. In the future, I must become a ninja as powerful as my big brother. But Naruto definitely didn't know that Yang Ming was almost scared to death at this time, and he was just pretending to be calm. The terrible murderous aura was like substance, blowing like a blade, piercing the skin. If possible, Yang Ming would not want to face Zabuza directly. But the stronger Zabuza became, the stronger Yang Ming's desire to conquer him became. Although, he is now just a scum with Genin Chakra, and he doesn't have any powerful ninjutsu. But sometimes, being strong can also be pretended. Yang Ming smiled calmly and raised his middle finger to Zabuza. Zabuza, I'll stand here and let you attack for 1 minute, and see what you can do to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What is arrogance? This is Yang Ming. My brother is awesome. What did you say? Zabuza's hands trembled, he was angry. His wolf-like eyes stared at Yang Ming, and a flash of cruelty flashed in his eyes. When did he, Zabuza, be looked down upon like this? Even the Mizukage at that time did not dare to make a bold statement and let him attack for a minute. He swore in his heart that he must cut this brazen boy into pieces. The terrifying murderous aura stagnated, like a suppressed storm. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Facing all this, Yang Ming seemed to have seen nothing, and said to himself, if you can't kill me within a minute, then... Yang Ming's mouth curled up. Zabuza, you come to watch the door for me. Snap! As soon as the voice fell, Zabuza stomped his feet and broke into pieces. No one has ever dared to look down on Zabuza like this. The killing intent in his heart was uncontrollable, and what followed was the will to fight to break through everything. Kill! 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 At this moment, Zabuza transformed into Shura, carrying a giant sword as tall as a person and stepping into the fog. A trace of coldness flashed across Zabuza's eyes. What if I promised you? As soon as the voice fell, the sword chopped down. This sword was a dignified sword, without any skills, only pure and violent power. With one sword, it was like a mountain pressing down on the top, suppressing all the disobedient people in the world. Whether you are an ordinary person or a shadow-level strongman, under the power of this sword, Zabuza believes that even the tailed beast will be chopped for you to see. No one can stop it. It was like the sky was falling, the sword light flashed, and the sky and the earth changed color. In the eyes of the crowd who couldn't bear to watch, the sword fell straight down, as if the next moment, Yang Ming would be split in half, and blood would splatter on the battlefield. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Yang Ming is still there. Yes, Yang Ming is still alive. It's unbelievable. Yang Ming stretched out 2 fingers, as if he was doing something for nothing, and just clamped the beheading sword. Shocked. It was really too shocking. Even Kakashi admitted that if he had no defense, he would not be able to stop Zabuza's sword with just physical skills. You. How is it possible? Zabuza knew the power of his sword the best. I'm afraid that only the Raikage would dare to block it head-on. But even the Raikage couldn't block it so easily. But why did this seemingly ordinary person block his sword with just 2 fingers? Zabuza didn't believe it. But when he exerted force in his hands, Zabuza was shocked to find that he couldn't even pull out the beheading sword. At this moment, Zabuza's face darkened instantly. Could it be that the man in front of him was a tailed beast in disguise? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled calmly and said something that made Zabuza embarrassed. There are still 50 seconds, please keep trying. Zabuza's face almost turned green with anger, and he roared in a low voice, didn't you say you would stand and fight me? Why are you defending? Oh, I forgot. Yang Ming let go of his fingers and pretended to be indifferent, which made Zabuza's 3 corpses jump and go crazy. Humph, you are looking for death. The big knife was swung, like the sickle of the god of death, tearing the void, breaking the sky, and fiercely slashing at Yang Ming's waist. Cut across the waist. It can be seen that Zabuza's anger towards Yang Ming reached what extent. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the knife struck Yang Ming, and instantly, a hole was torn in his clothes. Seeing that Yang Ming was about to be killed here, even Kakashi couldn't help but attack. But thinking of Yang Ming's unfathomable strength, Kakashi stopped himself. Zabuza's eyes flashed with a trace of pleasure, no matter how arrogant you are, no matter how high you are, let's see how you die. But then, a shocking scene happened. The beheading sword was actually blocked. No, it should be said that the beheading sword could not be cut down. Yang Ming's body was as hard as diamond, and the beheading sword could not cut it, but it did not move an inch. Are you a human or a ghost? Zabuza was shocked and looked at all this in disbelief. Yang Ming looked at the torn clothes with regret and sighed. The clothes he bought for 5 yuan were torn just like that. It was too shoddy. Moreover, he didn't expect that the invincible defense card was so shoddy that it could only protect his body but not his external objects. In his heart, Yang Ming said something that made people vomit blood, I must complain to the system. Then, he looked at Zabuza and said, of course I am a human. But you have less than 40 seconds left, so hurry up. These words sounded like what a woman said to a man in the boudoir, as if questioning Zabuza, whether you are a man or not. If you are a man, you can't be tolerant. Zabuza was so angry that his face twisted and his murderous intent boiled. But this time, he learned his lesson and left Yang Ming, preparing to use ninjutsu to deal with Yang Ming. After all, the ninja world is so big, there will always be some strange ninjutsu. In Zabuza's opinion, it is estimated that Yang Ming used some strange ninjutsu to be so invulnerable. He is very confident that under his powerful ninjutsu, the opponent will definitely be wiped out. Chapter 72 Zabuza's Shock. The world of Naruto is huge and has a long history. Many geniuses have appeared and developed various strange ninjutsu. Although Zabuza has never seen ninjutsu that can make people invulnerable to swords and guns, he has heard of it in the black market. In his opinion, Yang Ming dared to let him attack for 1 minute arrogantly, probably because he saw that he used a knife and wrongly judged that his ninjutsu was not good. But is this really the case? As a rebel ninja, Zabuza can still survive under the endless assassinations of the Anbu sent by the Mizu cage. How can he be so simple? Zabuza retracted his beheading sword, jumped up, and pulled away. His wolf-like eyes stared directly at Yang Ming, bursting out with a sharp edge like a blade. I'll let you taste my power. But who would have thought that in the face of such words that would scare the courage of ordinary people, Yang Ming pretended to look down at the ant, ignored him directly, and said something that made Zabuza feel ashamed and angry. There are still 35 seconds, hurry up. Hey! Zabuza's chest rose and fell, and he took a deep breath. As an elite jonin, he knew very well that the closer it was to this time, the more he could not be led by the enemy. Zabuza's expression was determined, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a large amount of chakra in Zabuza's body was drawn out, and with the help of the water in the pond not far away, the power of this move was nearly doubled. Boom! Under the horrified eyes of everyone, a huge dragon jumped out of the pond. The water in the entire pond was instantly drained and merged into the water dragon, adding to its power. Just by looking at it, the whole water dragon is as high as a 10-story building, which is daunting. Zabuza felt empty inside, and smiled at Yang Ming fiercely, with the pleasure of revenge bursting out in his eyes. Go to hell! As soon as the voice fell, the water dragon swung its tail and came with a bang. Facing the attack of the water dragon, no one can be calm and composed. Because, just a dragon head is as big as a truck head, when it flies with a bang, the momentum it sets off is simply despairing. It is like a mythical beast jumping out of a myth, carrying an immortal power, rushing all the way, shaking the earth, and cracking a mark as wide as a horse. Although this is just a water escape, even the appearance of the dragon is very vague, but at this moment, no one thinks it is a fake dragon. Like swallowing the sky and the sun, the water dragon opened its gluttonous mouth and swallowed Yang Ming in one bite. Then, the water dragon continued to explode, rushing a mile away in one breath. Boom! Suddenly, the water dragon hit the bridge pillar, and the pillar, which was as thick as a dozen people hugging, exploded and shattered into countless small pieces. He he he! I still want to see how arrogant you are. Zabuza was happy and couldn't help laughing. In the past, this was simply unbelievable. You know, Zabuza is a bloody executioner, who has killed hundreds of people, but he has never been so eager to kill a person as today. Perhaps, Zabuza, the intuition he had gained from the experience in the Sea of Blood, also sensitively discovered that if he could not kill Yang Ming, he would face a tragic future. Brother! Naruto looked at the empty place, the mess, and only a deep gully, which was connected to a mile away. He was stunned. Naruto never thought that the elder brother who didn't care about other people's eyes and was good to him would die here. When others looked at him with strange eyes and mocked him for being the last one, except for teacher Irika, only Yang Ming would treat him as an equal. The way Yang Ming looked at him was not looking at a monster, but looking at a person. For Naruto, this was enough. But now, Yang Ming disappeared. Suddenly, an uncontrollable anger rushed to his head. Boom! Scarlet chakra suddenly burst out from Naruto's body. As if cheering for escaping the cage, the Nine Tails chakra was extremely active, and even Naruto's eyes changed, just like the Nine Tails. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, Naruto attacked with a bang, aiming directly at Zabuza. Shadow Clone Technique. As soon as he came up, Naruto used his best skills. With the powerful blessing of the Nine Tails chakra, he summoned thousands of shadow clones in an instant, which were almost everywhere. But sometimes, simply relying on numbers is useless, especially when Zabuza's strength level is like a natural chasm for Naruto now, which is insurmountable. Zabuza picked up the beheading sword, as if he was strolling in his own back garden, strolling among Naruto, his arms moving, the sword dancing wildly, as if, sweeping through thousands of troops, unmatched. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! One after another, Naruto's clones came forward, like an endless tide that was drowning Zabuza, but Zabuza was not a reef, but a mountain, smashing all the waves that came before him. Ah! At this time, Naruto's real body was hidden in the clone and attacked, but was hit by Zabuza's elbow and flew out. Puff! A hot blood spurted out. Even with the protection of the Nine Tails chakra on the surface of the body, Zabuza was still seriously injured by the blow. Naruto felt like a sea of water in his body, and he felt uncomfortable. At this time, a voice that Naruto was familiar with came, which made him burst into tears. Zabuza, who gave you the courage to hit my little brother? As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone turned their eyes and suddenly found that Yang Ming was walking towards them unscathed. No. It can't be said that he was unscathed, at least his clothes were all torn, and he was soaked by water, looking a little embarrassed. But everyone present ignored these details. At this moment, they were thinking. How is Yang Ming still alive? For Yang Ming, this was the time to reap the rewards. He looked at Zabuza calmly. 1 minute has passed, you just agreed to my conditions, from now on, you have to come to watch the door for me. Zabuza smiled coldly, I promised you, so what? At this moment, Zabuza's chakra was empty, and he had already decided to retreat, so how could he stay here? Zabuza looked at Yang Ming with hatred, cut his neck with his hand, and made a beheading gesture. Pray, Don't meet me next time. After that, Zabuza turned around and left. Can you leave? Looking at the words task completed on the system, Yang Ming said with a good look. Hidden mission, Zabuza comes to guard my shop. Mission description, as the future supreme chef god in the Naruto world, how could the small shop not have a guard who can show off? As long as Zabuza verbally agrees to the host, the mission will be considered completed. Mission reward, let Zabuza be loyal to the host forever. Chapter 73 Zabuza, get down. Can you leave? As Yang Ming fell, a bright light that was difficult for others to detect flew out of Yang Ming's body and then went straight into Zabuza's body. In an instant, Zabuza felt uncomfortable in his heart, as if Sun Wukong had been wearing a tight cave curse from then on, and he was very unhappy. His intuition told him that all this was Yang Ming's fault. Zabuza suddenly looked back, his wolf-like eyes filled with bloodshot, and shouted angrily, "What did you do to me just now?" "Nothing, I just want you to keep your promise." Yang Ming smiled faintly. Although he looked calm, in Zabuza's eyes, he was like a devil who would choose anyone to eat. Zabuza sneered, "Humph, you want me to keep my promise? Dream on." "Really?" Yang Ming's mouth curled up. He just learned from the system that the system's reward was Zabuza's complete loyalty. This is absolute loyalty from soul to body. That is, even if Zabuza died and was resurrected by someone using the clay reincarnation technique, he would still be loyal to Yang Ming first. This is the tyranny of the system task reward, which is unreasonable. Yang Ming stretched out his hand, raised it downward, and said, "Zabuza, you get down." "What?" After hearing Yang Ming's words, although everyone present had been shocked to the point of numbness by Yang Ming's successive actions, everyone got goosebumps when he said this. "Oh my god! This is not just some random person, but the elite Jonin Zabuza. He is the guy who dared to assassinate even the Mizukage. Yang Ming, how dare he do this? He actually told Zabuza to get down in a pet-like tone? Is he crazy? Or is this world crazy?" Just when everyone was in a trance and thought they had heard it wrong, Zabuza actually made a surprising move. Zabuza, he, actually got down on the ground. Shocked. Shocked. All kinds of words cannot express the thoughts of the crowd at this moment, as if those mediocre words would simply lower the status of the moment. Even Kakashi, who has a wide range of experience, couldn't help but use his Sharingan to observe the situation carefully. In Kakashi's ninja career, he had seen a ninjutsu destroy a city, and he had also seen a ninjutsu that could ignore the distance of space and directly teleport people. But he had never seen a ninjutsu that could make an elite Jonin lie down with just one sentence. This seemingly absurd scene is terrifying when you think about it carefully. If even an elite Jonin is like this, doesn't it mean that Yang Ming has the ability to make a cage-level strongman lie down? Imagine, the Sandame lying at Yang Ming's feet. The picture is too beautiful to watch. It's no wonder Kakashi thinks so much. After all, he is the direct descendant of the Hokage. He must be responsible for the Hokage in Konoha village. But with the help of the three Magatama Sharingan, Kakashi observed for a long time, but he still didn't find anything. This made Kakashi look at Yang Ming with endless shock and deep respect in his eyes. After all, in the ninja world, the strong are respected. Only the strong can be respected by others. Zabuza lay on the ground, his heart full of frustration, full of resentment, and fear that he himself was unwilling to admit. He had been in the ninja world for so many years, and he dared to confront even the cage-level strong men. But now, Yang Ming, a seemingly ordinary person, was like a mountain, pressing on him tightly, making him unable to move. At this moment, Zabuza was like the great macaque Sun Wukong. Once he met the Buddha who was worshipped by all the Buddhas, he was immediately depressed and suppressed under the five-finger mountain, and he would never be reborn. Zabuza used all his strength, sweating and roaring, trying desperately to stand up from the ground. But no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain, and he still remained lying on the ground. Zabuza raised his head with difficulty, his wolf-like eyes were bloodshot, like a ghost in the blood, which made people shudder. "What did you do to me?" The last few words took up almost all of Zabuza's strength, and he roared out with all his might. After saying this, Zabuza could not bear the mysterious power and fell to the ground. This time, he could not even lift his head. Seeing Zabuza, the fierce god before, now in such a miserable state, everyone present was still frightened, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy in their hearts. Yang Ming was no exception. He just wanted to try it out of play, but he didn't expect the system task reward to be so overbearing, which even shocked himself. This is not a ninjutsu, but something of a higher level. However, Yang Ming did not want to pay attention to these. He looked at Zabuza. Zabuza, get up. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Ming allowed him, Zabuza felt his body and mind lighten, as if a mountain had been lifted off, and he stood up suddenly. Unfortunately, it is easy to change a country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. With Zabuza's ruthless character, how could he let Yang Ming, who treated him like this, go? Seeing Yang Ming close at hand, Zabuza's eyes flashed with malice. You stinky boy, you are looking for death. In order to launch a surprise attack, Zabuza even gave up the beheading sword, and directly took out a kunai, stepped on it, and shot out like a cannonball, stabbing Yang Ming fiercely. The dark peak of the kunai looked so hot at this moment. This attack, with the 3 keywords of fast, accurate and very, stabbed directly into Yang Ming's heart. If Kakashi were here, he would also die. However, his opponent is Yang Ming. When the kunai tip touched Yang Ming 3 inches away, it seemed to pierce an indescribable isolation zone, and suddenly froze, no longer able to move, and stopped in mid-air. Move! Zabuza's forehead veins bulged, and he tried his best, but his body just wouldn't listen and he couldn't do it anymore. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he would have this experience. It's really a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing the good heart. Moreover, the introduction of the system seems to be a bit of a pit. System, this is not right. Didn't you say that Zabuza is completely loyal to me? How could he devour the master? The system also has an explanation for this. Because the target is too strong, it will take at least a month for the other party to be completely loyal to the host. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. It seems that you are a domestic product, the quality is so bad. Putting these aside, Yang Ming looked at Zabuza unhappily and said, Zabuza, you get down. In an instant, Zabuza was tragic again, and suddenly fell to the ground. This time, Yang Ming will never be kind to him again, and he will probably let him lie on the ground for a while. At this time, a slender figure suddenly appeared, wearing a mask, and said, Sir, please spare him. Chapter 74 Buy one get one free, Bai appears. Sir, please spare him. With a cry, a slender figure suddenly descended, wearing a mask on his face, suspected to be from the Anbu. Yang Ming knew that if he forced Zabuza like this, Bai would appear sooner or later. However, he did not expect that Bai would be so patient and only appear now. Perhaps, Bai was very confident in Zabuza. He thought that this was just Yang Ming's trick, and Zabuza would break free soon. But the development of the matter was far beyond Bai's expectations, and Zabuza was unable to break free from Yang Ming. So, Bai could no longer sit idly by, holding a glimmer of luck, hoping to rescue Zabuza. From under the mask, a cold voice came, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Sir, I am the Anbu of Kirigakure. Zabuza is a rebel who escaped from Kirigakure for many years. I hope you can hand him over to me. Oh! Yang Ming looked at Bai with amusement, his eyes looking straight at him, as if he could see through his clothes and find out who he is, which made Bai feel disgusted. Just based on this, you want to arrest him? Yang Ming looked at Bai meaningfully, and decided to tease him based on the information asymmetry. Seeing Yang Ming's unhurried appearance, Bai was anxious in his heart and was about to curse. But in order to maintain his current identity as the Anbu of Kirigakure, Bai had to try hard to pretend to be impartial and looked at Yang Ming coldly. Sir, do you want to be an enemy of Kirigakure and Mizukage? There was a hint of threat in the cold tone, and he wanted to give Yang Ming a good beating, hoping that he would retreat. In the original novel, Kakashi was fooled by Bai's acting skills for a while. Although he came to his senses later, he missed the best opportunity to kill Zabuza. But no matter how hard Bai tried, he would not know that the other party already knew his true identity. Yang Ming looked up at the sky with an indifferent look on his face and said something that made Bai vomit blood. There are so many stars today, it's such a good weather. Stars are so many. It's still daytime now. Can you not change the subject so stiffly? Bai was so angry that he cursed in his heart. But in order to rescue Zabuza, Bai had to endure it. Hey! Take a deep breath, I want to take a deep breath. All this is for Mr. Zabuza. Bai took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his heart. Fortunately, there was a mask covering his face, otherwise, Yang Ming would definitely find that Bai's face was very interesting now. Sir, the Mizukage doesn't like to joke. I hope you can take this matter seriously and don't let this matter cause a rift between the Hidden Mist Village and the Leaf Village. Good fellow. In just a few words, Bai actually raised the matter of capturing Zabuza to the national level. It was really a huge hat. Unfortunately, Bai had to face Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, I am just a chef. I cook for people everywhere. So, Yang Ming ignored Bai magnificently, and under the other party's sullen eyes, he actually ordered Zabuza to jump on the ground. Looking at Zabuza's frustrated jump, Yang Ming applauded and shouted, yes, that's it, 1 step, 2 steps, it's the claws, it's the devil's pace. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. Seeing Mr. Zabuza, whom he admired in his eyes, jumping in the mouth of the devil like Yang Ming, Bai couldn't bear it anymore. There is no need to endure it anymore. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 silver needles were suddenly thrown out by Bai, forming a finished shape, shining with a chilling light in the air, as if tearing through the void, pointing at Yang Ming's eyes and mouth respectively. It can be seen that Bai's hatred for Yang Ming can be even if all the 3 rivers and 5 seas are exhausted, it will not end. But facing all this, Yang Ming was not panicked at all, because a person was faster than a silver needle. Zabuza. It was him. In Bai's shocked eyes, Zabuza held a kunao in one hand, like a butcher cutting an ox, and swept it across the air, intercepting all of Bai's attacks. Seeing this, Bai couldn't help but exclaimed, Mr. Zabuza. As soon as the words came out, Bai knew that something bad was going to happen. His body suddenly accelerated and grabbed Zabuza's arm, trying to pull him away. But the huge force transmitted from his arm made Bai return in vain. Seeing Zabuza standing still, he was even more confused. He wondered if he was dreaming, or if the person in front of him was not Zabuza at all. Bai, don't think about it, Zabuza is my loyal guard now. Yang Ming's voice came, the tone, as if Zabuza had always obeyed him, and what Bai did was just Bai's hard work, which made Bai tremble with anger. Nonsense, how could Mr. Zabuza be your guard? Since the face was torn, Bai no longer had any concerns. Even if he didn't understand why the other party knew his identity, he didn't think so much. Yang Ming looked at Bai with amusement and pointed at Zabuza, don't believe it. You can ask him. Bai looked at Zabuza suspiciously, Mr. Zabuza, is what he said true? Don't listen to Yang Ming's nonsense. I'm not his guard. Although in his heart, Zabuza roared wildly. However, under the influence of a mysterious force, his body was very honest. Yes, I am indeed his bodyguard. No. You are not. Bai was unconvinced and threw out hidden weapons frantically, trying to completely smash the abominable guy pretending to be Zabuza in front of him. The hidden weapons attacked like a violent storm, which was continuous and frightening. But facing these attacks, Zabuza seemed to ignore them, and directly raised the beheading sword and just swept it forward lightly. Boom! In an instant, the dark clouds retreated and the sun shone. Just one sword. Zabuza dissolved all of Bai's attacks, as easy as an adult crushing a child. How could it be? As if his 3 views were completely destroyed, Bai looked at all this idiotically, feeling it was very unreal. Could it be that the other party was really Mr. Zabuza? How could such a thing happen? Yang Ming walked up, patted Bai's shoulder, and said, from today on, Zabuza will be the guard of my shop. How about you come and work for me? After that, Yang Ming turned his head and said to Zabuza, you also come and persuade Bai. Zabuza's forehead was bulging with veins, and his lips trembled. He wanted to say something. But under the mysterious power, he was forced to listen to Yang Ming's words and walked over. If you don't want to be a useless tool, come and work for the boss. Very good, this is very Zabuza, it's really his style. Hearing this, Bai's shoulders shook, as if he had removed the doubts in his heart, and said, yes. What a great assist. Yang Ming silently gave Zabuza a thumbs up, unable to suppress the curiosity in his heart. Bai, are you a man or a woman? In his heart, Yang Ming secretly prayed that it must be a woman. Chapter 75 I want Bai to wear a maid outfit. For Yang Ming, whether Bai is a girl or not is really important. When watching the anime, Yang Ming was really amazed by Bai's kimono. That kind of beauty, like Yamato Nadeshiko, is both dignified and elegant, and it is really intoxicating. So, is Bai a girl? You know, before Tsunade, the giant, appeared, Bai has always been Yang Ming's dream goddess. Since Zabuza has spoken, Bai also put down the psychological burden, and seeing Yang Ming's anxious face, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he suddenly took off the mask. Under the mask, a beautiful face suddenly appeared. What a face! Beautiful! It's really beautiful. It seems that any word in the world is so pale and difficult to express this beauty. Bai's beauty seems to be not from the human world. It feels like being on this shore but on the other shore. It is so beautiful that it makes people feel unreal, just like a beautiful woman in a dream, as if it could be broken at any moment. Her skin is whiter than snow, but not like the whiteness after makeup. It is very natural and beautiful. It looks very comfortable, making people want to touch it. Bai is like an elf in the snow, with an oval face, a cute nose, a cherry mouth, big eyes and a look full of spirituality. Two delicate eyebrows are the embellishment, adding a bit of spirit. Rhythm. Moreover, Bai has a well-proportioned figure, straight and slender legs, and a small waist that can be held in one hand. When Bai's voice returned to normal, it was as clear as the song of an oriole, and was extremely pleasant to the ear. I'm a boy. Like the sound of a wind chime, a pleasant voice came, but the content of the words made Yang Ming suddenly stagnate. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt. Yang Ming's mind was shaken, and he couldn't control himself. What? Yang Ming's voice suddenly increased, and he didn't even notice it himself. You are a boy. After saying so many adjectives, I took off my pants, and you told me this? At this moment, Yang Ming's heart was broken. Without calculation, it can be clearly seen that the shadow area in his heart at this time is infinite. Although he didn't understand why Yang Ming was so surprised, since he would work under him in the future, Bai couldn't say anything. So, he raised his head, pointed at his flawless neck, and said, Look, I have an Adam's apple. Although the Adam's apple was very small and almost unnoticeable, it was still an Adam's apple, proving that Bai was a boy. Yang Ming. Damn! Is this possible? At this moment, if Kishimoto was here, Yang Ming would have the urge to beat him up. Damn it! Why did you draw Bai so beautifully and give her such a feminine name? Do you know how many people's left hands will be disabled from now on? Just pretend that you didn't see the above sentence. In his heart, Yang Ming was anxious and asked the system, are there any props that can turn a boy into a girl in the task reward? For example, the Nianghua Spring system. Perhaps, even the system did not expect that there would be such a weird host who would ask such a weird question. It really broadened its horizons, so it was speechless for a while. After a long time, the system replied. The hidden task triggered by the host has a 0.01% chance of getting this type of item as a reward. The system said seriously and earnestly. But for some reason, Yang Ming always felt that the system was looking at him with a kind of king's contempt at this time. Baby felt bitter, but couldn't say it. Looking at the handsome face so close, Yang Ming felt his heart was broken. Obviously she is so beautiful and can be a goddess, why is she a boy? Hey, wait! If Bai wore the waiter's clothes, who would know that he was a beautiful boy? Just like some up masters on a certain B station, they are obviously uncles who pick their feet in front of the screen, but in order to attract the audience, they actually wear women's clothes and take selfies. What's more, they are obviously perverts, but there are still so many people who like to read them. Even similar novels are very popular. Should we say that the world is going downhill and people's hearts are not the same as before? Even many emperors in the past liked this, so it's not surprising that so many people like it now. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly cleared the clouds in his heart. As the saying goes, happiness is better shared than happiness alone. In this case, let Bai wear a sexy and cute maid outfit. Let more people join the pit and witness the girl with a little brother. Yes, this is a good idea. I guess when the truth is revealed, many people will be heartbroken. Yang Ming thought darkly in his heart. At this time, the members of Team 7 came back to their senses and came forward. Kakashi looked at Yang Ming with admiration and said, in the past, I only knew that boss Yang Ming was very strong, but I didn't have a definite concept. Now I know the gap. It's really admirable. As he said, Kakashi couldn't help but give Yang Ming a thumbs up. Although Sasuke was upset with Yang Ming because Yang Ming mentioned Itaki, he had an urgent desire to become stronger, which made him look at Yang Ming with a little more passion. Maybe, he can help me get revenge. Suzuki thought to himself. Uncle Dasna also followed. He first looked at Zabuza next to him with a little awe, and felt that the other party was like a wild beast. Although Zabuza had restrained his murderous aura, Uncle Dasna was still frightened, and the horror was still lingering in his heart. Then, he looked at Yang Ming, and didn't expect that this chef with an ordinary appearance was actually a hidden master. It was a pity that he was blind and stayed by Yang Ming's side, but he didn't know it until now. This made Uncle Dasna feel extremely regretful, and he missed many opportunities to flatter him. But it seems that it's not too late now. Seeing Yang Ming's disheveled appearance, Uncle Dasna suppressed his ecstasy and said, "Boss Yang Ming, it's getting late now. This place is not far from my home. I think you need to change into a new set of clothes. Let's go there quickly." In fact, in Uncle Dasna's heart, hoping that Yang Ming would come to his house as soon as possible, let him see the hard life of the people in Wave Country, and hope that he would have compassion and save the country and its people from the dire situation. Naruto also touched his shriveled stomach and said, "Yes, brother, let's go quickly, we are almost starving to death." After they reminded him, Yang Ming suddenly found a chill under his body and looked down. Damn! Even the underwear is almost torn. How can my Liu-ku appear in the world? Seeing this, Yang Ming had no objection. He took 2 newly recruited subordinates and followed the crowd to Desna's house. Chapter 76 Dark Cuisine. When they arrived at Uncle Dasna's house, Yang Ming and his party found that Wave Country was really poor. It was like walking from a first-tier city to a third-tier city all of a sudden. The gap was particularly obvious. It seemed as if there was an invisible chasm that split the two, forming completely different worlds. One is heaven, the other is hell. As Yang Ming walked along, he saw only a few pedestrians on the street, all of them were pale and thin, with dim eyes, and looked like they had lost all hope in life. There were no bustling streets, no naughty children, and no life at all. It seemed as if this was a dead city. Silence, emptiness. As a well-known figure in the Wave Country, Uncle Dasna's living environment was considered good, away from the hustle and bustle, and enjoying the quietness alone. Compared to ordinary citizens, at least his house looked habitable, and it was big enough to shelter from the wind and rain. When Uncle Dasna returned home, his daughter-in-law Tsunami greeted him with a happy face, "You're back." When she saw everyone dressed in ninja clothes, her eyes suddenly turned red. That was excitement. "Dear guests, please come in." With that, the gentle housewife led everyone into the house with an extremely humble attitude. Uncle Dasna said boldly, "When you come to my house, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home." Then, he looked at his daughter-in-law, "Hurry up, go cook for the guests, and take out the wine I have collected for many years. I must drink it to my heart's content tonight." "Okay, I'll go now." Tsunami nodded softly, then bowed to everyone with a little apology, and said, "Please wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon." Naruto was like a little adult, without any sense of being a guest. He sat down carelessly and shouted, "You didn't realize it until you said it, but now I'm really hungry." When he heard that he was going to cook, Yang Ming also became energetic, "I'll come too, and take a look at the characteristics of the food here." Of course, how could Tsunami let Yang Ming come? After all, they still had something to ask them. Unfortunately, Yang Ming was also stubborn. With Tsunami half pushing him, he followed her into the kitchen. When he arrived at the kitchen, Yang Ming found it very simple. There were no dazzling array of kitchen utensils, only a chopping board, a kitchen knife, and a pot. Apart from that, even firewood, rice, oil, and salt were relatively scarce. Anyway, after looking for a long time, Yang Ming did not see any seasonings. Tsunami opened the lid of the rice jar and suddenly found that there was not enough rice. The rice in the rice jar was only enough for 7 people, but now with Yang Ming, Zabuza, and Bai, it was not enough. Awkward. Tsunami felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. If it was before, Tsunami could still go out to buy rice. But now it is different. Since Cardo came, the originally poor resources of the Wave Country have become even more scarce. Now even buying rice seems very difficult, and there is rarely any rice on the market. If Yang Ming and his group were not there, it would be fine. Tsunami could cook porridge with 1 serving of rice, and then serve it up. After it cooled down into blocks, she could cut it with a knife and eat it for her family. Yang Ming noticed that something was wrong with her, and moved closer to her, taking in everything. "No rice? I'll go buy some." Without waiting for Jinmai to stop him, Yang Ming ran out of Dazna's house and came to the vegetable market. When he came to the vegetable market, Yang Ming felt the sadness of this city more deeply. It was a huge market, with a 4-horse wide aisle in the middle and vendors on both sides. But such a vegetable market was not as noisy as it used to be, and it looked even more desolate. Yang Ming looked around, and his mouth twitched countless times as he walked along. Those who sell vegetables, their leaves are all yellow, and there are such big worms on them, how dare you sell them? Also, those who sell meat, please pay attention to your image, okay? I can smell the stench from a distance. Moreover, the flies flying around the meat are almost forming a reinforced brigade. Are the meat expired? What are you doing? Looking at all this makes me sick. Yang Ming fled from this dead market like a panic, took a deep breath, and seemed to be about to all the stuffiness in the chest was exhaled. This is difficult, what should I eat tonight? Since the god of cooking system, Yang Ming has been more picky about food and unwilling to make do with it. Moreover, this is a city after all, and it is still far away from the nearest forest. Even if you want to make beggar's chicken, it will take 2 hours to go to the nearest forest, and you will be hungry by then. At this time, the system came out to add insult to injury. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, foodies can do anything. Task description: as a foodie, you can eat anything, whether flying in the sky or running on the ground. When you are hungry, you can eat anything. Task reward: chakra control reaches the level of tree climbing. This task, this description, this reward, it's unparalleled. What foodies can do anything, you think foodies are gods? Yang Ming always felt that this was the system's irony to him. However, after the system reminded him, Yang Ming really thought of an idea. But to be honest, Yang Ming really didn't want to do it. Although, the cooking method of that dish is simpler than beggar's chicken, and it tastes better than beggar's chicken. But, it's important to say it 3 times. That's dark cuisine. That dish is better than those so-called dark cuisines, such as Lao Gan Ma ice cream and looking up at the stars, and it can completely beat the common sense of most people. Yang Ming really couldn't imagine if the people of this world would collapse if this dish was made. This dish doesn't cost money, but only takes a little time to get it from nature. What's even better is that it's midsummer now, which is the best time to catch them. Of course, some people may ask, can you be full if you don't eat, just eat this dish? Yang Ming can answer with certainty, yes. This dish is rich in nutrients, with a dry protein content of more than 70%, fat of about 7%, vitamins and various beneficial trace elements higher than general meat products, and it can be called the protein king of today's food. This is more nutritious than eating seafood. Moreover, this dish is also of great medicinal value. If you have impotence or are bald at a young age, eating this dish often can alleviate the symptoms or even cure it. What is even more amazing is that the source of this dish is very common. It is simply a common commodity that can be seen everywhere and is not worth anything at all. So, here comes the question. Why is it still a dark dish with so many benefits? Because this dish is something that ordinary people can't even think of. Only in Guangzhou, the legendary paradise for foodies, will people eat this dish. After all, ordinary people simply cannot accept the risk of destroying their worldviews to eat this dish. Chapter 77 Can this be eaten? The evening breeze blew, and the cool breeze blew. Near Dazna's house, several figures suddenly appeared, like butterflies flying through the trees. Their figures were agile, like macaques, and they did not forget to stuff brown insects into cloth bags while moving. Naruto stuffed the bug into the bag with a slightly unnatural look on his face. To be honest, when Yang Ming came back and announced that he would cook tonight, Naruto was actually quite happy. After all, Yang Ming's cooking skills have been tested by time and recognized by everyone. But when he looked down, the bug in his hand trembled, which made Naruto feel a little disgusted. He subconsciously loosened his hand and let the bug go. What are you doing, you retard? Sasuke came over with a cold face and stuffed the bug that Naruto let go into the bag. Naruto's heart skipped a beat and he said unhappily, "What's it to you?" "Humph." Sasuke turned his head and said casually, "If you don't complete the task, you won't have any food to eat tonight." "You?" Naruto was shocked. He didn't expect Sasuke to kindly remind him. But just as Naruto was about to say something, Sasuke had already turned around proudly, stepped on his feet, and disappeared into the darkness. "Tisk, you cool guy." Naruto pouted awkwardly, but the corner of his mouth had already raised a beautiful arc, and he didn't even notice it. The same scene also happened to Bai and Zabuza. Bai gently pinched the insect with his slender jade-like fingers, frowned his beautiful eyebrows, felt a little annoyed, and threw it into the bag fiercely. He looked at Zabuza and complained, "Mr. Zabuza, are we really going to eat this thing later? This thing is really disgusting. I usually think it's cute, but when I think about swallowing it into my stomach, I feel my stomach twitching." Zabuza raised his eyebrows. "Do you think I want to eat this thing?" In his heart, he kept roaring. However, due to Yang Ming's order, and because he usually put on a deadpan expression, Zabuza said calmly. "Words. As a ninja, you must learn to endure difficult environments. Yet, if it were someone else, it would definitely be like this, but if it was this bug, it would not be the case." Zabuza thought to himself, not caring at all about fooling Bai. But Zabuza had already been a very great figure in Bai's heart. Bai straightened his posture and said seriously, "Yes. Mr. Zabuza, I will definitely try my best to overcome it." Looking down, Bai's eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if the bug in front of him was a mortal enemy. At Dazna's house, Kakashi looked at Yang Ming helplessly and said, "Boss Yang Ming, please don't make this dark cuisine. I would rather starve to death than eat it." On the side, Sakura nodded repeatedly, acting cute and coquettish. "Brother Yang Ming, please don't cook this kind of food, okay?" Xiao Ying's various coquettish voices made Yang Ming, who was used to her female side, feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, Xiao Ying is not a lady. But facing the advice of the two, Yang Ming just ignored it, as if it went in one ear and out the other. "You are so cruel." Kakashi was depressed. He thought that he had been persuading Yang Ming for more than half an hour, but he still looked like this. Sure enough, boss Yang Ming is so willful. There was no way. Kakashi had to take out the big sword from his arms. Oh no, it was a paradise for intimacy. There is a golden house in the book, and there is a gourmet hall in the book. Kakashi secretly decided that he would read novels tonight. I don't need those bugs anymore. I want to flow in the ocean of thoughts. Yang Ming lay on the chair calmly, watching Sakura, who was constantly acting cute, approaching him and holding his arm affectionately, and he laughed secretly in his heart. I want to be Tsunade's man. How could I be conquered by a little thing like you? But then again, the girls in the Naruto world grow up unscientifically. They are still young, but they are already so big. Yang Ming rarely had a childish look, and joked, "Sakura, if you give me 1,000 back rubs, I might listen to you." Really? Sakura's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect Yang Ming to agree. Yang Ming nodded affirmatively and said, "Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's." Great! Sakura was so moved that she almost cried. What snakes and insects are the most annoying? Sakura wanted to finish the pounding quickly to save Yang Ming's dangerous idea. I absolutely don't want to eat that kind of thing. Sakura secretly waved her fist, her passion soaring that she could not control herself. Action is worse than thought. Sakura waved her hands like chopping vegetables, and chopped Yang Ming's shoulders heavily. Ouch, are you patting my back, or is it murder? Yang Ming was speechless, and felt that he had received 10,000 points of damage instantly. After Yang Ming said this, Sakura looked up at the sky awkwardly, and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, this is the first time I pat someone's shoulder." Yang Ming was angry. "So you treat me as a test subject, right?" So he said, "If you are like this, how can your husband stand you if you get married in the future?" As soon as these words came out, the effect was pulling, like a fatal blow to Sakura. Sakura thought that when she married Sasuke in the future and patted his shoulders, she would accidentally use a lot of force to remove his shoulders. Suddenly, Sakura felt a great fear, and even the strength of her hands became much gentler. Feeling the white onion-like fingers on her shoulders, constantly hammering her shoulders, Yang Ming felt very comfortable. Sure enough, this is the benefit that a time traveler should have. When Sakura hammered her shoulders 999 times and felt that her hands were not her own, Naruto and the others came back. Yang Ming suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yang Ming, what about what you promised me?" Yang Ming rolled his eyes, "What is it?" Damn, I was deceived. At this moment, Sakura felt that countless were running in her heart. But in order not to eat insects, she endured it. Sakura tried to force a smile on her stiff face, Brother Yang Ming, you clearly promised me that you would not cook dark food if I gave you 1,000 shoulder punches. Yang Ming looked up at the sky. Oh, the sun is shining brightly today, it's time to dry the clothes. Sakura. Damn, this is Uncle Dasna's house, and it's night, how can you see the sun shining brightly? At this moment, Sakura deeply felt Yang Ming's willfulness. At this time, Yang Ming was in no mood to pay attention to her. He took a few steps and came to Naruto and the others, looking at the cloth bag filled with the cicadas were puffy and had a smile on their faces. But in the eyes of Naruto and his friends, this was a smile from the devil. Chapter 78, Start Cooking Dark Cuisine. After Naruto and his friends came back, Yang Ming took the cloth bag from them and went into the kitchen. Due to Yang Ming's previous request, the cicadas in the cloth bag were alive, and they were moving around restlessly inside, making the whole bag look like there were many protruding points shaking around. Yang Ming first boiled the water until it boiled, then took out a bag and suddenly poured out the cicadas inside. Wow! 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 Dozens of cicadas, black river water, suddenly fell into the boiling hot water. Then, Yang Ming slammed the lid of the pot with lightning speed. Snap! 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 Out of the instinct to survive, the cicadas were unwilling to die, and tried their best to survive in the boiling water, making crisp sounds. However, they were still too fragile, like a mantis trying to stop a car. After a while, the sound in the pot gradually died down until it was completely silent. At this time, Yang Ming quickly opened the lid of the pot, scooped up the cicadas in the boiling water, and put them in a larger basin. After being soaked in boiling water, these cicadas were basically dead, and 3/4 of them were mature. At the same time, the dirt inside and outside their bodies was washed away. After washing the dust and dirt on their bodies, you can see that these cicadas have the characteristics of insects, with 6 legs and a sharp straw at the front of their mouths. They are brown all over, with black and yellow patterns on their backs. At first glance, they are extremely unappetizing. It is also difficult for ordinary people to imagine that this thing can actually be eaten. In fact, some people who do not eat cicadas think that their appearance is terrifying, while others think that cicadas are dirty. Yang Ming really cannot agree with the latter. You know, when cicadas are hungry, they will use their sharp weapons to suck the sap from the tree trunk. As pure vegetarians, they are much cleaner than omnivores. Moreover, they are very nutritious and can even be used as medicine. They are the best food given to humans by nature. As for some people saying that eating cicadas is too inhumane and they don't know how to cherish animals, Yang Ming sneered at them. You know, our nation of foodies has had the fine tradition of eating cicadas thousands of years ago. The earliest record of eating cicadas can be found in Zhuangzi. It says that Confucius saw a hunchback using a bamboo pole to catch cicadas as if he was taking something out of his bag, so he asked him if he had Taoism. The hunchback said that he practiced putting marbles on the bamboo pole without dropping them, starting with 2, and then gradually increasing them. When he put 5 without dropping them, using the bamboo pole to catch cicadas was like taking something out of his bag. Although the story is about being focused on doing things, it also shows that cicadas are delicious, otherwise there is no need to spend so much effort to catch them. The Qing dynasty also set up a special sticking rod office. Although it was closer to a spy organization, as a slave with special skills, it might be the original intention of its establishment to eliminate the cicadas and ensure the emperor's nap. Sure enough, my great foodie nation has already maxed out the talent of eating, and has truly become the people at the top of the food chain. Then, Yang Ming followed the same method, scalded the remaining cicadas in the bag with boiling water, and then removed the heads, limbs, internal organs and wings of the cicadas, and put them on a plate. Fortunately, Yang Ming had completed a hidden task before and obtained the basic knife skills, which made him more efficient and he did it in a short time. Then, Yang Ming poured out the boiling water in the pot, washed it, refilled it with water, poured in a few bags of salt, and then boiled it, and then put the cicadas in to cook for a while, and finally took them out and drained them. In fact, the above are all the preparatory work for making the cicada dish. After that, different methods were developed according to different people. Speaking of this, we have to mention our ancestors again. Sunzi records, those who want to catch cicadas must make fire and shake the tree. If you make a fire under a tree and shake the tree vigorously, the cicada will throw itself into the sea of fire and burn to death, then you can eat it. In addition to this roasted food, it can also be steamed, boiled, made into soup or stew. Kaiman Yeyashu quotes Kui House Shijing, which says how to pickle cicada jerky, beat it, roast it over fire until cooked, chop it finely, and add vinegar. Vinegar is vinegar. After processing, cicada jerky can be steamed, chop coriander finely, and put on top. It can also be put into boiling soup, take it out, chop it as above, and cook coriander and polygonum. It can also be made into cicada sauce. It can be seen that different methods have different flavors. However, due to the limited materials of the Dasna family, and this is not a recipe transmitted by the system, Yang Ming had to keep everything simple. First, Yang Ming beat a few eggs, leaving only the egg whites, put them in a bowl, and poured half a bowl of cornstarch into another bowl. Then, Yang Ming heated the oil pan to 40% hot, and then dipped the removed head, limbs, internal organs and wings in egg white and cornstarch, and then put them into the pan. Crackling! Crackling! Like moths to a flame, or like climbing a mountain of knives and diving into a sea of fire, they stirred up waves in the oil pan, and even some hot oil would splash out if they were more intense. When frying, be careful not to use high heat, because it is easy to overcook and burn. Seriously affects the taste. Since these fine ingredients are very light and float on the oil, it is easy to tell whether they are cooked or not. When the fine ingredients are fried to golden and crispy, and a mellow and rich fragrance wafts out, it is time to remove them and put them on a plate. At this time point, the fine ingredients are fried to crispy on the outside and almost crispy on the inside. They are crunchy and have the pleasure of eating potato chips. They can be eaten as snacks. Yang Ming has been frying in the kitchen and doesn't feel very fragrant, but the people waiting in the room are hungry. Naruto stretched his neck and tried his best to use his nose to move up to the air, desperately inhaling the fragrance in the air into his body. Sasuke looked at him with contempt. You are a hindrance. Don't embarrass yourself here. You have embarrassed all our Team 7. Who are you talking about? Naruto retorted unceremoniously, and his eyes accidentally glanced at the kitchen, but he saw a figure sneaking in. After a while, Yang Ming roared in the kitchen. Kakashi, you bastard, who told you to eat secretly? Where is Zabuza? Come here quickly. Zabuza was leaning on the sofa, looking like he was lying in Beijing, and was just feeling comfortable. Suddenly, he heard Yang Ming's order, and suddenly he was startled and rushed into the kitchen. Then, Naruto and Sasuke stared in disbelief, seeing that the wall connecting the kitchen to the hall had been demolished. Hey! After driving away Kakashi, the greedy cat, Yang Ming continued with the next dish. Next, stir-fry the cicada with garlic. This is even simpler. Yang Ming cut the cicada into pieces, but be careful not to make it too broken, otherwise the taste will not be so good. Then heat the pan, heat the oil, pour in the chopped garlic, and stir-fry the pan until it explodes. Finally, pour in the chopped cicada pieces and stir-fry. In the boiling pot, the flames are burning and the cicadas are flying. Like elves in the flames, they dance a mouth-watering dance at the cost of their lives. Chapter 79. When will the croaking of frogs and cicadas become memories? After Yang Ming's magical cooking, the cicadas caught by Naruto and his friends were fried in a dish and stir-fried in a dish, turning into delicious dishes on the table. When the steaming hot cicada banquet was served, the steaming hot air floated upwards, like an immortal swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and the unstoppable fragrance, like a dam bursting and pouring out, was like raising Beethoven's fascinating music, stirring up people's most desired emotions. I want to eat. I want to eat so much. This is the pursuit of beautiful things from the bottom of my heart. People say that the most beautiful thing is to hold the peepa half covered, but Kakashi thinks that this kind of wanton and ostentatious fragrance is the most fragrant. Even Kakashi forgot what he said before and threw the intimate paradise aside. There are beautiful women in books, but it is better to have a girl in hand. There are gourmet restaurants in books, but it is better to eat Yang Ming's food. Kakashi looked at the dishes made by Yang Ming, like a hungry wolf seeing a beautiful woman, his eyes lit up. I saw that the fine materials removed from the cicada were wrapped in a layer of liquid mixed with egg white and cornstarch. After being fried, it seemed to be sealed in amber. The golden and crystal flowing surface was like gold, which made people's appetites open, and then ignored that it was actually part of the cicada's body. Pick up a piece of fried golden fine materials, which looks like cicada wings, thin, like a layer of gauze, and a little transparent. Through the golden outer layer, you can vaguely see the other side, flowing with an attractive light under the light, like gold waving to gold diggers. Kakashi couldn't help it, a little saliva flowed from his mouth, and he opened his mouth. Ah! Crack! So crispy! When the crispy skin on the outside was broken, the tender cicada meat was exposed under the white teeth, and was rolled up by the tip of the tongue and crushed into pieces. Suddenly, Kakashi felt the fragrance and refreshing taste, which was simply the best in the world. So fragrant. Kakashi fell in love with this delicacy after just one bite. He moved his hands together, creating a dazzling phantom, and before others could react, he stuffed a handful of fine ingredients into his mouth. Snap! 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 Whether it was the legs or the wings of the cicada, they were very crisp. Kakashi didn't need to use much force. As soon as he closed his teeth, the amber-like fine ingredients were immediately split in half. Crisp! And fragrant. These 2 points alone were enough to make Kakashi intoxicated. Just like a drunkard getting a favorite wine, a single dog who has been single for many years finds a beloved girl. This is simply too beautiful. Seeing this, the members of Team 7 said in unison, "Teacher Kakashi, you cheated again." Naruto and the other two looked at each other, as if they had a telepathic connection, and joined the team to grab it together, regardless of the greasy hands and mouths, and were busy having fun. "Naruto, you bastard, that's mine." Sasuke had just grabbed one, and before he had time to be happy, he was suddenly attacked from behind by Naruto's shadow clone and snatched the spoils from his hands. Unexpectedly, Naruto's clone did not give the one he grabbed to Naruto. Naruto's clone said happily, "Haha, this is mine." He swallowed it in one gulp. Sakura looked at Naruto's face, who was black, and sighed, "I am a fool, and even the clone is a fool." Bai looked at the cicada banquet, swallowed his saliva, and trembled in his heart. Can this kind of thing really be eaten? Are you kidding? But thinking of what Zabuza had said to him before, Bai made up his mind, grabbed a piece of fine material, closed his eyes, and ate it in one bite. Crunch! Crisp! This feeling is very strange. You obviously feel that something is disgusting, but when it enters your mouth, it is unexpectedly delicious. It's like a surprise of winning a big prize. Bai stretched out his cute tongue, licked the remaining greasiness on his lips, and joined the team scrambling for it. Uncle Dazna's grandson Inari watched everyone happy and was filled with curiosity. Could it be that cicadas are really so delicious? However, too many people were fighting for the fried portion, so Inari couldn't help at all, so he had to turn his attention to the garlic fried cicada meat. In comparison, the garlic fried cicada meat didn't look so good, like a sacred artifact covered in dust, ignored by everyone, lying alone in the corner. Sure enough, it was the same everywhere, members of the Appearance Association were everywhere. Inari picked up a piece of cicada meat, only to see that the cicada meat was very small, less than a little finger, and it felt like it was not enough to fill the gap between teeth. The cicada meat didn't look good, without the publicity of the rich gold, only the low-key and dark after washing away the hustle and bustle and settling over time. However, when Inari held the cicada meat in front of his nose, a pungent garlic aroma suddenly surged, like a storm, hitting Inari off guard, and his nose was instantly filled with a strong garlic aroma. Inari was not used to the garlic aroma, so he quickly threw the cicada meat into his mouth and chewed it slowly. How should I put it? The cicada meat tasted soft, glutinous, and tender, just like the texture of egg yolk, and like eating glutinous rice balls, but it also had its own characteristics. When the cicada meat was chewed in the mouth, a light fragrance wafted out, which was difficult to detect if it was not tasted carefully. While eating, Inari's originally indifferent expression on his face gradually became appreciation, and then became intoxicated. This is the best delicacy given to mankind by nature. This made Inari think of the days when he and his father used to live. At that time, in the vast rice fields, with the sky full of stars above his head and the sound of frogs and cicadas in his ears, it was like a private concert. In the whole world, there were only him and his father. The croaking of frogs and cicadas formed a chorus, and the long music sounded. Inari and his father lay on their rooftops, carefree, as if time had been frozen there forever. Now it was still warm and natural when they recalled it. But when Inari came to his senses, he suddenly found that reality was cruel. His father, who was once regarded as a heroic idol, died because of his resistance to Cardo, and those peaceful and serene days would never come back. Since then, Inari began to doubt life. Do heroes really exist? His father was tall and strong, and looked so powerful, but in front of Cardo's powerful forces, he was still like an ant, and was easily crushed to pieces. How can heroes exist? Inari curled his lips in disdain, but a tear rolled in the corner of his eyes. When did the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas become memories? What was lost was not only youth, but also Inari's former dreams. Heroes don't exist, Inari said to himself, holding his breath. His hands were not idle, and he kept throwing cicada meat into his mouth. Although his mouth smelled fragrant, the more Inari ate, the more he ate, the worse it tasted. Without his father, what was the meaning of the endless rice fields and the sky full of stars? Inari felt that the cicada meat he ate was also burying the future frog croaking and cicada sounds. Chapter 80 Dark Cuisine Conquers a Country's People. The Land of Waves. These days, Yang Ming and his party have all lived in Dazna's house. Although Zabuza and Haku were conquered by Yang Ming, Team 7 was still taken to training by Kakashi as in the original work to practice chakra control. Thanks to Yang Ming these days, the Dazna family has tasted unprecedented cuisine. As an elite of a country, Uncle Dazna naturally found a way to save the country from the inexpensive and delicious food of cicadas. Isn't the Land of Waves very poor? Aren't the daily necessities very tight? It doesn't matter. We can eat cicadas for 3 meals a day. What? You said the cicadas will be eaten up? It doesn't matter. The imagination of the people is endless, especially a group of hungry poor people, since even cicadas can be eaten, what else can't be eaten? So, after Uncle Dazna's promotion, his doorstep has been crowded with people these days. One by one, ragged, pale and skinny poor people came to Uncle Dazna's house, with a face full of piety, asking Yang Ming how to cook dark cuisine. A little girl of 6 or 7 years old, with a ponytail and big eyes blinking, is very cute. She held a black bag in her hand and asked Yang Ming with admiration, "Big brother, are snails delicious? How should I cook them?" As she said, she opened the black bag, revealing the snails inside, some as big as stones, and some as small as thumbs. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "It's very simple, pick them out, wash them, cut them into strips and stir-fry them, and remember to add seasonings to remove the fishy smell." "Thank you, big brother." The little girl must have been starving, her eyes lit up, and she ran all the way home. Another auntie, who could be seen to be bloated at a glance, came to Yang Ming respectfully with a basket of vegetables. "Master Yang Ming, look, is this edible?" As she spoke, the auntie glanced at the vegetable worms on the basket. The finger-long vegetable worms wriggled and lazily crawled on the leaves, showing off their disgusting bodies. Yang Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He finally understood why Kakashi and the others were always out. This would be uncomfortable for anyone. So, in order to repay this auntie, Yang Ming looked at her sincerely. "Don't worry, the presence of vegetable worms means that the vegetables are not sprayed with pesticides and are pure natural food. This kind of vegetable worms contains a small amount of protein and can be eaten raw." Originally, the latter sentence of eating raw was just a joke by Yang Ming. But who knew that this auntie actually took it seriously and ate the lettuce mixed with vegetable worms on the spot? While eating, she smacked her lips and said with a look of lingering satisfaction, "Well, it's really delicious, but a little bland." "Okay, you are awesome." Yang Ming knelt down to her. After her, there were many poor people, and each one was more weird than the other. "What about cod, flies, earthworms? There is no most disgusting, only more disgusting." Although Yang Ming said that cod is the most popular delicacy for people in a certain country on earth, and it tastes pretty good. But why do you want to take out the living cod? The cod can stretch freely, just moving there makes people's scalps numb, right? After sending away this group of poor people, Yang Ming lay on the sofa exhausted, looking like he was played. "Sure enough, I should make less dark dishes in the future, I want to vomit." But Yang Ming didn't know that his achievements in the past few days were far greater than he imagined. On the street, which was originally deserted, it gradually became noisy again. Most people were in a hurry, carrying a cloth bag and a hoe, rushing to the wild. Occasionally, acquaintances met and exchanged a few words before getting straight to the point. "Are you going to hunt game, too?" "Yes, just to supplement the nutrition for the children at home." "Then are you going to dig earthworms or catch cicadas?" "I plan to get a big one and catch some toads to eat." "It seems that Lord Yang Ming has never taught you this." "It's okay, just treat it as a try." Compared to the past, the people living here seem to have changed and are full of energy. Although this energy is strange. And several years later, the Kingdom of Waves finally became the capital of dark cuisine, and everyone was proud to eat dark cuisine, becoming a Strange flower in the world of Naruto. Driven by generations of dark cuisine chefs, dark cuisine has enjoyed a second spring here, creating such exotic delicacies as stir-fried snails, which amazed Naruto's son Boruto. Let's go back a few days ago, 1 hour after Zabuza set off for Yang Ming and his group. At Cardo's place. The short Cardo was dressed in a suit and glasses, but his fierce eyes broke his elegant image. At this moment, this big man who shook his feet in the Naruto world and the business world would tremble, respectfully brewed tea for a man in black robes. If you look around, you will find that all the men hired by Cardo have been knocked to the ground, and the wounds are all in one place. It is obvious that they were all killed by a fatal blow. Cardo carefully looked at the man in black robe and found that he had no intention of taking off his mask. He whispered, "My lord, I will give you everything you want, including my entire fortune. I only ask you to spare my life." "Hat." The man in black robe looked at Cardo with interest. "Are you sure you are willing to give me all your fortune?" Cardo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, touched the dagger on his waistband, and weighed the strength of both sides. The gap, finally found that no matter how he struggled, he was doomed today. Cardo swallowed his saliva, his expression suddenly tense. No matter how much money he had, it was not as important as life. "So," he hurriedly said, "of course, as long as you are willing to let me go, I can give away my hundreds of millions of assets." "Very good, I admire you as a businessman who knows the times." After getting the affirmation of the black-robed man, Cardo smiled flatteringly, ran to the secret room happily, and presented all the millions of cash stored there. The black-robed man got the money and really let Cardo live. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the air was stagnant, and there was a feeling of impending storm. A gust of wind blew, slightly lifting the black-robed man's hood, revealing an orange spiral pattern mask, with one eye exposed in the position of the eyes, and a 3-Magadama Sharingan could be vaguely seen. He stood alone on the top of the mountain, overlooking all the mountains, and the strong wind blew his black robe rustling. He held a box of 1,000,000 cash in one hand and looked at a place in the distance. "With this money, I guess I can ask that person to help, right? Delicious food that can increase chakra, this kind of thing must be controlled in my hands." Chapter 81 What to Eat for Midnight Snack. The Land of Waves is a very small country. Because it is close to the Land of Fire, the climate and terrain are not so extreme. At night, the night sky is full of stars, like a beautiful pattern on a piece of silk, fascinating. After a day of special training, Naruto and his party were exhausted and sweating, dragging their tired bodies back to Uncle Dazna's house. Regardless of not having eaten, Naruto and Sasuke lay on the bed, fell asleep, and snored loudly. Squeak! Squeak! Outside the house, there was a continuous sound of cicadas, like a lullaby, lulling people to sleep. When the two woke up, it was already past dinner time. Naruto opened his sleepy eyes, his stomach rumbled, protesting against his unscrupulous master. Naruto turned his head and asked Sasuke, "I'm so hungry, is there anything to eat?" Hearing this, Sasuke rolled his eyes. "You ask me, who should I ask? When you are hungry, it is the greatest torture of heaven to people. The pain like a knife cutting and the pain of a slight stomach twitch constantly stimulate people's nerves. I want to eat." At this time, even if Naruto is in front of a cup of instant noodles, he can taste the deliciousness of delicacies from mountains and seas. Only when you lose something can you learn to cherish it. Only when you are hungry can you understand the preciousness of a full stomach. Naruto covered his stomach and paced uncomfortably in the house, his eyebrows almost wrinkled into a ball. Seeing this, Sasuke glared and said, "You are holding me back, are you annoying?" Naruto looked at him provocatively, "Aren't you hungry?" Gurgle. Gurgle. Just at the right time, Sasuke's stomach made a rumbling sound, suddenly exposing the truth. At this moment, Sasuke wanted to dig a hole and bury his head in it. It was really embarrassing. Sasuke turned his head away proudly, seemingly disdainful, but his ears were red, which had already revealed his embarrassment. Naruto narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of a way. He clapped his hands and said, "Why don't we go to ask Big Brother for food?" "Whatever you want." Sasuke stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly indifferent, but when Naruto really went to find Yang Ming, his body was very honest and he hurriedly followed. At this time, it was late at night. The cicadas outside the house were particularly loud and noisy. Naruto came to Yang Ming's room. At this point, he was sleeping soundly and immersed in his dreams. Naruto was not polite at all and suddenly woke Yang Ming up. Yang Ming had dreamed of a blonde girl waving at him in his dream, but when he was about to take a step further, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and woke him up. When Yang Ming opened his eyes with difficulty, he saw a young face. Seeing him, Yang Ming said unhappily, "Naruto, why is it you?" If it were anyone else, they would go to Wushan with the goddess in their dreams and enjoy thunder and rain, but they were interrupted abruptly, and the other party was not a beautiful and cute girl. This feeling is even more uncomfortable than wearing a green hat on their head. Yang Ming didn't lose his temper on the spot, which was good enough. Naruto smiled shyly, "Brother, I'm so hungry, can you cook me a dish?" As he spoke, Naruto may have thought of the meals Yang Ming usually cooked, and his stomach rumbled again, like a bomber dropping bombs. The sound was deafening. Yang Ming was sleepy and laughed, but he really felt sleepy and resolutely refused, "No, I want to sleep." "Brother, how can you do this? Can you bear to see me faint from hunger?" As he spoke, Naruto put on a pitiful look. "Women can become bad for money, and men can act cute for food, it's true." Yang Ming felt speechless. "Please, you are the protagonist, and you will be the best in the world in the future, is this really okay?" At this time, the system picked it out to interfere. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task. A chef who can't make midnight snacks is not a good chef. Task description: there are 5 meals a day: breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, and midnight snacks. As the future supreme chef in the Naruto world, how can you not even make midnight snacks? Task reward: chakra control reaches treading water. This task clearly shows that the system doesn't want Yang Ming to sleep. As an ideal and ambitious chef, Yang Ming firmly stated that he would obey the system's command in everything. However, it would not work if he agreed to Naruto so easily, otherwise what would happen in the future? Yang Ming's mind was racing, and these thoughts only flew through his mind for a moment. Therefore, Yang Ming had a serious face, seemed to be in deep thought, and had a feeling of keeping people at a distance. Seeing this, Naruto's heart was also beating, fearing that Yang Ming would not cook for him, which would be terrible. God felt sorry for Naruto. Apart from making instant noodles, he could hardly cook, so he placed all his hopes on Yang Ming. Rumble. Rumble. At this time, Naruto's stomach was not keeping up, and it made a series of rumbling sounds, like a truck starting its engine, which was annoying. Waiting was the most tormenting. It seemed like a second had passed, and it seemed like a century had passed. Naruto finally waited for Yang Ming to speak. "Okay, someone just sent me something today, so I'll use it for midnight snack." Hearing this, Naruto was shocked. "Brother, you are not talking about those people in the morning, are you?" "Yes." Yang Ming looked at him in surprise. "What's the problem?" That." Naruto lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Brother, you are not going to make dark cuisine, are you?" When Naruto thought of those terrible ingredients, he felt his calves trembling. Yang Ming smiled proudly and said, "Of course not." "Hey!" Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good. As long as it is not dark cuisine, but Yang Ming's cooking, Naruto has no objection. I don't know if it is the innate vigilance of ninjas that makes Kakashi and Zabuza always half asleep and half awake, and they have the habit of listening to the movements nearby." When they heard that Yang Ming was going to make midnight snacks, several people came one after another, even Zabuza was no exception. When thinking of the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, the fragrance and taste are simply amazing. Zabuza felt that his past life was like a dog's, and only eating Yang Ming's food was life. Yang Ming looked at these foodies helplessly, it seemed that they were hopeless. He walked to the kitchen, there was a basin on the ground, filled with ingredients for tonight's midnight snack. This was given to him by the tough ant who dared to eat raw vegetable worms to express her gratitude to Yang Ming. Of course, other people also sent things to him, but because they were too disgusting, they were politely rejected by Yang Ming and returned them one by one. Then, it's time to make midnight snacks. Chapter 82 Fried Snails. For people who often work late shifts, eating a midnight snack is definitely the most beautiful enjoyment. Think about it, in the silent night, having a hot midnight snack, rewarding yourself after a hard day, soothing your tense nerves, is enough to make you full of energy the next day. Of course, people who usually have midnight snacks always choose to eat instant noodles for various reasons, such as being too lazy to make, or because of economic conditions. After all, instant noodles are economical and affordable, and only a small packet can temporarily satisfy your appetite. However, for foodies, this is far from satisfying. There is a midnight snack that is as affordable as instant noodles, that is fried field snails. Unlike stone snails, field snails are characterized by thin shells and thick meat. When fried in a wok with a fragrant grass called perilla, a strange smell of spicy and sweet spiciness will be produced. Most people usually don't make this dish. Although they tried to use chili pepper, garlic, and fermented black beans as seasonings for stir-fried snails, they still failed to remove the muddy smell of snails, which made people feel that there was something missing. In fact, it is very easy to make this dish. It does not require any cooking skills at all, just a little patience. This morning, the auntie who ate raw cabbage worms sent a basket of snails as a gift to thank Yang Ming for teaching and solving his doubts. These snails are very fresh and are all caught from the fields. In this world without any pesticides, these snails are not full of all kinds of filth or harmful substances like those in the city. As soon as Yang Ming got them, he poured the snails into a large basin, added clean water, and stirred them with a large wooden stick. Use the friction between snails to wash away the mud. Of course, don't use too much force during this process, or the snails will be killed. If the snails die, well, congratulations, you will eat food that smells as bad as shit. Cleaning snails is a very troublesome process, which requires constant water changes and repetitions. It is a very patience-testing process. However, when the foul smell of mud gradually fades, you will inexplicably feel a sense of accomplishment. After cleaning, there is actually one last step. Often, this step is also the key to whether the snails taste muddy or not. After Yang Ming washed the mud off the surface of the snails, he poured them into a clean large basin, added clean water, and dripped a few drops of oil, and then left them for a day or two. This is the finishing touch. The purpose is to wash away the mud in the snail's belly. Since the snails spit out mud slowly, adding a little oil, especially sesame oil, will speed up the process. After soaking in the water in the basin for a whole day, the snails vomited out the mud in their stomachs, and the originally clear bottom of the basin was stained with mud again. Yang Ming cleaned the basin, filtered the snails with clean water again, and then began to prepare to fry. Heat the pan and add oil. When the oil began to boil, Yang Ming threw the snails in and scooped them with oil. Snap! 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 The snails with a little moisture in them immediately caused a violent rebound when they were put into the pan, and even a small fire started on the oil pan. Yang Ming was not nervous at all, he grabbed the handle of the pan and quickly stir-fried it. The flames climbed on the snails, like a fire snake, swallowing and spitting out blazing flames. But no matter how arrogant the fire snake was, it still couldn't resist the shaking of the iron pan like a landslide. When the food was half-cooked, Yang Ming added a handful of basil leaves and chili peppers to bring out the freshness of the snails. Suddenly, as if Mars hit the earth, a wonderful change occurred on both sides. A strong fragrance came to the nose, refreshing the heart. Gurgle! Gurgle! Smelling this fragrance, the stomachs of the people who were waiting at the kitchen door began to rumble. Naruto wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, "It smells so good, I really want to try it now." Kakashi pretended to watch the intimate paradise, but his eyes were sneaky, constantly looking at the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, thinking about how to get ahead of others and sneak a bite. Everyone is now very experienced and knows that Yang Ming's products must be fine products, and they often need to rob them before they can eat them. At this point, Naruto and his fellow genin suffered a great loss. They were completely crushed by the absolute strength of Kakashi and Zabuza. Fortunately, they were not stupid. After several lessons, they formed an alliance, including Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Bai. That's right, even Bai joined their alliance. How could we miss the delicious food? And they also named this alliance Foodie Club. Well, they didn't have any talent for naming, so that's it. When the steaming snails were served, the black snails, the bright red peppers, and the emerald green basil leaves complemented each other, which was very beautiful and a feast for the eyes. Coupled with the gushing fragrance, it made people salivate. Everyone couldn't help it and joined the scramble. Naruto used several shadow clones to attract Kakashi's attention. The alliance team seized the opportunity and quickly grabbed a handful of snails. Well, it's so hot. A few people were too impatient to eat the hot tofu, and they grabbed it with their hands, and their fingers were burned immediately. But with delicious food in front of him, who cares so much? Naruto was about to eat it, but suddenly found that he had no way to start. The exquisite snail meat, like a shy elf, huddled in the shell, only showing a little bit of the bottom, attracting people to eat it, making people really love and hate it. Naruto aimed his mouth at the exposed meat of the snail, sucking and biting it clumsily. But the snail meat was so stubborn, like a wooden stake made of iron, it didn't move at all. Naruto looked at the snail in his hand with resentment, as if he felt the other party's ridicule. Haha, no matter how you change, I will never come out even if you kill me, let's see what you can do. Not only Naruto, but also other people encountered the same problem and were instantly confused. At this time, their IQs were reflected. Kakashi took out a kunao and learned it by himself. He inserted the tip into the snail meat, then twisted it up and picked out the snail meat with a pick, and tasted it with relish. As for Zabuza, well, he was extremely simple and violent. He held the snail in his palm, pressed his palms together, and with a snap, he crushed the shell, then picked up the snail meat from the middle of the broken shell. Naruto and the others followed suit and tried it. But Naruto, a clumsy guy, could neither learn Kakashi's precision nor Zabuza's strength, and often crushed the snail meat into pieces, and could not taste the complete flavor. So, in the spirit of asking Yang Ming if there is something, he looked at Yang Ming for help. By the way, did no one see the author's words in yesterday's chapter? I thought someone would guess what the midnight snack was, so I'll add more and say goodbye to you. Chapter 83 The Akatsuki Organization appears. What is the most painful thing in the world? Is it that you are 1 point short of the college entrance examination and can go to Tsinghua University or Peking University? Is it that you have no feelings for girls when you are middle-aged? Or you can chase the goddess, but fail because you don't have the courage to confess? For a foodie, what is more painful than looking at the food in front of you but not being able to eat it? At this moment, Naruto felt the deep malice of the world. Naruto had the snail in his hand, but he couldn't taste it. No matter how powerful your nine tails chakra is, no matter how scary your background is, you can't do anything to a small snail. This feeling is like facing a beautiful woman lying on the bed, you can do whatever you want, but you are powerless. What a shitty thing. Naruto looked at Yang Ming expectantly, with a pitiful look on his face. Brother, how should I eat this snail? Yang Ming smiled, he didn't expect Naruto to be stumped by such a question. But it is also true that for most people, it is very troublesome to make a good snail dish, and even eating snails is more troublesome. People who don't know the method, no matter how hard they try, can't fully taste the deliciousness of the snail meat. Or, it takes a long time, and when you eat it in your mouth, the snail meat is cold, which seriously affects the taste. But once you learn the method, Yang Ming dares to guarantee that you will definitely like this delicacy. You'll know after watching how I eat it. As he spoke, Yang Ming took the snail from Naruto's hand. The snail was very small, probably larger than a thumb, and the mouth was wet with sweet and delicious juice, making people drool. Eating snails actually requires a little skill, and it is not elegant at all. Yang Ming put the tail of the snail into his mouth with his index finger and thumb, first sucked out the juice, sucked it, pulled the tail meat of the snail hard, then turned the snail over, put the head into his lips and sucked it hard, and the whole snail meat was thrown into his mouth. It's slow to describe, but it actually takes less than 3 seconds. In just a blink of an eye, the snail meat was sucked into Yang Ming's mouth. First suck in the juice, slip into the mouth, immediately stimulate the taste buds, and a fresh taste spreads. Different from the freshness of seafood, perhaps because it has been in the soil for a long time, this freshness has a little bit of astringency, mixed with the spicy taste of chili, which is unique. As soon as the snail meat enters the tongue, it is flexibly rolled and wrapped by the tip of the tongue, pulled between the teeth, and instantly torn into pieces by the white teeth. Taste it carefully, and the role of the taste buds is fully exerted. That deliciousness, that sweet fragrance. It is spicy in the fragrance, and sweet in the spiciness, like a 9-turn loop, from fragrant to spicy, from spicy to sweet, and then from sweet to fragrant, back and forth, making people always feel a kind of regret that they can't taste enough. The snail meat is plump and delicate, delicious, rich in protein, vitamins, essential amino acids and trace elements for the human body, and is a typical high-protein, low-fat, high-calcium natural animal health food. For girls who like to lose weight, snail meat is simply a tailor-made exquisite delicacy. You don't need much, just a small plate, invite friends, gather together, add a bowl of rice, it's enough to eat until you are full. Of course, as the saying goes, everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Although the snail meat is delicious, it is not the case that the more you eat, the better. For some people with weak constitutions or allergies, eating snails is not so good because it can easily cause diarrhea. Also note that the snails should be eaten while hot. They will not taste good when they are cold. When they are cold, the meat will become hard and old, and it will feel like eating a stone, which is very uncomfortable. Seeing that Yang Ming's method is so easy, others followed suit. Compared with Kakashi's use of kunao to pick the meat of the snails and Zabuza's rough crushing of the snail shells, Yang Ming's method is too much to everyone's taste, especially for a pretty boy like Bai who likes cleanliness. Bai followed Yang Ming's example, and his cherry mouth came up to carefully suck the juice of the snail. The taste was very strange, and it made him, who was used to wandering around, feel very unfamiliar. What exactly was it? Bai raised his head and looked around. Under the dim yellow light, everyone sat around the table, grabbing snails with both hands and tasting them together. Everyone learned from Yang Ming's method to suck the snail meat, making a sizzling sound, like playing a unique symphony, that wonderful pleasure, which made people linger. It is hard to imagine that the original book hit you under the influence of Yang Ming. The two people who were fighting to the death were able to sit together and eat, looking happy and full of warmth and naturalness. If Kishimoto was here at this time, he would be shocked. Maybe, it's because he's eating with everyone. Bai thought silently. If someone had told him in the past that he could live such a peaceful and harmonious life again, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. How many years have passed since his father led the villagers to kill his mother and was ready to kill him ruthlessly? In fact, his heart has died. From that day on, Bai thought that a peaceful life had said goodbye to him forever. If it weren't for the appearance of Zabuza, who made him see the meaning of life again, I'm afraid he would have been like a walking corpse now, living a life worse than death. Looking around, Kakashi ate without caring about his image. Sasuke and Naruto actually quarreled with each other, fighting for the snails in each other's hands, and Sakura took advantage of their quarrel and sneaked away their snails. Involuntarily, Bai's eyes softened. When Bai cast his eyes on the man who created the current situation, the mysterious Yang Ming, Bai's eyes became extremely respectful and fanatical. It was because of Yang Ming that he regained a peaceful life. In his heart, Bai's admiration for Yang Ming was no less than that of Zabuza, and even far exceeded it. When everyone was eating with relish and immersed in the ocean of delicious food, they did not notice that the originally noisy cicadas had stopped. Outside the house, it seemed as if it was swallowed by darkness, and it was pitch dark. Even the frog sounds and cicada chirps disappeared completely, and it was silent, as if a great terror was approaching and they were all scared away. Two men stood in the distance, looking into the house through the window. They were wearing black robes with red clouds as bright as blood on them. That's right, they are members of the Akatsuki organization. An Akatsuki that is now unknown, but will stir up the world in the near future. One of them covered his stomach and arched his back exaggeratedly, like a lobster, and said, "I'm so hungry, I can smell that fragrance from a long distance, I really want to eat it. I can't stand it, seeing them eating so happily, I also want to." Suddenly, he changed his tone, with a cold and bloody tone, "I want to kill them all." In order to encourage everyone to interact, the author now often holds activities in the author's words, everyone pays more attention. Chapter 84 The Immortal Duo. It was a dark and windy night, and it was a night for killing. Just as Yang Ming and his group were enjoying their midnight snack, an accident suddenly occurred. Fire escape! Head hard! Accompanied by a clear shout, a fireball fell outside the house. Then, like a spark that can start a prairie fire, the fireball spread instantly, like an ancient red dragon, spewing out terrifying flames, and the fire flew, swallowing up everything in front of it. In this dark night, the red flames are so dazzling. Like a raging tsunami roaring, sweeping everything, the flames spread out and surrounded the whole house. In a blink of an eye, the originally peaceful life was interrupted and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. I saw that the hot sea of fire was rolling and approaching the location of Yang Ming and his party. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Seeing that they were about to suffer, whether it was Naruto and his party, or Uncle Dazna who had to be protected, it was easy to suffocate to death in the sea of fire. Kakashi and Zabuza were the first to react. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi and Zabuza shouted at the same time, and a large amount of chakra in their bodies was consumed like water. Although there was no water source around, and a large amount of water vapor was evaporated by the flames, the results were remarkable. Outside the house, 2 3-meter water columns rushed out of nowhere, shaped like dragons, rushing towards the raging sea of fire with their fangs and claws bared. Red Sea of Fire. Ice Blue Water Dragon. Like Mars hitting the Earth, they confront each other and never give in. Boom! The two collided, water and fire could not coexist, and a cloud-like mist rose up, spreading, making it difficult to see the situation in front of people. I'm quite capable. In the mist, 3 dark figures slowly came. The wind blew away some of the mist, revealing their figures. A man with a tall figure and handsome appearance, carrying an exaggerated 3-section sickle on his shoulder, which was longer than others, making people wonder how he could fight with this weapon. A man with a mask like Kakashi, revealing deep eyes, and who seemed to have no sense of existence. The other one was quite strange, with a mask similar to that of the Anbu on his face, but he didn't look like a human at all, with a fat body, red lips and a dark body, which looked disgusting. Kakashi and Zabuza looked stunned when they saw each other. When did these people appear in the ninja world? As the saying goes, strong men cherish each other. Relying on intuition, Kakashi and Zabuza both felt that the other party was not ordinary. Unable to help, the two of them tensed up, looked alert, and looked at each other vigilantly. Kakashi looked at the other party with a serious face. Who are you guys? We don't seem to have any grudges, right? As he spoke, Kakashi secretly grasped the kunai, and once the other party opened his mouth, he would catch him off guard. No matter what the reason, since he took action, it proved that he was an enemy. It's not too much to be an enemy, even if it's a bit insidious. It doesn't matter who we are, what's important is. Whoosh! Before Kakuzu finished speaking, a kunai cut through the darkness, like a meteor, straight to his throat. At the same time, Zabuza also moved. He raised a beheading sword as high as a person, and charged bravely as if he was reborn. Quick! 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 It happened in a moment. From Kakashi throwing the kunai to Zabuza attacking, it was just a blink of an eye. Although the two had never cooperated, they often sparred in private and knew each other very well. This cooperation, no need to notify, everything is self-evident. Kakuzu said helplessly, what an impolite young man. But if you look closely, you will find that there is no ripple in his eyes. Ding! A dark figure suddenly blocked in front of Kakuzu and blocked Kakashi's sneak attack with his body. And the kunai pierced deeply into its body, and its tail trembled constantly, which shows how much force it used. But it was useless. Because it was the earth resentment you. At this time, Zabuza's sword came. No skills, no expenses. Only straight and violent crushing to the extreme. Like a white line dividing the world, the beheading sword was like splitting Hwashin, slashing at the earth resentment you fiercely. Under Kakuzu's mask, an arc appeared, revealing a hint of sneer. Fire escape. Head hard. Zabuza never expected that the opponent would release a powerful ninjutsu at such a close distance. The fireball erupted, expanded rapidly in mid-air, and exploded quickly. Boom! The red light illuminated the entire night sky. The huge roar sounded, and a gust of wind was raised, blowing the surrounding branches rustling. But Zabuza actually resisted it. In Kakuzu's surprised eyes, he was alone with a knife, like a demon god descending to earth, killing gods and Buddhas, pushing all the way, and then the blade flashed. The raging flames were split in half, and then the blade did not stop. Tear! The fire escape mask monster, destroyed. Kakuzu was startled and exclaimed, you dare! Zabuza emerged from the sea of fire, his entire body was burnt black, even his mask was burned off, revealing his originally resolute face. He pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile, and his wolf-like eyes burst out with murderous intent. Although he was inexplicably subdued by Yang Ming, it does not mean that Zabuza is very happy. Who do you think he is? The Kirigakure demon. It can be said that the sneak attack of Kakuzu and his group just triggered the explosive barrel. Buzz. Zabuza's only answer to Kakuzu was to kill. Kill, kill, kill. The beheading sword swept across, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, mixed with unparalleled energy, and set off a gust of wind. Seeing that Kakuzu's head and body were separated, the man next to Kakuzu moved. Bang! There was a roar, like a colliding bronze tripod, making a harsh sound. Feijuan's 3-section sickle just blocked Kakuzu's body, like a natural moat, blocking Zabuza's attack. Feijuan looked at Zabuza frivolously and said provocatively, come on, if you have the ability, come and kill me. As if it was not enough, Feijuan pointed his finger at his head and aimed at Zabuza while speaking. Ordinary people would just walk away when they see Zabuza, even ordinary ninjas would have to think twice. Feijuan, on the other hand, looked as if he was just a cockroach that could be seen everywhere. The frivolity in his eyes made even a veteran like Zabuza, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, unable to hold back his anger. But who knew that before Zabuza could make any move, Kakuzu beside him said angrily, "Get out of my way, don't forget your mission." Feijuan was speechless. "Hey, it seems that this has nothing to do with me, it's obviously you who want to make extra money." Kakuzu glared at him fiercely, "Don't forget, you haven't paid me back the money for the last stitch." After hearing what Kakuzu said, Feijuan was at a loss. He had to cast his eyes on Yang Ming in the house and said arrogantly, "Little guys, wait for me to harvest your heads." Seeing the two chatting as if no one was around, Zabuza was furious. Waiting for the beheading sword, it tore through the void like the sky, and slashed towards Kakuzu. Zabuza vs Kakuzu. Chapter 85. How do you want to die? Please click, please collect, please recommend, please reward, please be cute. At this time, Yang Ming and his group came outside the house. Looking at the enemy who appeared, Yang Ming was also very surprised. How could it be? Kakuzu and Haiden actually appeared in this timeline. What is going on? Many questions appeared one after another, but Yang Ming's mind was like a mess and he couldn't figure it out. Seeing Zabuza rushing towards Kakuzu, Naruto and the others were very optimistic. Naruto put his hands behind his head, looking like he was watching a good show, and said, "Guess who will win?" Bai rolled his eyes and said in an unquestionable tone, "It must be Mr. Zabuza." As soon as the voice fell, Zabuza broke through and killed in front of Kakuzu. Just as Haku showed a proud expression, Haiden's sickle blocked Zabuza's attack. Seeing this, no one wanted to watch the fun anymore, let alone make fun of Haku. Because they knew Zabuza's strength very well. Elite Jonin. In the early days of Naruto, if there were no cage-level strongmen, the Jonin would be the king. In a small country ninja village, the elite Jonin could be the cage of a village. Even in a big country, the elite Jonin is the pillar of the village. And now, the two people on the opposite side are still in the mood to chat. In the eyes of Naruto and others, they are at least at the level of elite Jonin. But for Yang Ming, who is familiar with the plot, he knows that they are all wrong. Needless to say, Kakuzu is a cage-level strongman. After failing to assassinate the first Hokage, he was able to escape from the hands of the first Hokage, which is enough to show his ability. As for Haiden, in Yang Ming's view, he belongs to the penumbra. What is penumbra? It means that he is particularly outstanding in some aspects and can threaten the existence of cage-level strong men. Feijuan is such a strong man. Although his ninjutsu and illusion are relatively rubbish, his mysterious curse alone is enough to kill the cage-level strong men who don't know the truth. What's more, Feijuan is a bug in Naruto and is immortal. In the original work, if Shikamaru didn't know the information about Feijuan, he probably wouldn't be able to make corresponding arrangements to seal Feijuan up. At this time, Feijuan rushed towards them. What does this mean? It means that if there is no meaning, Naruto and his team will be wiped out. Seeing this, Kakashi naturally couldn't sit idly by. Just as he was about to intercept, he suddenly found that two ground resentments were entangled with him. On the other side, Zabuza was fighting extremely fiercely with Kakuzu and the two ground resentments, and there was no way to distract himself. In other words, Naruto and his team can only rely on themselves now. Damn it! Kakashi cursed in his heart, revealing his Sharingan, his eyes revealing a cold murderous intent. Since this is the case, we can only let go and fight. On the other side. At this time, Feijuan rushed all the way to Yang Ming, laughing wildly, cry, wail, and then die in despair. As he spoke, Feijuan threw out a 3-section sickle, relying on the rope at the end of the sickle, remotely controlling the direction, and suddenly attacked Yang Ming. If you want to hurt Boss Yang Ming, you have to get through me first. Bai stood in the steaming hot air, looking particularly heroic, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Ice Shield. Binjiantang Guyu. Hey! As soon as the voice fell, a cool air suddenly arose, and wisps of cold air visible to the naked eye floated out. Then, Naruto and the others were shocked to see a thick ice wall appear out of nowhere, blocking the sickle. Bang! Crack! As Feijuan's weapon, the 3-section sickle is not a simple thing. Although the ice wall blocked the sickle's advance, it was suddenly knocked open by the sickle's heavy weight and acceleration, and cracked into spider web-like cracks. Broken. Then, the sickle fell from the air due to lack of strength. Tisk. Feijuan glared at Bai unhappily, but fortunately he had taken this opportunity to approach everyone. Bai looked stern and cold at Feijuan. For Bai, a peaceful and tranquil life is the day he dreams of. But such a rare life was disturbed by this group of inexplicable people. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. At this moment, even a kind-hearted person like Bai suddenly had a hint of murderous intent. Even if I die, I will protect Boss Yang Ming. Bai made up his mind and turned to Naruto and the others and said, I will use ninjutsu to hold the enemy back. You take Boss Yang Ming and retreat first. No. Naruto looked at Bai firmly. Big brother will definitely not agree, because we are companions. How could he abandon you? One person is here. Sasuke and Sakura didn't say anything, but they both stood on Bai's side with their actions. You. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into Bai's heart. This feeling was very warm and comfortable. Naruto is right. Yang Ming looked at Bai and said, besides, don't underestimate me. Well, Yang Ming gives himself full marks for this. Who told him that he was just a weakling who could use the three-body technique and shadow clone? But how could he be a coward in front of a cute girl? I said it wrong, it was a beautiful boy. Hey, why does this sound a bit weird? At this time, Feijuan had already put away his sickle, and walked over as if strolling in the garden, not taking Yang Ming and his party seriously at all. Feijuan raised his head high, as if he was looking down on all living beings like a god, his eyes were cold and without a trace of humanity. He looked at Yang Ming with a disdainful smile. Feijuan never expected that such an ordinary-looking person was actually worth millions. Could it be that the rich have too much money to spend? But for him, no matter how much money he had, it was useless. It would be better to get the favor of the evil god. At this moment, something strange happened. Bai and Naruto exchanged opinions and quickly formed seals. Ice escape. Magic mirror ice crystal. A hint of coolness surrounded Haiden, and in just a blink of an eye, the shield-like ice trapped him in the middle, erecting a 5-story cage. Then, Team 7 came. Shadow clone technique. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Naruto used a large number of shadow clones to attract Haiden's attention, and then Sasuke attacked with a fireball, blowing Haiden in the face. Boom. Hit the target. This is not over yet. Bai quickly shuttled through the ice crystals, throwing countless thousands of books in his hands. Like a violent storm, countless thousands of books came like a storm, completely submerging Haiden's figure. Is he dead? Naruto and the others looked at the center of the field with expectation, where the smoke was filled and blocked their sight. Haha, I'm here. Suddenly, a wild laugh came from the edge of the ice crystal. Bang! An ice crystal broke, and Feijuan escaped from the cage. Before Yang Ming could react, he swung his sickle, brushed Yang Ming's cheek, and took his blood. Feijuan smiled proudly and looked at Yang Ming. By the way, how do you want to die? There is another event today, pay attention to the author's words. Chapter 86 Feijuan wants to be a eunuch. Ha ha ha, I got your blood. Feijuan's rampant laughter rang out on the battlefield. At the same time, it also made Naruto and others' faces green. Bai secretly hated, damn it, I actually let this guy hurt Boss Yang Ming. Feijuan brought the sickle in front of him, extended his scarlet tongue, and licked Yang Ming's blood, causing the blood to flow into his body. Then, Feijuan used Yang Ming's blood to paint on the ground, with a pious look on his face, like a faithful believer. As an enemy, the more the enemy wants to do something, the more he must not be allowed to succeed. Although Naruto and the others did not know what Feijuan was about to do, they would not let it go. Go ahead, kill him. Naruto led the way, and hundreds of Narutos behind him responded in unison, causing a great sensation for a while. It was as if thousands of troops were coming, and a cloud of dust covered the sky and the earth was raised behind Naruto's army. They used their fists, feet, kunao, and did their best, even using their teeth, to block Feijuan from all sides. Encirclement and killing. This was a thorough siege and killing. Countless attacks covered Feijuan completely, whether it was his head, limbs, or even his lower body, which was taken care of by Naruto. It was simply impossible to describe such a sinister behavior. But in the face of all this, Feijuan didn't care at all, and continued to paint as usual, as if he regarded Naruto's army as ants and could not withstand a single blow. Let you taste my power. Naruto had been furious for a long time, punching Haiden's handsome face hard, wanting to beat him up. But who knew? Haiden was waiting for the opportunity, and he dodged by slightly turning his head. Naruto continued to rush forward, and even bumped into his own shadow clone, suddenly making a joke. Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he was speechless, muttering, "This idiot." Although he said so, his body was very honest, and his hands quickly formed seals. Fire escape. Dragon fire technique. A large amount of chakra was consumed, and a beam of flame suddenly spurted out of Sasuke's mouth. The fire lit up, like the light that tore through the black curtain, illuminating the battlefield. The flames moved straight and fast, like a flying dragon in the sky, soaring for 9 days, at a very fast speed. Intense the high temperature even caused the moisture in the air to evaporate quickly, pushing forward all the way, creating a layer of white mist. Along the way, countless Naruto's shadow clones were hit and shattered one after another. This attack was fierce, like a poisonous snake shooting at him. But even so, Feijuan still didn't dodge. Boom! This attack actually hit Feijuan's body. It's not that Feijuan couldn't dodge, but because he took the initiative to hit the flames. He actually used his flesh and blood to protect the blood-colored pattern under his feet. But what Naruto and the others didn't expect was that when the smoke and ash dissipated, they actually saw Feijuan as if nothing had happened, still painting. No, it can't be said that he was unscathed, at least the clothes on his body had long been burned to ashes under the high temperature. Naruto looked at the others, frowned, and said, "What should I do? This guy is hard to beat. Damn, if only I had more chakra." Sasuke hated in his heart. Just now, in order to enhance the power of ninjutsu, Sasuke used up most of his chakra. Although he can continue to use ninjutsu, the power will be greatly reduced. After all, they are still genin now, and the means they can use are limited. Sakura looked at all this and felt powerless. Although she had good grades in school, she had mastered very few ninjutsu and had no way to support. Sakura secretly determined that she must find a way to learn powerful ninjutsu after returning. And at this moment, Feijuan had already drawn it. I saw a pattern on the ground, consisting of a circle and a triangle. The scarlet color revealed an ominous atmosphere. After praying, Feijuan looked at Yang Ming, and a cold-blooded smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feijuan opened his hands as if to embrace the sky, and said with a fanatical face, "Today, I will give your blood to the great evil god." "Really?" Yang Ming looked at him calmly, "Are you sure and certain that you can kill me?" This completely denied Feijuan's belief, making him glare, "I'll show you something later. I'm already handsome, I don't need to look good." Yang Ming's words were not shocking, and he continued to stimulate Feijuan's nerves. Then, Yang Ming signaled Naruto and the others to go away and come to his side. "Feidian, I really want to see how awesome the so-called immortal body is. Come on. Come and kill me." Yang Ming looked at Feijuan seriously, as if he was discussing a scientific problem. Feijuan smiled cruelly, "Don't blame me if you want to die." As he said that, Feijuan took out a black spear and stabbed it into his chest. Swish! Suddenly, blood was flowing and splattering. Scarlet blood flowed out, soaking Feijuan's charred body, making him look particularly hideous and terrifying. Feijuan looked at Yang Ming arrogantly, "Do you feel the severe pain from your body?" But Yang Ming still stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. Because he used the invincible defense card with the last chance left. At this moment, Yang Ming has 1 minute of invincibility. This minute is the best time for him to show off. Beside him, Naruto stabbed him again. Is this guy mentally ill? He stabbed himself. Is it fun? Sakura said seriously, according to the development of the ninja world in recent years, there are more and more mentally ill ninjas. Even Sasuke, who looked cold, stabbed him again, he should take medicine. Bai Yuxin couldn't bear it and said, "Don't say that. It's pitiful that he has a mental illness. You should also respect the disabled." Actually said that Feijuan is a disabled person. Bai, are you blacking him or supporting him? Feijuan stood there in a daze. Impossible, this is impossible. Feijuan didn't believe it and continued to cut his wrist with a spear and stabbed it into his leg. But, because it is very important, I have to repeat it 3 times. Yang Ming is still fine. I don't believe it. Feijuan still couldn't believe what he saw. Yes, this must be the enemy's illusion, it's all the enemy's conspiracy. With this thought, Feijuan resolutely stabbed the black spear into his brother. Tear. Seeing this, even Yang Ming felt a chill under his body, and his mouth twitched, thinking, this must be very painful, right? As the saying goes, if you want to succeed, you must castrate yourself first. Could it be that Feijuan really wants to succeed? Well, Yang Ming silently mourned for Feijuan for 3 seconds in his heart, and then raised his middle finger to him, sorry, my brother is still here. Hearing this, Feijuan felt he was holding back a breath in his chest, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 87 Feijuan, your father is calling you to go home and take medicine. It was late at night, and there was a chill. But for Feijuan, there was nothing more painful than now. He had clearly drawn Yang Ming's blood and used the curse of death by blood. In the past, after he used this trick, the enemy would be defeated quickly. But now, whether Feijuan stabbed his heart or mutilated his body, or even castrated himself, it was still useless. Feijuan looked desperate and sighed to the sky, God, why is that abominable guy still fine? Yang Ming stood calmly in the night wind, like an undefeated god of war, with a heroic posture. Well, he was actually just a scumbag chef, and he really couldn't bear such a high-sounding title. Yang Ming raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, do you want to know? Let daddy tell you. Asshole. Feijuan glared, who is my daddy? Yang Ming continued to attract hatred and said, my son is so good that he actually calls me daddy. Puff. Seeing Feijuan's face turn pale with anger, Naruto and the others were happy and cheered together, come on, call daddy. Feijuan's eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, and he stared at Yang Ming with red eyes, you deserve to die. Then, Feijuan raised his sickle and chopped his neck heavily. It turned out that Feijuan still didn't believe in evil. He actually wanted to use this kind of suicide attack that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. Once his head was chopped off, although he would not die, it would be extremely fatal in the ever-changing battlefield. But Feijuan couldn't think so much anymore. Click. With the sound of a broken bone, Feijuan's head was completely separated from his body. Scarlet blood spurted out like a fountain. But Yang Ming was still fine. This was the most terrifying thing. Feijuan stared with his eyes wide open unwillingly, his expression of disbelief completely frozen. In his heart, Feijuan's belief in the evil god was hit hard, making him begin to doubt his life. Although they had been prepared, seeing Feijuan's flesh and blood separated, including Yang Ming, they all felt like their stomachs were churning, and they had the urge to vomit. Naruto and Sakura's faces turned green, and their brows were furrowed. Sasuke and Bai were the calmest, with only ripples in their eyes. In order to ease the tense atmosphere, Yang Ming said to Feijuan, my dear son, you look so bad, it's time to go home and take medicine. Feijuan was furious and shouted, asshole, I'm not your son. Seeing Feijuan's head fall to the ground and shout, it was hard to imagine that this was the big man who forced Naruto and others to join forces and couldn't deal with him. At the same time, there was a kind of black humor. After Yang Ming said this, Naruto and others' faces really looked much better. Although Feijuan had been beheaded, for the time being, his threat was greatly reduced, and Yang Ming just happened to have something to ask him. Arriving 3 meters in front of Feijuan, Yang Ming looked down at Feijuan, say. Who hired you to kill me? Bah! Feijuan stared at Yang Ming defiantly, I just won't tell you. Yang Ming did not get angry, but turned around and asked Naruto, you said, if a naughty child is disobedient, what should parents do? Well. Naruto held his chin and looked thoughtful. After a while, Naruto clapped his hands and said, spanking. Good idea. Yang Ming gave Naruto a thumbs up in his heart. Sure enough, when he heard Naruto's idea, Feijuan's original arrogant expression disappeared, and he became extremely ferocious and terrifying. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. If you have the guts, kill me. Feijuan was like a trapped beast, staring at Yang Ming furiously. If looks could kill, Yang Ming would have died countless times. You know, who is Feijuan? He is an S-rank rebel. Although he is not well known in the ninja world, he is also a well-known figure in the Akatsuki organization. Once Feijuan is really spanked, he can already foresee how those people in the Akatsuki organization will laugh at him. Fortunately, things have taken a turn for the better. Suddenly, a dazzling light came out from the center of the battlefield. Then, it was as if thousands of birds were chirping at the same time, and the sound was like a needle prick. Chidori. This is Kakashi's Chidori. At this moment, Kakashi and the 2 ground resentment you were fighting fiercely. He seized the opportunity and suddenly used his ultimate move. A bright light burst out, and the night seemed to be torn open by a crack. Kakashi held the Chidori in his hand, which was like a thunderball, as fast as the wind and as fast as fire, like a lightning flew past and smashed into the heart of a ground resentment beast. Boom! One strike kills. The remaining ground resentment beast was no match for Kakashi, and was killed by Kakashi in no time. At this time, only Kakuzu and the other two ground resentment beasts were left in the field. However, Zabuza was not doing well. After all, the difference in strength was too great. His whole body was burned by lightning, and even a corner of his beheading sword was broken. It can be seen how bad the battle was just now. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden, but saw his head lying on the ground with an innocent look, while the target of the mission was not dead yet, and he secretly said that it was bad. He was also a decisive person. Without saying a word, he dispatched one ground resentment beast to entangle Kakashi, and the other one continued to fight with Zabuza on the spot. Kakuzu himself flew back, quickly picked up Haiden's corpse, and prepared to run away. Yang Ming did not stop Kakuzu. Not to mention that the absolute defense card had been consumed, with his current ability, there was no way to stop him. Even Kakashi and Zabuza could not do it together. This is the strength of a cage-level strongman. Before leaving, Kakuzu looked at Yang Ming deeply. He did not expect that there would be someone in the world who could ignore Feijuan's curse. This information must be reported to the organization. Feijuan's head was held in Kakuzu's arms, still staring at Yang Ming with murderous intent. Boy, next time we meet, you will definitely die. Yang Ming was silent. Next time, if he really met Feijuan, without the absolute defense card, he might really be in trouble. However, you can lose the battle but not the battle. What's more, Yang Ming did not lose this time. Yang Ming raised his middle finger to Feijuan, with an expression that showed he had failed to teach his son well. Son, remember to take medicine when you get home. Feijuan. Kakuzu. After that, Kakuzu looked at Feijuan with a surprised look on his face and asked, how come your father is younger than you? Sure enough, the best buddy is the worst buddy. Kakuzu's knife was very effective, like a fatal blow. When the two of them were gone, a ray of dawn came from the distant east. The sky was bright. Yang Ming thought carefully and realized that he had been in the land of waves for a while. It was time to find the legendary kitchen utensils and complete the tasks issued by the system. Chapter 88. Poor Cardo. Cardo has been restless these days. For some reason, Cardo always feels that his left eyelid is twitching. A similar incident happened many years ago when he was fighting for business territory with his mortal enemy. That time, the two sides fought to the death, and even the local daimyo was shocked. It was also that time that completely laid the foundation for Cardo's current career. Cardo held the scantily clad beauty in one hand and drank wine indiscriminately. Even if the beauty was sitting next to him, not to mention that he was not in the mood, he was too old now and was powerless to gallop. At this moment, the door of the house suddenly opened. A lackey ran in, looking panicked, and stammered, Sir, Zabuza is back. Bang! Cardo was angry and threw the bottle directly on the lackey's head, and the fragments flew everywhere, screaming continuously. Cardo looked unhappy, that damn Zabuza, I spent so much money, and finally he is willing to roll back. Even though his head was smashed by a bottle, the lackey was still loyal and said, No, sir, it's. What is it? Cardo shouted angrily, interrupting the other party, what are you afraid of? I have plenty of money in my territory. No matter who he is, if he is a tiger, lie down for me, if he is a dragon, coil up for me. At this moment, Cardo was possessed by Long Aotian, domineering, and there was a local tyrant spirit, overwhelming. Unfortunately, Cardo didn't know who his enemy was. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force hit the door and smashed it open. How dare you? Cardo, like the king of beasts, felt that his territory was invaded, staring at the gate, where are those rubbish? How could anyone break in? In a puff of dust, several figures walked over. Cardo, who gave you the courage to talk about me like this? Zabuza carried a beheading sword as high as a person, tilted his head slightly, and glared at Cardo with a pair of tiger eyes, as if he was reborn, with his sharp edge exposed. Suddenly, Cardo felt a murderous aura as real as a swarm, like a needle, making people shiver. At this time, Cardo finally found something wrong. How come hundreds of his men disappeared? Zabuza, Don't forget, you took my money, what do you want to do? Cardo tried his best to pretend to be calm, and said, don't forget, if you are the master eater, no one will dare to hire you in the future. Zabuza did not answer, but a cold voice responded. I'm so sorry, Zabuza is my employee now. Yang Ming said in a tone that was so infuriating that he couldn't even pay for it. Just you. Cardo looked at the young Yang Ming and laughed angrily, where did you come from, wild boy? It's not that I look down on you, but I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Why do you do that? Cardo roared repeatedly, as if he wanted to vent all the anger that he had suppressed in the past few days. Why? Yang Ming raised his mouth, sorry, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Don't deserve it. Worth it. Like an echo, these three words lingered in Cardo's mind for a long time. How many years has it been since Cardo, as a world-class tycoon, has been said to him in this way? It seems that only when he was a child, during the war, when he was begging, was he said these words with contempt? Cardo moved his lips a few times, wanting to say something, but a big knife was already on his neck. Like the sickle of the god of death, the breath of death is approaching. No one can refuse the fear of death, not even Cardo. You. Cardo looked at Zabuza in shock and anger, you dare. Zabuza raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile, and moved the blade forward a few points, leaving a blood mark. Tell me, what am I afraid of? Suddenly, a fishy smell floated out. Cardo, actually lost control of his bladder. This daring business tycoon who treats human life as worthless, actually lost control of his bladder. Everyone is equal in front of death. No one can refuse the invitation of the god of death. Looking at the pool of yellow liquid on the ground, Yang Ming frowned slightly and said, Kato, where are the things you asked your subordinates to rob not long ago? Hand them over. At this moment, Cardo seemed to have aged by dozens of years. The once flying spirit in his eyes was gone, and even his back was hunched. Cardo looked at Yang Ming with hope, if I tell you, will you spare my life? Of course. Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. Then, Cardo confessed truthfully. I'm done, can you let me go? Cardo said pitifully. But no one saw that Cardo lowered his head and showed a sinister smile. Sorry, I only said I let you go, but I didn't say I let Zabuza let you go. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, Zabuza raised his hand and fell, and the blade flashed, beheading Cardo. It can be seen that when Cardo was dying, his eyes were glaring, and his face was frozen with disbelief. Cardo didn't understand, didn't those strong men keep their promises? How could there be a person like Yang Ming? If Cardo knew that Yang Ming was just a weak chef who could use the three-body technique and shadow clone, Cardo would probably be upset even if he died. It's not that Yang Ming is cruel, it's just a regret that he didn't watch anime in the past. When watching anime back then, Yang Ming disliked Cardo very much, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. So no matter what, Cardo's fate had already been predetermined when he met Yang Ming. After solving this matter, Yang Ming, Zabuza, and Bai walked out of the house and headed to the suburbs. Cardo is indeed a shrewd man, knowing that the cunning rabbit has 3 caves, combining the real and the fake. He ordered his men to divide the robbed things into several batches and put them in the sparsely populated forests. On the surface, the place where Cardo ordered his men to focus on guarding was actually just a cover-up, and most of it was some ordinary property. Although the things inside are worth a fortune to ordinary people, they are not the most important treasures. For example, the contraband, military ration pills, and the kitchen utensils that Yang Ming needs to find are hidden in the suburbs. Moreover, Cardo also kept a trick for his subordinates. These treasures are wrapped in bags of rice, which makes his subordinates have the illusion that these things are not so important. If Yang Ming had not gone straight to Huanglong, he would have found the legendary kitchen utensils one by one. Near dusk, Yang Ming and his 3 came to a cave in the suburbs. This was probably a bear's den. The entrance seemed a bit big. You couldn't see the bottom from the outside. You could only see darkness and some obvious artificial carvings around. Seeing this, Yang Ming was also emotional. It took Yang Ming and his team a whole day just to get here from the city. There was no one living within 5 miles around. It was really a good place to hide things. Chapter 89 Attack from Behind. In the cave. This is a cave that can accommodate 10 people at the same time. There are obvious artificial carvings on both sides, which appear to be relatively smooth. The deeper you go, the more humid it is, and you can occasionally hear the sound of water drops. Yang Ming held a torch in one hand and groped forward through the swaying flames. Unexpectedly, the cave was much deeper than Yang Ming had imagined. After walking through the tortuous corridor, the three of them came to an underground cave. There was a pool not far away, with a dozen boxes neatly placed next to it. Without Yang Ming's words, Zabuza took the lead and used a beheading sword to pick open the box. The box opened by Zabuza probably touched the mechanism and suddenly exploded. Boom! A burst of sparks flashed, and the whole box was blown up to the sky, attracting several boxes next to it and bombing together. Boom! 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 A violent explosion, the treasures hidden inside were almost lost. This is the hidden hand left by Cardo. It's better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. It's so cruel. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. If Yang Ming had opened the box without any precautions just now, it would probably be a dead body now. When the smoke cleared, all that was left was a mess. Zabuza, go and have a look. For the sake of his life, in case Cardo has any other arrangements, Zabuza had to be sent forward. Anyway, as a ninja, both his physical strength and reaction ability are enough to save Zabuza's life. Zabuza nodded, secretly kept a watchful eye, and walked forward carefully. Perhaps Cardo thought that the previous arrangements were enough. Zabuza did not encounter any obstacles and turned all the boxes upside down. Those precious porcelains or fragile contraband were all destroyed in the explosion. After a lot of effort, Zabuza finally saw a relatively intact item. This is a weapon. It is 7 inches long, and its body is as slender as 1,000 blades. It is dark and dull, and looks inconspicuous. Zabuza is used to huge beheading swords. For him, this kind of small weapon is not his dish at all. Then, he presented the weapon to Yang Ming. When he saw this strange weapon, which was similar to a hidden weapon, Bai's eyes revealed a look of desire. He felt that this weapon was very suitable for him. Seeing this, Yang Ming was also happy to do him a favor. Bai, if you like it, take it. Bai tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart, pretending to be calm, and said, Boss, this is not good, right? Yang Ming smiled slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. As long as you agree to wear a maid outfit, I will give it to you. After all, this weapon can be intact in the explosion just now. Not to mention how powerful it is, this toughness alone is enough to prove its value. Hearing this, Bai's face turned red. Yang Ming has told him several times about wearing a maid outfit. However, Yang Ming's request is a bit too much. That kind of maid outfit is a waist-length skirt style, and Bai must wear pink stockings. Girls will be shy, not to mention a pretty boy like Bai. This is embarrassing, okay. But Bai took a look at the weapon, and his heart was pounding, and he felt that he had to get it. He pursed his lips tightly, and his heart was torn. After a while, Bai figured it out, and said with a firm expression, Okay, boss, I'll wear a maid outfit. Here, it's yours from now on. Yang Ming's mouth curled up with a smug smile, thinking of Bai wearing a sexy maid outfit in the future. I don't know how many single dogs went crazy. If the truth is revealed, I don't know how many straight men will be turned gay. I'm really looking forward to it. Then, Yang Ming looked at Zabuza and asked, Besides this, didn't you find anything else? No. Zabuza was still concise. Yang Ming frowned, it doesn't make sense. Cardo clearly said that the kitchen utensil is here. Yang Ming looked around, it was empty, there was no place to hide anything. Wait. That pool. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he pointed, saying, Zabuza, go over there and see if there is anything under the pool. Yes. Zabuza acted decisively, took a few steps, and jumped to the side of the pool. I saw a box quietly under the pool. Seeing this, Zabuza was suspicious. What's going on? Why did Cardo go to the trouble of throwing the box under the pool? At this time, Yang Ming's voice came, interrupting his thoughts. Zabuza, did you find it? Zabuza nodded, I found it, I'll go down and get it now. As he said that, Zabuza jumped into the water. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred at this time. A figure suddenly emerged from the ground beside the pool. Under the surprised gazes of Yang Ming and Bai, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escape. Water prison technique. A large amount of chakra was released, and with Zabuza in the pool the effect of adding 1 is far greater than 2. The whole pool suddenly churned up, turning into a watercolored cage, trapping Zabuza inside. Asshole! Zabuza looked at the man in front of him, wearing an Anbu mask on his face, but the pattern was a bit complicated, and his eyes burst into endless murderous intent. Are you sent by the Mizu cage? Who knew that the other party didn't care about him at all? At the same time, another mysterious man wearing an Anbu mask appeared. He walked from the entrance of the cave, and strangely, he didn't make any sound. If he hadn't spoken, Yang Ming and Bai wouldn't have found him. He looked at Yang Ming, even though he was wearing a mask, Yang Ming still felt the other party's burning eyes. Boss Yang Ming, I've heard of your great name for a long time. It's a great honor to meet you today. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, I don't think so. The other party ignored him and continued to talk to himself, you know, food that can increase the amount of chakra is really a unique invention. Remember, that Miyamoto Musashi. The other party paused, hoping to see Yang Ming's expression, but unfortunately, the other party remained calm, which disappointed him. Haha, tell me, if I hadn't dissected him alive, I really couldn't believe that a low-level ninja with mediocre qualifications and hopeless life could actually become a chunin. The other party was like a mad scientist, and suddenly said morbidly, Boss Yang Ming, hand over the secret recipe of the food quickly, maybe I will spare your life for a while. Yang Ming frowned and asked suspiciously, are you a root? The other party's laughter stopped abruptly. I didn't expect you to know the root. It seems that I can't let you go. After saying that, the other party's killing intent was prominent. After all, for ninjas, there are countless ways to search for information in dead bodies. Chapter 90 Deadly Crisis. In the cave. The mysterious ninja from the root exudes a monstrous killing intent, like an ancient beast awakening, which makes people shudder. Suddenly, his hands were suddenly wrapped in a layer of blue light, like a blue flame burning. Seeing this, Yang Ming exclaimed, Chakra scalpel. It seems that Boss Yang Ming has a wide range of knowledge. The other party smiled coldly, and without saying much, he stepped hard with his feet, leaped, and approached quickly like a swift cheetah. If you want Boss Yang Ming's life, crawl over my body first. Bai Bian shouted angrily, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water escape secret technique. 1000 killing water flying. Because the cave is relatively humid, a large amount of water vapor accumulates, which greatly increases the power of this move, at least 30% stronger. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of water vapor accumulates in front of Bai and forms thousands of senbon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. How high is the entire cave? It's only more than 3 meters, and it was covered by the senbon in an instant, shooting at the enemy in an overwhelming manner, blocking all blind spots. Bombing from all sides. Bai believes that the opponent will suffer heavy casualties under this attack. But who knows, the opponent is not panicked at all. Like walking in a garden, whenever the senbon is about to come, he either moves sideways, leans forward, or blocks, and breaks through the overwhelming rain of senbon, as if he has passed 6 levels and killed 6 generals, very easily. His physical skills are so terrifying. Bai's pupil shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. The root ninja snorted coldly, leaped up, and fell straight down in the air, like an eagle catching a rabbit, pushing his hands horizontally. The burning blue chakra in his hand was like the soul-catching hand of the black and white impermanence, filled with a powerful and oppressive momentum. Quick! 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 The opponent's speed was too fast, leaving no time to dodge. Bai would never surrender, blocking Yang Ming horizontally, and quickly forming seals with both hands. Ice escape. Binjiantang Guyu. A cold air like the far north suddenly appeared, and suddenly, a huge ice rock drilled out from the ground, nearly 2 meters high and half a meter thick, covering Yang Ming and Bai behind him. It's useless. The root ninja snorted coldly. He took advantage of the momentum of falling, and his speed was very fast. With overwhelming force, he was like a dragon emerging from the sea, invincible in the 4 seas, and slammed his palms hard into the ice wall. Boom! A loud noise sounded, deafening, and even a lot of rubble on the top of the cave fell off, and a shower of lime rained down. Bayan said, "Did you hold on? But who knows?" Crack! A crisp sound sounded, and a crack suddenly appeared between the hands of the root ninja imprinted on the ice wall. Then, more cracks appeared. Crack! 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 Like a spider web, in the blink of an eye, the cracks in an instant, the ice wall was covered with holes, leaving it with thousands of holes. Boom! The root ninja then exerted force and shattered the ice wall. Seeing this, both Bai and Yang Ming secretly said that it was bad. It was obvious that the opponent had outstanding physical skills and medical ninjutsu, and was a very strong opponent. If Zabuza had not been trapped, they would still have the strength to fight. Or, if Yang Ming's invincible defense card was still there, he might be able to scare the opponent and make him retreat. But now, the crisis has really arrived. And it is obvious that the opponent came prepared. Go to hell! The root ninja smiled coldly and pushed his palms suddenly. At this moment, the breath of death was so heavy that it was like a drowning person, making people breathless. Don't even think about it. Facing the strong enemy, Bai roared. He resolutely took out the weapon that Yang Ming had given him before, and faced this suffocatingly powerful enemy head-on. Yes, the enemy was indeed very powerful. However, Bai did not have any fear in his heart, only after making up his mind, he was passionate and resolute. It was the appearance of Yang Ming that allowed Bai to get the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. It was because of Yang Ming that he and Zabuza did not have to live a life of hiding. In order to protect Yang Ming, Bai could give everything, even his life. Whoosh! The slender weapon, like 1,000 books, trembled slightly as if it felt the master's indomitable will, and a dark yellow halo flashed across the surface. Then, Bai fought back, without giving in at all, holding the will to sacrifice his life for justice, at all costs, and suddenly stabbed the enemy's palms. Boom! Bai stabbed the enemy's palm with one stab, but the other palm of the root ninja escaped and suddenly pressed on Bai's chest. Bang! Bai couldn't stand the enemy's attack. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew backwards and hit the mountain wall heavily. He was even more injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as the root ninja wanted to take advantage of the victory, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the palm that was stabbed. Looking down, he saw a thick black spot in the center of the white porcelain palm, and it spread rapidly around like a virus, as if it was going to stain the entire palm black. The root ninja's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Toxic!" He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately stepped back and began to treat him with medical ninjutsu. After all, in his opinion, Yang Ming was already his meal, and there was no need to fight desperately. Originally, he thought that this was just an ordinary poison and he could easily remove it. But he didn't expect that when his upper ninja level chakra was consumed by more than half, he could barely expel the venom in his palm. Hiss! 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 When the venom was forced out of the body and dripped onto the ground, it immediately corroded the ground into pits, and a puff of green smoke came out. The scene was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the mask on his face, Yang Ming would have noticed that the face of the root ninja suddenly turned pale and colorless, as if transparent. First, he used too much chakra in a short period of time, and second, he was scared. If he hadn't cherished his life and treated himself in time, but continued to fight fiercely, the poison would spread throughout his body at a terrifying speed, and only death would be waiting for him. The root ninja stared at Bai's weapon with fear. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking weapon was actually coated with a deadly poison. It really can't be underestimated. The root ninja secretly said, "It seems that we should try to avoid fighting him." While he was treating his injuries, Bai climbed up from the gravel, only to feel that 2 ribs in his chest were displaced and sent waves of pain. The scene of the root ninja being poisoned was also seen by Bai. Looking down at the weapon in his hand, Bai felt that he was no less powerful than others. You know, weapons with special abilities are usually in the hands of famous strong men, such as Zabuza's beheading sword. Could it be that this was the weapon that he had heard about before, which was no less powerful than the beheading sword? At this moment, holding such a powerful weapon in his hand, Bai had a strong confidence in defeating the enemy. Chapter 91 Bai is going to die. In the cave. The 2 figures approached quickly, fighting hand to hand, making a bang 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 sound. The root ninja felt extremely frustrated. Obviously, his strength was far greater than Bai, but because he was afraid of the poison in the opponent's weapon, he had to use Kunao to fight, and he did not dare to be careless at all. If it weren't for the main combat force in the team, he would have been killed by the mysterious man when he went to find Cardo before. How could he have fallen to this point now? Thinking of this, the root ninja felt infinitely frustrated. You know, in order to deal with Yang Ming and obtain the food secret book that can increase ninja chakra, Danzo made a big move. Their team is a standard ninja team, with main players, auxiliary players, and all of them are top ninja. With just such a team, it is enough to stir up trouble in the ninja world. What's more, now that Konoha village has a magical figure like Yang Ming, he has long been spread all over the world by the spies of various major villages in Konoha. Now, Yang Ming is known to everyone. I don't know how many ninja villages and how many ambitious people want to seize Yang Ming's food secrets. After all, food that can increase chakra is too important. Think about it, how many ninjas participated in the Fourth Ninja World War? How many people are there in the entire Naruto world? If the population ratio of ninjas to ordinary people in a big country can reach 1 to 10, then this big ninja village has the capital to sweep the world. Although this is a bit extreme, it is still a good idea. For the ambitious Danzo, Yang Ming's existence is his tool to reach the top of the ninja world. However, in Konoha village, Danzo couldn't do it because of the obstruction of the third generation. You know, Danzo had planned to assassinate the Sandame but failed, but he was still entrusted with the important task by the Sandame, not to mention Yang Ming who could increase the strength of the village. That was definitely a life-saving measure. So, in order to avoid the Sandame, Danzo worked hard to lay out, and even made many promises to get the help of Kato, in order to lure Yang Ming out, and then surround and kill him. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Danzo never thought that Obito would actually go to Kato, and just happened to run into the Root Ninja. Naturally, a big battle was inevitable, and the Root Ninja was no match for Obito, and was quickly solved. Missing him so much, Bai suddenly shouted, seized the opportunity, and suddenly pounced on him. The weapon in his hand was as slender as 1,000 books, as cunning and vicious as a venomous snake, and hit the lower body of the Root Ninja at an incredible angle. There is no distinction between good and evil on the battlefield. Bai had already seen that the enemy was afraid to use his weapons, so he dared not act rashly, so he took such a risk and aggressively, and he had to hit the enemy even if he attacked rashly. Once Bai hit the Root Ninja's little brother, could he just sit there and do nothing? The answer is obvious. Shameless. The Root Ninja was furious. He didn't expect the opponent to be so shameless, but the battlefield was changing rapidly, and the winner was the king and the loser was the enemy. Even if he was furious, he could only swallow his anger. Before Bai got close, the Root Ninja admitted his defeat and retreated quickly. But when he retreated, Bai took advantage of the situation and pushed forward all the way, as if he could defeat 3,000 Uejiahu alone, carrying the determination to die, and chased him brazenly. You lunatic! The Root Ninja was so angry that he didn't want to give up his life here for Danzo's mission. You know, he is a jonin, not an idiot who was brainwashed by Danzo and the Root and is only loyal. Even if he betrays Danzo and joins the Sandame, he will still be reused. In this situation, he retreated again and again. Until there is no way to retreat. Bang! Suddenly, the Root Ninja leaned against the wall with his back, and there was no way to retreat. But Bai still went forward, pointing his spear directly at the Root Ninja. Under the mask of the Root Ninja, he showed a hideous and terrifying expression, you forced me to do it. In this case, let's see who dies first. Once he made up his mind, the Root Ninja completely forgot his fear, and his eagle-like eyes stared at Bai's movements. Then, he suddenly rushed forward. With his excellent physical skills, he used extremely awkward movements, and his waist was stabbed as the price, and he narrowly avoided the crisis of his younger brother being stabbed by a millimeter. Then, he stretched out his right hand that was burning with blue flames, and slapped Bai's abdomen fiercely like pushing a mountain. Bang! At this moment, Bai's face turned extremely pale. He felt a terrifying destructive force rushing into his body, like countless blades stirring in his stomach, and the severe pain rushed straight to his brain. Then, he drew an arc in the air like a cannonball fired from a cannon, and hit the ground in the distance heavily. Bai! Seeing this, Yang Ming and Zabuza shouted at the same time. Hey! 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 Zabuza's chest rose and fell violently, and his pair of wolf-like eyes were red and bloodshot, like a devil who chose people to bite, which was shocking. For Zabuza, Bai was not only a tool in his mouth, but also his partner. He absolutely would not allow someone to talk to Bai like this. Ah! Suddenly, in the water prison, Zabuza roared like a wild beast. Zabuza's arms were covered with blue veins, and veins like green snakes were all over his arms, which was shocking. Then, Zabuza raised the beheading sword, and his eyes burst into madness like a sharp edge. Break it for me. Ah! As if in the past, this sword was filled with Zabuza's determination. Even if a god came, he would dare to kill him for you to see. On the side, the root ninja who used the water prison technique was about to taunt Zabuza. But when the sword flashed, he suddenly widened his eyes and saw in disbelief that the water prison, which was always called unbreakable, was actually broken. Bang! The water splashed everywhere, splashing the root ninja's mask with water. But he was already speechless. You, damn it! Zabuza looked at the root ninja in front of him, and the murderous intent in his heart burst out like a dam. Buzz! With one knife, it seemed as if he wanted to split the hateful sky in half. With a powerful force, under the root ninja's eyes of horror, it split the sky like lightning and completely beheaded him. Before he died, he still didn't understand why the water prison technique was broken. It can only be said that there is no invincible ninjutsu in the world, only invincible ninjas. After solving the enemy, Zabuza's bloodshot eyes looked at the remaining root ninja like a hungry ghost. Suddenly, the root ninja's soul was gone. How could he dare to fight such a terrifying guy, and he didn't care about expelling the poison, and flew away. Seeing this, Zabuza stopped chasing, but moved his legs quickly, ran to the side of the pale and colorless Bai. Bai was already on the verge of death. Chapter 92 Save Bai. Fear of being stabbed. Bang! Seeing Bai looking like he was about to die, Zabuza secretly hated him and punched the ground hard, making a small hole in the ground. Tick! Tick! His fist couldn't bear the huge force and suddenly cracked into tiny holes. Bright blood flowed out and formed a small pool on the ground. It is conceivable how much regret Zabuza felt at this time. Thinking back to the time when Zabuza defected from the hidden mist village, he went out into the world alone, which sounded like a lonely and heroic spirit. But in fact, if you are alone for a long time, you will always get sick. Zabuza is no exception. In order to vent, he usually kills people like a demon crawling out of hell, killing people everywhere, which is scary. Zabuza is lucky to meet Bai, who is also alone. Bai's kindness and understanding gradually touched Zabuza's cold and bloodthirsty heart during the long companionship. Since when, the ninja world has lost a murderous demon and gained a cold and ruthless killer. Now, seeing Bai's breath getting weaker and weaker, Zabuza felt very uncomfortable, like a lump in his throat, and he couldn't get it out. After all, if there were no medical ninjas, Bai's life would be in jeopardy. Because this was a wound caused by ninjutsu, even if an ordinary doctor came, Bai couldn't be cured. In other words, Bai was really close to death. Yang Ming was not feeling well, and his face looked ugly. If he hadn't used up the number of times he had used the invincible defense card before, Bai wouldn't have taken such a big risk for him. This also made Yang Ming realize that he should always have a trump card in his hand, just in case, to avoid the current situation. At this moment, the system jumped out happily. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, save the employees. Task description: as a good boss, you should not only pay wages on time, but also know how to take care of your employees. Task reward: shop decoration level 2. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he complained to the system in his heart, "System, I don't know medical ninjutsu, you give me this task, I'm desperate." System friendly reminder: there will be surprises if you find the legendary kitchen utensils. The system said seriously and seriously. After the system reminded, Yang Ming didn't care so much, and quickly ordered Zabuza to salvage the treasure chest under the pool. Click! With a crisp sound, without any surprise, the treasure chest was opened. I saw that there was a purple clay pot lying inside. My brother is awesome. It turns out that the six-path sage is so good that he actually uses a purple clay pot. Yang Ming can only say that you city people really know how to play. Hidden task: investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils. Task description: the world of Naruto is vast and rich in resources, with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It is rumored that the powerful six-path sage once left 4 kinds of kitchen utensils in the world. As the future god of cooking, you have the obligation to find their whereabouts. Task reward: Dongpo pork production method. Task completed, reward has been issued. It's still the original recipe, and it's still the original taste. A large amount of information rushed into Yang Ming's mind, making his head swollen. Fortunately, Yang Ming had already prepared, so he didn't embarrass himself. Looking at the purple clay pot in his hand, Yang Ming felt awe-inspiring and asked the system, "System, what do you think this thing is for? As soon as the voice fell, a light that ordinary people could hardly detect suddenly jumped out from Yang Ming's body and went straight into the purple sand pot. The embryo suitable for becoming the god of cooking set has been detected and the transformation has been completed. Please check it. The system said seriously and seriously as always. Sure enough, when Yang Ming checked the personal attribute column, he suddenly found some changes. System goal: to help the host become the supreme god of cooking in the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra cultivation: Genin. As the god of cooking in the Naruto world, future food will definitely require chakra. Young man, work hard. Cooking talent: heart of cooking. Skills: disguise, clone, substitute, shadow clone. Props: none. God of cooking set: Wanbao purple sand pot. God of cooking overall rating: beginner. The road to becoming a god of cooking has just begun. Follow the system's footsteps and become the man at the top of the food chain in the Naruto world. Because the fatty puppet was cut in half by Zabuza and could not be repaired, the prop column became blank. When Yang Ming focused his attention on the Wanbao purple sand pot, a line of information emerged. Wanbao purple sand pot, originally just an ordinary kitchen utensil used by the Six Paths Sage, it was improved by the system and became a magical kitchen utensil that can cook any kind of food into a medicinal effect. My system is amazing. Didn't anyone tell you that you are actually the biggest bug? You can make such kitchen utensils, I only admire the system. But the question is, how to use the purple clay pot? Also, what kind of food can be cooked with this purple clay pot? Yang Ming was confused. But when looking at Bai Zhengziu's face, Yang Ming thought that he risked his life to protect himself and ignored his own safety, which led to his life-threatening situation. At that time, Yang Ming was so shocked. He never thought that he would have such a position in Bai's mind without knowing it. In order to respond to Bai's determination, no matter how hard and tired he was, Yang Ming was determined to save Bai. Now, it's time to race against time. After all, there is no one here, even if he wants to go back to the city, it's too late, everything is too late. Yang Ming kept pacing, walking back and forth, thinking. What can I cook? The preserved egg and lean meat porridge is stupid and simple, but there are no ingredients. How about braised chicken? Maybe we can catch some pheasants nearby? But will we have enough time? One idea after another was constantly thought of by Yang Ming and then abandoned. And time passed slowly without him noticing. Yang Ming grabbed his hair in distress and muttered to himself, what simple and convenient dishes are there? At this time, Yang Ming glanced at the introduction of Wanbao purple sand pot, which can cook any kind of food into a magical kitchenware with medical effects. Suddenly, Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he finally knew what he was going to cook. Yang Ming called the distraught Zabuza to his side, explained to him, and assigned him the task of finding ingredients. As expected, Zabuza looked unconvinced and said, Boss, is this really possible? Why do I always feel it's unreliable? No wonder Zabuza thought it was weird. Just the fact that the plain-looking purple clay pot could make delicious food with medical effects made Zabuza feel that the world was crazy. Ah! Yang Ming's face flashed a trace of unnaturalness, but it quickly disappeared. He pretended to be serious and ordered, go when I tell you to go, don't ask so many whys. Yes. With many doubts, Zabuza disappeared from Yang Ming's sight. Chapter 93, Cuisine Comparable to Medical Ninjutsu. In less than 10 minutes, Zabuza came back. In order to save Bai, he risked everything and ran at the fastest speed in his life to finish the half-hour journey. Here, boss. Zabuza handed Yang Ming a bag of wild mushrooms and a bag of water. That's right, what Yang Ming wants to make is very simple, that is, mushroom soup. Do you remember the explanation of the function of Wanbao purple sand pot? It can cook any kind of food into a magical kitchen utensil with medical effects. In other words, even if it is a very simple dish, it has the effect of healing people. The next thing is very simple, light a fire, boil water and cook soup. It takes less than 10 minutes to complete the whole process. At this time, Bai's breathing became weaker, even his limbs began to stiffen, and his face was terribly pale. It must be done. Yang Ming prayed in his heart, blew the soup cool, handed it to Bai's mouth, opened his cherry-like mouth, and poured it in. Zabuza clenched his fist nervously on the side he raised his head and thought to himself, can it work? Although Yang Ming had done many miraculous things, this was the first time Zabuza had heard of using delicious food to save people. In his anxious expectation, Zabuza suddenly found that Bai's face suddenly turned red. Cough. Bai suddenly opened his eyes, arched his body, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Hey! When the blood in his stomach left his body, Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yang Ming hurriedly asked, "How is it? Is it better?" Bai covered his stomach, shook his head, and said, "My stomach still hurts, and the 2 ribs in my chest are not healed." "Then you drink all the remaining soup." As he said that, Yang Ming handed over the Wanbao purple sand pot. "Drink soup." Bai's face was clearly written with big confusion. "Isn't it to treat yourself? Why is he drinking soup? This plot is wrong." Seeing this, Yang Ming was secretly happy and said, "Don't believe it. You were almost dying just now, and you came back to life because of drinking this soup." Bai said that he had seen this for a long time. But no matter whether Bai believed it or not, his body was still very honest. He took the purple sand pot and drank the remaining soup in one gulp. The soup was blown by Yang Ming, so it was not very hot. The warm soup passed through the throat and slowly flowed into the stomach, making people feel very warm and comfortable, like basking in the sun in the winter. In particular, the fragrance of wild mushrooms is particularly strong, and all the essence in the body is integrated into the soup, making Bai's tongue tip surrounded by a strong fragrance, just like a butterfly flying in the flowers, with fragrance everywhere. After drinking the soup, Bai stretched out his cute tongue with an unsatisfied look, licked his lips, and looked at the remaining mushrooms again. Since these mushrooms are all wild, they appear to be relatively small, and the area of the mushroom cap is not much better. However, Bai didn't care. He stretched out his tender fingers like white onions, picked them up one by one, and threw them into his mouth. The tip of his tongue rolled, and his teeth chewed. When the mushrooms entered his mouth, Bai found that although the mushroom cap looks small, it had absorbed a lot of soup, and the meat tasted particularly plump. When he bit it, the soup hidden inside would splash out, soaking the entire tongue, making people salivate, with a unique flavor. The most amazing thing was that after eating the food, Bai felt an itch in his chest. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Bai, it was a manifestation of the wound starting to heal itself. Even the pain in his stomach, after eating the mushrooms, gradually changed from the original pain like a knife stirring to a dull pain. It was unexpectedly good. Bai stood up, moved, and exclaimed, "It's amazing. It's just so." Yang Ming looked calm, waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent. Seeing this, Bai's admiration for Yang Ming was like a torrent of water, continuous. "Boss." At this time, Zabuza came over with a head, which was the root ninja he had killed. "What should we do with this?" To be honest, Yang Ming was also very curious about the identity of this root ninja. He walked over and took off the mask of the root ninja. What came into view was a completely disfigured face. How to say it, this face seemed to be deliberately designed to make people unrecognizable, with scars carved all over the face and traces of burns from fire. Even if the relatives of this ninja who were familiar with him came, they probably wouldn't recognize him. Seeing Yang Ming's frown, Zabuza whispered, "Boss, do you want to?" What Zabuza wanted to say was to obtain information from this head through particularly cruel ninjutsu. Although this was bloody and inhumane, since he was an enemy, he could not be merciful. This truth has been understood since Yang Ming was a child when his buns were taken away by an old poor man. Moreover, Yang Ming was also very curious about why Danzo was targeting him. Therefore, Yang Ming just kept silent and acquiesced to Zabuza's actions. "Boss, don't worry." Zabuza showed a cruel smile and took the head to the no man's land. As a former member of the Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, he was very good at this. But who knew that when the ninjutsu was halfway through, something strange happened. Bang! The head of the root ninja suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of meat, splashing everywhere. Damn it! At this time, Zabuza realized that the enemy was so cunning. Moreover, this hidden enemy was cold-blooded and unscrupulous, and actually sealed this secret technique in the minds of his subordinates. This is simply inhumane. Zabuza originally thought that he was cruel and vicious enough, but compared with Danzo, he was nothing. After failing to extract the information, Zabuza came to Yang Ming with a gloomy face and said, "Sorry, boss, there was a little accident." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, "What accident?" Then, Zabuza told everything he knew. Yang Ming frowned and could only sigh that Danzo was indeed a hidden boss. However, in this way, Yang Ming would have a hard time facing Danzo's endless tricks in the future. Or, should I go and seek the protection of the third generation? This thought came up, and was forcibly suppressed by Yang Ming. There was no other reason. The third generation would not abolish Danzo, a veteran of the dynasty, for Yang Ming. You know, the current Konoha village looks very powerful, but in fact it is a lack of successors. The old generation of strong men are about to pass away, and the new generation of strong men has not yet grown up. This is why, even though Danzo failed to assassinate the Sandame still let him go, and he always turned a blind eye to the fact that the root was still loyal to Danzo even though it was disbanded. Because now every cage-level strongman is an important weapon for Konoha village to deter neighboring countries. But, this does not mean that Yang Ming will give in. Yang Ming has already thought of his own way of responding. An enthusiastic book friend in the bookstore has set up a group. Friends in the bookstore can go to the comment area to see the group number. As for the main station of Kidian, the author has no time to set up any group, so I can only say that I will do it in my lifetime. Chapter 94 The Legend Returns. When they returned to the city, Cardo had been executed, and Yang Ming and his party chose to say goodbye. Naturally, Uncle Dazna and his family thanked them profusely, so I won't go into details here. Yang Ming gained a lot from this trip to the Land of Waves. Not only did they get Zabuza, the super fighter, but they also got Bai, the cute boy. On the way back, they did not encounter any attacks and were peaceful all the way. In just 3 days, the group returned to Konoha village. When they stepped into the village gate, Yang Ming had a strange feeling, the first time he felt like he was back home. Team 7 had to explain the ins and outs of the mission, so they soon parted ways with Yang Ming and went to the Hokage building. Yang Ming took Zabuza and Bai and was leisurely. They were not in a hurry to go to the store, but instead went shopping. Along the way, there were a lot of cars and people, bustling and lively. But soon, Yang Ming was recognized by an acquaintance. A customer who often came to Yang Ming's shop was originally picking snacks from the roadside stalls, that is, grilled sausages and the like. He frowned and sighed from time to time. After being used to Yang Ming's dishes, this kind of vulgar snack was really hard to swallow. But smelling the pungent roasted aroma, he couldn't help but want to buy it. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he suddenly found Yang Ming passing by him. This really excited him. 3 whole weeks. At first, he thought Yang Ming only took 2 or 3 days off, but he didn't expect that he took 3 weeks off. For a foodie, this is simply a hellish torture. If he didn't know where Yang Ming was, he would have sent him a razor blade long ago. He took a quick step, grabbed Yang Ming's shoulder, and said with tears in his eyes, "Boss Yang Ming, you are finally back. I waited for you until the flowers withered." As he said this, he also showed an expression of a resentful woman in the boudoir, and his eyes revealed a tender and sad look. If this expression is placed on a beautiful woman, it is a smile that makes her charming. But if it is placed on an old man who picks his feet, then I want to vomit. In the spirit of pure friendship between comrades, Yang Ming subconsciously took a big step back, his mouth twitched, and said, "Well, I am a very pure person, please don't look at me with this expression." But it was because of this loud shout from the diner that pedestrians on the road cast their eyes over. Some diners even shouted with resentment, "Go back to cooking, bastard! Don't be idle." For a moment, Yang Ming stood still. Do you think Yang Ming would feel very moved and ashamed? Wrong, and very wrong. At this moment, Yang Ming said with tears in his heart, "Oh my god, how much money did I lose?" As if fulfilling the wishes of the diners, Yang Ming strode back to the store. Behind him, of course, there was a large group of people. Like a giant dragon, they went to Yang Ming's store in a mighty manner. When he arrived at the store, Yang Ming suddenly found that the store had undergone a lot of changes. The originally shabby storefront was completely new and looked much bigger. There was also a row of bright flowers on both sides of the door, which were bright purple and red and very beautiful. Yang Ming estimated that this was the reward he received for completing the system task and getting the store decoration level 2. Since the door has been improved, what will happen inside, what does it look like? With anticipation, Yang Ming opened the door. Then, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. The original small shop only had 2 tables and corresponding stools. At the beginning, when there were few customers, it was nothing, but later when Yang Ming became famous, it seemed very crowded. Now it is good, the interior has expanded, with a full 10 tables and corresponding stools. But what made Yang Ming speechless was that the walls were still simple and there was no change. No boss would be willing to see his shop still so simple. Yang Ming was no exception, and asked the system in his heart, "By the way, what level is the decoration of the shop?" The host has no right to get the answer because of his low level. The system said seriously and seriously. This answer was very systematic, which made Yang Ming feel suffocated in his chest and extremely uncomfortable. Coincidentally, it was almost lunchtime at this point, and Yang Ming quickly went to the kitchen. At this time, when the old man Qian Shao Tongjian heard that Yang Ming was back, he didn't care about other things and hurried over. "I didn't know what to do, but I was shocked when I came." A burly man stood at the door of the store like a terracotta warrior, like a door god, which chilled those who had ulterior motives. The old man Tongjian was also a knowledgeable person. He could tell at a glance that Zabuza was not simple. However, he came to the store to eat, so he didn't care too much. When it was his turn in the queue, the old man Tongjian hurriedly walked into the store. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. A beautiful girl in a kimono, like a butterfly flying among the flowers, dancing gracefully, served dishes to the diners like flowing water. That posture, that expression, like a fairy descending to the earth, beautiful beyond words. Many diners who were eating had long forgotten their original intentions, and their eyes were fixed on Bai, as if they had lost their souls. In fact, if there was no time to order a maid outfit, Yang Ming would not have let Bai wear a kimono. However, it seems that Bai was born to wear a kimono, and she exudes a fresh and refined temperament, which is pleasing to the eye. The effect is unexpectedly good. The old man Tongjian is also an old man. It is obvious that Bai's body is a little stiff, and even his smile is far-fetched. He thought to himself, "Well, maybe this kid is a waiter for the first time, and he is a little nervous." This is more than nervous. If it were a girl, she would feel uncomfortable being stared at by so many men's fiery eyes. Not to mention, Bai is actually a boy, and that awkward feeling is simply crazy. If he were 30 years younger, perhaps the old man Tongjian would also look like a pig like others. However, after all, time makes people old, and he has long lost that ability. Then, the old man Tongjian cast his eyes on the menu on the wall. "Oh, boss, Yang Ming has a new product." After seeing the price, even though he was over 70 years old, Uncle Tongjian had the urge to curse. A stack of dongpo pork, 2,888 yuan. But he hadn't eaten Yang Ming's dishes for a long time, and Uncle Tongjian was not short of money, so he waved his hand and said to Bai, "Give me a portion of dongpo pork." "Okay." Bai smiled sweetly. When the other diners heard that a rich man actually ordered dongpo pork, they all looked at Uncle Tongjian with surprise. That look was like worshipping a rich man. Isn't it just for a face to get involved in a mess? At this moment, Uncle Tongjian suddenly felt that he had spent so much money, and it was not in vain. Moreover, since boss Yang Ming dared to set the price so high, it must be delicious. With the expectation of unknown delicacies, Uncle Tongjian looked forward to it. Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. In fact, the author does not want such uncles to join the group, because there are many little Lolita in the group. By the way, why do girls like to eat, sleep, and hit the author? Chapter 95 Cooking Dongpo Pork. When it comes to dongpo pork, it can be said that everyone knows it, just like everyone knows the author. Dongpo pork, also known as braised pork, rolled pork, and dongpo braised pork, is a traditional specialty dish in the Jiangnan region. According to legend, dongpo pork was created by Su Dongpo, a poet in the northern Song dynasty, and its earliest place of origin was Zhuzhou, Jiangsu. The prototype of dongpo pork is Zhuzhou's gifted meat, which is one of Zhuzhou's 4 dongpo treasures. Su Dongpo was also pleased with himself and wrote a poem pork ode for dongpo pork. Wash the wok clean, add a little water, and the stuffing will not rise if the firewood is too smoky. Wait for it to cook by itself, don't rush it, it will be delicious when the fire is enough. Huangzhou's pork is good, and the price is as cheap as dirt. The rich people don't want to eat it, and the poor people don't know how to cook it. Get up in the morning and have 2 bowls, and you will be full, don't worry about it. It can be imagined that even Su Dongpo, one of the 8 great masters of Tang and Song dynasties, is actually a leader among my foodies. Great, my generation of foodies, of course, Due to cultural differences and different eating habits in different places, Dongpo pork has different cooking methods. Some are boiled first and then roasted, some are boiled first and then steamed, and some are directly stewed to collect the juice. But the main ingredients and shapes are similar. The main ingredients are half fat and half lean pork, and the finished dishes are neatly arranged mahjong blocks, bright red, as gorgeous as agate. Many people who have eaten Dongpo pork did not know the details at first, and thought that such a delicious dish must be difficult to make. In fact, that is a big mistake. Who was Dongpo pork originally made for? It was the common people. In other words, this is not a fine side dish, but a delicious dish that has flown into the homes of ordinary people. So, this dish is very simple. Pork belly is also called three-layer meat. It is located in the abdomen of the pig. There is a lot of fat tissue in the abdomen of the pig, and muscle tissue is sandwiched in it. There is a gap between fat and lean, so it is called pork belly. The lean meat in this part is also the most tender and juicy. The top selected streaky pork has the most perfect layering ratio in the front part of the abdomen near the front legs, with fat and lean meat intertwined and pink in color. Yang Ming took out the meat of the intermediate pig spirit beast, removed the streaky pork, and scraped off the fur. Then, he washed the streaky pork and boiled it in a boiling water pot for 5 minutes. In the steaming water, wisps of unique pork fragrance floated out. You can see through the transparent lid that the originally ruddy pork slowly began to change color. From the initial bright red, it slowly faded and then began to turn white. Remember, you must not let the pork cook white, otherwise it will cause the outer layer of the pork to be too cooked, affecting the taste and flavor of the final cooking. Yang Ming took out the blanched streaky pork, cut it into cubes, as neat as mahjong, and then tied it with a thin rope. Of course, it doesn't matter whether there is a thin rope or not. It's just to prevent it from being scattered in the pot later. Yang Ming was somewhat fortunate that he had completed the task and actually got the Wanbao purple clay pot. For cooking Dongpo pork, the best way to present its original flavor is to use a purple clay pot. Yang Ming put scallion strips and ginger slices on the bottom of the Wanbao purple clay pot as a base to prevent the pork from sticking to the bottom later, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Then put the pork belly neatly on top and add rock sugar, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce. Of course, there is also the most indispensable, wine. In Yang Ming's view, pouring wine to stew is simply a stroke of genius, like the finishing touch, making the pork belly a god. In the past, Yang Ming had eaten pork belly stewed with Shaoxing wine. Due to the characteristics of Shaoxing wine, once it is added, it is not just as simple as 1 + 1 is greater than 2. However, there is no Shaoxing wine now, so Yang Ming has to use the rice wine of this world. Although rice wine is not as good as Shaoxing wine, the taste is also quite delicious. Pour the rice wine in, covering the pork belly, and start the fire. When the fire is high and a large amount of smoke comes out of the pot, emitting a strong aroma of wine and meat, you can start to turn down the fire and simmer it with a slow fire. Perhaps due to the special nature of the ingredients, it didn't take too long. After only half an hour, when Yang Ming opened the lid of the pot and inserted the chopsticks into the surface of the pork belly, it was easily penetrated, indicating that the pork was already crispy. At this time, a large amount of wine had evaporated, leaving only a small pool of black and thick liquid, lying quietly at the bottom of the pot. The originally whitish pork also changed its appearance because of the penetration of the seasoning, just like a poor boy turned into a tall, rich, and handsome man. The rosy skin of the pork belly was so tender that it looked like a red agate inlaid on a crown. When it was gently touched with chopsticks, it shook left and right like jelly, looking lovable. And the body with a good balance of fat and thinness showed a fault-like beauty. The middle layer of the pork belly is yellow, like a soft ribbon, which surrounds it and makes it look less fat. The bottom layer is dark lean meat, covered with fragrant seasonings, like a simple and ordinary farmer in society, supporting the two gorgeous layers above. The pork belly is bright red, pleasing to the eye in yellow, and greedy in black. The red, yellow, and black complement each other, making people pleasing to the eye. As for the previous strong fragrance, it was also integrated into the skin and meat of the pork belly during the slow fire stewing, washing away the lead and retreating the exaggeration. Only the essence after precipitation is quietly waiting for the moment when it blooms. Yang Ming took out a stack of silver white plates, put the pork belly on it, and untied the thin rope by the way. Finally, like a fairy scattering flowers, sprinkle the chopped green onions and embellish 1 or 2. At this time, the guests will not feel full because of seeing so much fat, and they will have a fresh feeling visually. Soon after, when Bai brought the plate of pork belly out of the kitchen, all the diners stretched their necks and looked at him curiously. When they saw the strange appearance of the pork belly, everyone felt like a cat was itching and felt extremely uncomfortable. I wanted to take it from Bai and eat it in big mouthfuls. As the saying goes, eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls is the real pleasure. In the envious eyes of everyone, the old man in Tongjian straightened his chest, like sitting cross-legged on an old pine tree, sitting upright, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. After waiting for 3 weeks, I can finally eat the dishes made by Yang Ming. It's really not easy. Bai gently put down the plate and said gently, please enjoy it. The tone, like a spring breeze, made the old man in Tongjian feel good. The old man in Tongjian was happy for a while and gave Bai a tip of 1,000 yuan, saying, kid, you have worked hard. After receiving his reward, Bai was a little confused for a while. He didn't expect that he would meet a rich man. Bai raised the corners of his mouth, revealing 2 cute dimples on both sides of his cheeks, and said sweetly, thank you. Looking at Bai's angelic smile, many diners were moved and felt that they had met their first love. Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. In fact, the author does not want so many uncles to join the group, because there are many little girls in the group. By the way, why do girls like to eat, sleep, and beat the author? Chapter 96, It is better to eat dongpo pork than to watch in the name of the people. As soon as dongpo pork was served, the old man in Tongjian was stunned. On the silver-white plate, dongpo pork was quietly placed, like the tender meat of flame red, which immediately attracted his attention. I saw that dongpo pork had a gorgeous red skin like agate, yellow-white fat like silk ribbon, and thick dark lean meat. Such a peculiar shape is really unprecedented. At this moment, he can only use a poem to express his current mood. Red, mellow, tender and smooth, yellow, agate-like, and bright. My mouth is full of saliva, this taste is like Buddha jumping over the wall with the wind. In an instant, the old man in Tongjian felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. Since the shape is so strange, what will it taste like? With a little trepidation and a little expectation, the old man in Tongjian picked up the chopsticks. With a light pinch of the chopsticks, the dongpo pork trembled like jelly, looking very cute. Ah! The old man in Tongjian opened his gluttonous mouth and ate it in one bite. As soon as the dongpo pork entered his mouth, he immediately felt a taste different from other pork. Originally, he thought that the skin and fat of dongpo pork were so thick that it should be very hard and affect the taste. Now, he knows that he is wrong. And he is very wrong. As soon as his relatively healthy teeth bit down, he immediately touched the elastic pig skin. But it did not encounter much resistance, but easily broke through the defense of the pigskin and went straight into the fat. The soft fat, like cotton, was as good as water, wrapping the teeth that were unstoppable, and then letting it continue to move forward. Finally, when the teeth touched the soft pork, a sweet taste mixed with the sweetness exploded instantly. The old man in Tongjian was about to say the word delicious, but suddenly a drop of juice spurted out, splashing the corners of his mouth with oil, and he quickly closed his mouth and chewed slowly. Dongpo pork is unexpectedly very chewy, so good that people can't stop. Even at this age, the old man in Tongjian can chew it. It's incredible. What's even more amazing is that the unique structure of dongpo pork with distinct layers also creates a different taste. The smooth and elastic skin, the thick and loose fat, and the firm and mellow lean meat, 3 different tastes, seem to lead the old man from Tongjian into a fantasy world, feeling the magnificent epic. When a piece of dongpo pork was finished, the old man from Tongjian smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. On the side, a diner saw this and couldn't help but come over and ask, "Old man, how does this dongpo pork taste?" Seeing the other person's eager expression, wanting to eat but not being able to eat, the old man from Tongjian felt secretly happy. But he was old and shrewd, and thought about it, he had waited for dongpo pork for so long, and it was hard to say whether this delicacy would be very troublesome to make. Once more people wanted to eat it, wouldn't he have to wait until the end of the world? So, the old man from Tongjian pretended to sigh softly and said, "It's very unpalatable." The diner didn't expect that the old man from Tongjian would answer him like this, and was stunned for a while. But thinking back to the time just now, the other party clearly showed a very enjoyable look, that doesn't seem to be fake. For a moment, the diner was in a dilemma. Should he eat or not? Never mind, Let's eat first. The diner suddenly made up his mind and said to the other party, give me a portion of dongpo pork too. The old man in Tongjian. For foodies, life will not be monotonous if there are delicious food every day. Not to mention, in Yang Ming's small shop, there are many people who gather. A large number of foodies were gathered. When a new stack of dongpo pork was served, the diner was already extremely hungry. As soon as he picked it up with chopsticks, he swallowed it whole. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he felt that the dongpo pork was soft and melted in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. It was so delicious that there was no friend. In an instant, the diner suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the old man in Tongjian. What's so bad? It's all bullshit. This is simply too delicious. The dongpo pork not only has thin skin and tender meat, bright red color, but also has a mellow taste and rich juice. It is crispy and not broken, fragrant and glutinous without being greasy. After eating it, it is still endless aftertaste, and I really want to eat another piece. The diner escaped from the ocean of delicious food, raised his head, and happened to meet the deep eyes of the old man in Tongjian. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to be in sync, and nodded to each other tacitly. They decided that when people asked if dongpo pork tasted good, they would answer unanimously, it tastes bad. In order to reduce the number of competitors, the two of them successfully joined forces. Then, the diner turned his attention to other dongpo pork. To be honest, dongpo pork is indeed delicious, but it looks too fatty. The diner was worried that he would get fat if he ate too much. In fact, some medical journals have said that eating fatty meat regularly can soften blood vessels, and accordingly, it can also help digestion. Although this diner didn't know it, the difficulty of getting fat a little bit can't stop a foodie from tasting delicious food. But just when he wanted to sweep it away like a remnant of wind and clouds, he suddenly remembered that he had to pretend that dongpo pork tasted bad, otherwise he would be exposed. The diner resisted the restlessness of his stomach like thunder, chewed slowly, frowned from time to time, paused from time to time, pretending to be very good. But in his heart, he had been furious and wanted to eat a piece of dongpo pork. This awkward feeling, coupled with the delicious taste of dongpo pork after it melted in his mouth, alternated with each other, entangled in his heart, making him love and hate it. After a meal, when Mr. Tongjian left Yang Ming's shop, he always felt that something had changed in his body. Once this person gets older, he is like Mr. Tongjian, who is prone to calcium deficiency. In the past, Mr. Tongjian often supplemented calcium, but he took medicine 3 times a day, but it didn't work. Just yesterday, Mr. Tongjian went to the toilet and accidentally injured his left wrist. But now, he feels that his left hand seems to have recovered. Could it be? Mr. Tongjian narrowed his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in the gap. Since Yang Ming's shop has delicacies that can increase ninja chakra, it's nothing to have such healing delicacies, right? But if you think so, you are wrong. Delicacies that increase ninja chakra need to be taken for a long time to have obvious effects. But food with healing effects can save your teammates on the battlefield and play a huge role in a short time. Just think about it, it was because of Tsunade that the medical team was created, so that Konoha village could constantly rescue the ninjas fighting desperately on the front line when surrounded by enemies, and exhausted the opponents alive. Before this, under the protection of the third generation, Danzo and the leader of the Anbu did not dare to blatantly assassinate Yang Ming. But now, if the third generation knew about this, would he continue to protect Yang Ming? Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. There are many handsome guys in this group, and all kinds of girls are welcome to join. Chapter 97. Only Danzo and dogs are not allowed to enter. The business hours at noon ended quickly. But there are still many diners queuing and looking forward to it. However, they also know the rules of Yang Ming's shop and dare not make trouble here. After a while, the shop was quiet again, with only the sound of Yang Ming counting money. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. I'm rich this time. Stacks of banknotes, like a small mountain, piled up one by one, and placed beside Yang Ming, making people jealous. As the shop has expanded in size, it can accommodate more customers. In addition, Yang Ming had not been back for 3 weeks before, and the backlog of demand suddenly broke out today. Every diner ordered a few more dishes, making Yang Ming's hands cramp from counting money. On the side, Bai looked at the mountain of banknotes, covering his lips with his fingers, his face full of disbelief. In just one lunch, Yang Ming's shop actually made so much money. It's just like robbing. Back then, he and Zabuza worked hard to kill people and took all kinds of risks to make so much money in a month. But now, Yang Ming just cooked some food and made so much money so easily. How can the gap between people be so huge? Zabuletin Jean's tiger body trembled. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Obviously, his heart was also broken at this time, and the shadow area in his heart expanded infinitely. Sure enough, this is all the fault of the evil capitalists. With this large sum of money, Yang Ming looked at Zabuza and Bai and thought, it's time to rent a bigger house. Before, he had been living in a house near the slum, which was just a single room, not enough for the three of them. What's more, the environment there is so bad, it is not a good place to live. Bai felt a little guilty when Yang Ming looked at him like this, and blurted out, "Boss, you are not still thinking of letting me wear a maid outfit, are you?" Yang Ming slapped his head, "If you didn't say it, I almost forgot. Let's go and customize a set of clothes." Bai. Hearing Yang Ming say this, Bai wanted to slap himself. Why did he talk too much? He deserved to be beaten. For a moment, Bai's eyes were filled with tears. She pulled Yang Ming's clothes and said pitifully, "Boss, that. Can you not wear those shameful clothes?" The shameful clothes Bai was talking about were the maid clothes with skirts up to the waist. Yang Ming also asked him to wear pink stockings in a very bad way. This was simply challenging Bai's moral integrity. How could Yang Ming agree to Bai's conditions? Pretty boys and such, women's clothes are indeed their favorite. Today, Bai put on a kimono with a beautiful look of a Yamato Nadeshiko, which has already fascinated the customers. If she wore that sexy and cute maid outfit, wouldn't it be heaven? Oh, by the way. Yang Ming didn't finish this, he turned his head and said to Zabuza, "You also have to customize a set of clothes." Me? Zabuza was confused. He was just a bystander. Who the hell did I offend? Zabuza thought of Yang Ming's strange aesthetic style, and suddenly, he felt a chill under his body, and had a premonition that he would lose his reputation in the end. Yang Ming raised his mouth and showed a mysterious smile, "Of course, I will definitely give you a big surprise when the time comes." "It's over. I don't want any surprises." Really? At this moment, Zabuza had no desire to live, and felt that he would never love again. Zabuza, who was completely conquered by the system, had no right to say no, and could only let Yang Ming slaughter him. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. This story just tells us that we must not look for a boss like Yang Ming, otherwise the end will be miserable. The group walked out of the store. Yang Ming took out a piece of paper and wrote a line of words. Seeing this, Zabuza and Bai came up curiously, reading and reading, only Danzo and the dog are not allowed to enter. Suddenly, the two felt a chill in their hearts. They had long known from Yang Ming that Danzo was the mastermind behind the previous raid on their group. More importantly, this was a cage-level warrior who was not much inferior to the Sandame. Although Danzo was not well known, he was a peerless warrior with both strength and conspiracy. There is a saying. It is better to provoke the Sandame than Danzo. If you make the Sandame angry, he will consider the overall situation. If you are useful, he will at most smile. But if you provoke Danzo, you will be skinned alive. Revenge for every grievance, this is the horror of Danzo. Now, Yang Ming's actions are clearly a naked declaration of war against Danzo. If Danzo still keeps silent, he is not Danzo. Seeing the ugly expressions of the two, Yang Ming joked, "Why do you look like your parents are dead?" Bai's stiff face twitched his lips slightly, and he said in a trembling voice, "Boss, is this really okay for you?" Yang Ming waved his hand, "I always think that if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 10 feet, and if someone offends me 1 inch, I will beat him up." Suddenly, the two were speechless. They wanted to complain, "Hey, that's a cage-level strongman, not some cat or dog." In fact, what Zabuza and Bai didn't know was that all this was the main task that Yang Ming needed to complete. When Yang Ming and his friends just returned to Konoha village today, the long-awaited main task finally came. Task: become the most famous chef in the land of fire. Task tips: as the future supreme god of food in the Naruto world, you must learn not to fear any enemy, forge ahead bravely, and climb to the top. Task reward depends on the host's final results. Still the familiar recipe, still the familiar taste. Yang Ming has tasted the sweetness of completing the main mission. The invincible defense card that ignores any attack is really amazing. And that mission was just to defeat Uncle Ichiraku and become a famous shop in Konoha village, but there was such a heaven-defying prop. It is conceivable that this obviously more difficult mission will have an even more unexpected reward. Want to become the Land of Fire the most famous chef, that means Yang Ming needs to stay in the Land of Fire. Since Danzo came to assassinate him once, there will be a second time and a third time. Yang Ming doesn't want to always deal with Danzo's attacks passively. In this case, it is better to make the contradiction clear and put everything in the open. As the saying goes, it is easy to block an open spear, but it is difficult to defend against an arrow from the dark. This is more comfortable. After sticking the note on the door, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go and customize clothes." Zabuza and Bai looked hopeless and said weakly, "Yes." Not long after they left, a seemingly ordinary uncle walked up to the door, and when his eyes swept over the words on the note, his face suddenly changed. "Asshole, how dare you humiliate the adults like this? Yang Ming, you're done." The uncle's eyes burst out with cold murderous intent, not like an ordinary person at all. Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. In the group, you can call the author braised, fried, or sweet and sour, so cute. Chapter 98, Danzo's Anger and the Appearance of Kabuto. A base at the root. This place is clearly underground, and it should be dark and dark. At this moment, on both sides of the deep corridor, white candles were lit, and the flames flickered like ghost lights. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of leather shoes rubbing against the ground sounded, and in the narrow corridor, it was like raindrops falling, rippling, constantly spreading around, and then being reflected by the stone wall, and the sound kept echoing. When the darkness faded, what came into view was the leader of the Anbu who had troubled Yang Ming many times. At this time, under his mask, you can see that his face was gloomy, like a black pot, exuding a cold breath, and strangers should stay away. When he walked through the deep corridor, his eyes lit up and he came to a vast underground cave. The person he was looking for was sitting leisurely on a chair, half closed his eyes, and seemed to be dozing off. Seeing Danzo like this, the leader of the Anbu suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and roared in a low voice, "Danzo! Watch your tone!" Suddenly, Danzo opened his eyes, and a sharp edge burst out of his eyes, like a sword out of its sheath, which made people feel cold. "Ha ha!" The leader of the Anbu was furious and said, "Your men are really capable. They can't even kill the chef Yang Ming." Danzo's hands suddenly clenched into fists. Then, Danzo retorted, "If you have the ability, send someone." The leader of the Anbu. He also wanted to send his men. But the one who really holds the power in the Anbu is the Sandame. His subordinates are not like the Root, who are devoted to Danzo. His subordinates are all loyal to the Sandame. If the leader of the Anbu really stupidly sends his subordinates, they will be reported to the Sandame in a minute. Don't be surprised, even in reality, there are many such traitors. This is also the real reason why the leader of the Anbu wants to make a deal with Danzo. Hey! Hey! The leader of the Anbu took 2 deep breaths of air, his chest rose and fell, and he felt much more comfortable. After calming down his anger a little, his low voice sounded. "The Chunin exam is coming soon, which side are you going to stand on?" Danzo leaned back in his seat calmly, his eyes deep and calm. Danzo looked at the leader of the Anbu meaningfully, and his face, like an old tree, loosened as if he was smiling, and said, "Sarutobi is old, and it's time to withdraw from the stage of history." The two looked at each other, as if they could see the ambition burning in each other's eyes, and said together, "All sacrifices are for the village." Flutter flutter. Flutter flutter. At this time, a sound of flapping wings came from outside, and it approached here at a very fast speed. Soon, a blackbird flew in and landed on Danzo's shoulder. Danzo took a roll of paper from its feet indifferently and glanced at it quickly. Only Danzo and dogs are not allowed to enter. Seeing Yang Ming's words written on the paper, Danzo's face changed instantly. Fortunately, he is also a master of chi cultivation. In less than a second, he turned back to his original zombie face, as if nothing had happened. But his other hand had already secretly exerted force to break off a corner of the chair handle and crushed it into pieces. It can be seen how angry he was at this time. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Yang Ming was compared to a dog, how could Danzo not be angry? What's more hateful is that Yang Ming actually pasted the note on the door to let the whole village know. This time, Danzo was embarrassed to the point of being embarrassed. But Danzo was not an ordinary person, and his anger it came quickly, and was suppressed by him quickly. After a while, Danzo took a calm attitude and looked at the note again. This time, you don't know until you look at it, and you will be shocked. In this ordinary narrative, there is a major discovery. The peripheral member of the root can't tear the note that Yang Ming pasted on the door. Although that member is not a powerful ninja, he is just a genin. But no matter how hard he tries, he can't tear it apart. It's really scary to think about it. At this moment, Danzo thought of the 3 elite Jonin teams that he had sent out before, but now they have never returned, and there is no news at all. Among them, there is a medical ninja that Danzo has always valued. Thanks to this medical ninja, his Sharingan was successfully transplanted. After all, Danzo has too many things that he doesn't want to let the Sandame know, and there is always a shortage of powerful medical ninjas. It is conceivable that losing this medical ninja is such a huge loss for Danzo. This person is most afraid of thinking too much. Danzo is no exception. This is... Are you warning my mother? Danzo half closed his eyes, and a flash of cold light flashed in the gap. A cold breath like the depths of the 9 abyss gradually spread from him. The temperature dropped suddenly. The leader of the Anbu trembled and looked at Danzo deeply. He didn't know what happened to make this old man so dead. In order to avoid being affected, he quickly said goodbye to Danzo and left this root base. After leaving, the leader of the Anbu circled the village several times, and after confirming that no one was following him, he ran straight to a bungalow. As soon as he opened the door, a kunao suddenly came up from the side of the door and pressed tightly against his neck. The leader of the Anbu was not surprised and said in a low voice, "It's me." "Ah, it turns out to be the respected sir, I'm so sorry." A slightly frivolous voice sounded, and a boy wearing glasses and looking gentle and refined walked out from the side of the door. It was actually Kabuto. The leader of the Anbu quickly closed the door and said impatiently, "When can you give me the secret technique that the sir promised to give me?" "Well..." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a white light flashed on them, and said, "As long as you transfer the Anbu people away at that time, you can get what you want." Under the mask, the leader of the Anbu flashed a trace of embarrassment. But thinking of the powerful ninjutsu created by Orochimaru, his heart was hot again. "Anyway, this is not the first time," he said in his heart, and suddenly made up his mind. "Okay." The leader of the Anbu looked down at Kabuto, "But my authority can only be transferred to 1/4 of the Anbu. If it's more, the Hokage will notice it." Kabuto raised the corner of his mouth, showing a half smile, and said, "Deal." After the Anbu leader left for a long time, Kabuto couldn't help it anymore, holding his stomach and laughing. These idiots were really deceived by Lord Orochimaru. They actually foolishly thought that Lord Orochimaru came back for revenge. Kabuto suddenly showed his white teeth, showing a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, and said, "In fact, we are here to destroy Konoha village. Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. In the group, you can braise the author, fry the author, sweet and sour the author, so cute." Chapter 99 By wearing women's clothes. Konoha village, tailor shop. Bai kept trying on various maid outfits, which was dazzling. At this moment, there was only one sentence to describe him. There is a beauty in the north, fearless and independent, one look from her could make the city fall, another look from her could make the country fall, her beauty could make the fish sink to the bottom of the water, her beauty could make the moon hide and the flowers blush. Unfortunately, Bai is a boy. People who don't know the details, from the appearance, can't guess Bai's gender. Bai's skin is white and tender, exuding a healthy luster, with pink cheeks and a pair of standard almond eyes, which always have a faint haze, as if they are curved into a pool of autumn water. The faint eyebrows and small red lips are always pursed with a smile. Bai is not very tall, but she gives people the feeling of being slender and beautiful. When Bai puts on a black gauze-made outfit with a white lace skirt on the edge and a red bow under the neckline, she is so cute. The round buttocks under the short skirt are raised in a graceful arc, and the slender and well-proportioned legs are wearing pink stockings, which makes people's eyes bright. Underneath, Bai is wearing a pair of black soft leather shoes, which are small and exquisite. A breath of youth permeates the whole body, and the girlish charm makes her have a kind of attractiveness that makes people flustered. Unfortunately, as I said before, Bai is a boy. Boss. Bai's mosquito-like voice came, is this all right? Yang Ming turned around and saw him burying his head deeply, his face flushed, burning all the way to his ears, like a red apple. He was happy in his heart and felt quite interesting. Sure enough, pretty boys like women's clothes the most. Yang Ming looked up and down, pondered for a moment, and praised, "Bai, you are so beautiful." "Bai, I'm a boy. Don't use the word beautiful." It's not known whether Bai is lucky or unfortunate to have a boss like Yang Ming. Bai just felt awkward and an indescribable shame just standing there in a maid outfit. It's better to die than to live. At this time, Zabuza also came out and put on the custom-made clothes. By the way, the tailors in the Naruto world are really amazing. They can make finished products so quickly. When Yang Ming saw Zabuza's appearance, he almost laughed. There was no other reason, because Yang Ming suddenly developed a bad taste, and customized clothes for Zabuza based on Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms era. At this moment, Zabuza was wearing a green brocade battle robe, a green hat, and a beheading sword as tall as a person behind him, which was quite like the style of Guan Eryi in the past. As for the green hat, don't pay so much attention to it. Boss, I feel that I am more energetic after wearing this clothes. In front of the mirror, Zabuza looked at himself with satisfaction, and felt that he had endless energy. Originally, he thought that he would be severely cheated by Yang Ming like Bai. Unexpectedly, boss Yang Ming actually cared about him so much. Seeing that he always went into battle shirtless, he specially customized such stylish clothes for him. Especially the green hat on his head, which just covered his ugly hairstyle, making him look more burly and strong. In his heart, Zabuza actually felt touched. A man dies for his confidant. Yang Ming stared at Zabuza from head to toe. He was cheated, he was cheated. Especially, when Yang Ming saw the big green hat on Zabuza's head, for some reason, he always felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Seeing Zabuza so happy, Yang Ming was really embarrassed to tell him the truth. Otherwise, Zabuza would probably be pissed off to death. When Yang Ming led the two to pay the bill, the owner of the tailor shop saw Bai, his eyes were straight, as if he was bewitched, and he was absent-minded. Seeing this, Yang Ming laughed in his heart. If you knew that Bai was a boy, would you be turned gay? However, Yang Ming suddenly noticed that Bai exuded a depressing low pressure, so he quickly paid the bill. On the way back, Bai's maid outfit caused a sensation. Among the villagers, whether male or female, they all stared at Bai with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen some rare treasure. Until the three people went away, the villagers were all shocked. Tisk tisk tisk, who is this beautiful girl? If only my wife was 1,000th as beautiful as her. You don't even know Sister Bai? She is a new employee recruited from outside Yang Ming's shop. Yang Ming's shop? I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. It seems that for Sister Bai, I have to go there tonight even if I have to bleed. Ditto. Let's go together. For Sister Bai. Hearing the faint shouts from behind, Yang Ming's stomach twitched. Although he tried his best to keep calm on his face, the corners of his mouth had already curled up high, and he had already burst out laughing in his heart. As for the protagonist of the villagers' topic, Bai wished he could have a pair of wings behind him and escape from Yang Ming's huge pit as soon as possible. Bai lowered his head deeply, and his pace suddenly quickened, leaving Yang Ming and Zabuza far behind. When he reached the corner of a small alley, two figures appeared from the opposite corner and bumped into Bai, who had no time to stop. Bang! If it was normal, Bai would never make such a low-level mistake. But today, under the torture of the maid outfit, Bai made it. Bai bumped into the other person's chest, and suddenly woke him up. Sorry, I didn't mean it. As a boy who knows etiquette, Bai immediately apologized to the other person. A ninja from Konoha village. Tisk, so reckless. A slightly arrogant voice came, which made Bai, a person with a good personality, feel angry. Bai couldn't help but be curious about who dared to be so arrogant, and suddenly raised his head. What came into view was a slightly fat face with purple lines painted on it, wearing a black jumpsuit with arrogance and disdain in his eyes, as if he was looking down at an ant. But when he saw Bai's peerless beauty, Kanjuro's heart was suddenly moved. Kanjuro felt that the long-lost feeling of love suddenly surged into his heart. For many years, since he came into contact with puppetry, Kanjuro has devoted all his heart and soul to research and actual combat. Even though many girls in Sand Village have a crush on him, Kanjuro still disdains them and concentrates on being a technical geek. But now, Kanjuro found that he was wrong. And he was totally wrong. It's not because the girls in Sand Village are so bad, but simply because he didn't meet the right person at the right time. At this moment, what puppetry, what secret mission, go to hell. In Kanjuro's heart, there is only Bai, and only Bai. Then, under the surprised eyes of Yang Ming and others, Kanjuro said a shocking word for the first time. Miss, can you be my girlfriend? Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. I heard that this group has many beautiful boys wearing female photos. Chapter 100 Kanjuro wants to pursue Bai. Chapter 100, please recommend and collect. What is it like when a boy is confessed by another boy? At this moment, Bai's heart is filled with countless cast slots and creatures running wildly. But Bai is a very kind person. Looking at Kanjuro's fanatical look, he really can't bear to tell him the truth that he is a man. So, Bai had to use his trump card and use the goddess's special trick. I'm sorry, you are a good person, but I don't want to fall in love now. As soon as these words came out, Kanjuro was instantly confused. He, the future mainstay of the Sand Village, was actually given a good person card. How is it possible? Kanjuro forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said awkwardly, No, I believe that I am your idol, and I will definitely bring you happiness. Bai. Don't talk to me about happiness. It's impossible for us. Bai really wanted to roar so loudly to make Kanjuro's mind clear. Fortunately, Zabuza came to the rescue at this time. Buzz. A big knife, like a fairy from the sky, suddenly chopped vertically from one side. Bang! The beheading knife was like a giant hammer, suddenly hitting the ground between the two people, smashing a small pit in the ground, and spider web-like cracks appeared around it. That was close. Kanjuro looked at this scene in shock. The knife came too suddenly and too fast just now. He had no time to react and could only watch the big knife chopped over. In fact, if Zabuza hadn't taken it seriously, Kanjuro would have been split in half at this time. Sorry, my companion disturbed you. On the side, Temari was also shocked and sweating. She knew that Kanjuro had hit a wall, so she hurried out to apologize and dragged Kanjuro, who was still absent-minded, away. Temari, what are you doing? Let me go. Kanjuro felt very unhappy when Temari pulled his collar from behind and walked away. His goddess was so close, just a little bit away, and he would succeed. Well, that's what he thought. Temari was furious and punched him hard on the head, angrily saying, You idiot! We are not here to hang out, don't forget our mission. Unexpectedly, Kanjuro said, contrary to his usual behavior, No, I want to find my goddess. In the past, he always focused on studying puppets and completing tasks, but now, he finally found something more meaningful. That is, he must catch up with Bai. When a technical geek makes up his mind, if he wants to change the world will tremble. If he wants to flirt with a goddess, the goddess will retreat 3 feet away. Seeing this, Temari was speechless. Gaara alone was enough to give her a headache, and now even Kanjuro is going to become a problem child. How can she play happily like this? Temari held her forehead and sighed, Alas, my life is so miserable. However, it is still too early to complete the secret mission assigned by the higher UPS, so let's just deal with Kanjuro first. Thinking of this, Temari took Kanjuro away and returned to where she lived. Temari looked serious, looked at her partner who looked like a pig brother, and said, If you really want to chase that girl, do you know what to do? Kanjuro looked at Temari blankly. To chase a girl, isn't it enough to just like her? Why does it seem so complicated? Okay, please forgive Kanjuro, a technical geek who has never been in love. Seeing this, Temari lamented in her heart that her life was miserable. Fortunately, she had the experience of Gaara before, so she quickly suppressed her self-pity. Temari pinched her waist, looking very old-fashioned, I'll tell you. If you want to pursue a girl, you should at least investigate her detailed information, understand her preferences, and then prescribe the right medicine. Kanjuro was still confused. At this moment, Bai was the only one in his mind. The other party's beauty, as beautiful as a fairy, completely conquered Kanjuro. Alas, you are hopeless. Temari felt an abnormal headache, slapped him on the head, and said, In this case, you might as well send 99 roses to her, and she will definitely understand your intentions. As soon as the voice fell, Kanjuro's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of it? So, Kanjiura couldn't wait to rush out of the room and went straight to the flower shop. Alas, this idiot! Temari said speechlessly. Then, she followed him out. Soon, they came to the door of a flower shop. A girl walked out of the flower shop. She was pure and beautiful, with light yellow hair and a ponytail, and looked very refined. Yamanaka Ino asked politely, "Customers, what do you need? We have lilies, chrysanthemums and all kinds of flowers here." Kanjiura didn't even look at the colorful flowers in the store. He took out his wallet and took out thousands of dollars, and said generously, "Give me 999 roses, hurry up." Behind him, Temari, who was following behind, heard this and stumbled and almost fell. "What the hell are 999 roses? I only asked you to buy 99, bastard. But it's too late. Kanjiura has already handed the money to Ino." When the stacks of banknotes were put into his arms, Ino felt like she was dreaming. Even looking at Kanjiura's slightly weird face, he felt much more handsome. As expected, the rich are the most popular with girls. After receiving the money, Ino became more respectful and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will ask someone to get the goods." Kanjuro said impatiently, "Hurry up." Ino immediately started to contact. After all, 999 roses are not a small number and cannot be obtained in a short time. Driven by money, Ino showed 200% enthusiasm. Soon, a carriage full of roses slowly drove over. When seeing the car of bright red roses, Ino's eyes showed a trace of envy and yearning. "When will my male god also give me such a car of roses?" Kanjuro sat in the carriage, feeling high-spirited, feeling like a prince charming, and the whole person was sublimated. But wait! Kanjuro suddenly remembered that he didn't even know what Bai was called or where he lived. This is embarrassing. For a moment, Kanjuro was petrified on the spot, and he didn't know whether to leave or not. He was completely confused. As his companion, Temari saw through Kanjuro's state at a glance, and said unhappily, "Go to Yang Ming's shop. Remember, the girl's name is Bai." Then, under Temari's instructions, the carriage rushed towards Yang Ming's shop like a whistle. Ino looked at the carriage that raised dust all the way, and thought to herself, "Yang Ming's shop? It looks like something interesting is going to happen." So, she cleaned up the flower shop and followed closely. Welcome to join the book club created by friends in the bookstore, 292, 507, 668. The girls in this group are all rotten girls. I hope that many rotten girls will join. That's it.